We are live now.
Start କରିବା
କିଛି ପ୍ୟାନେଲିଷ୍ଟ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ୟାନେଲିଷ୍ଟରେ ନୀଳିମା ମିଶ୍ର ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ତାଙ୍କୁ ପ୍ୟାନେଲିଷ୍ଟ ନେଇ ଆସିପାରିବେ।
Are we good to go?
Yeah, I think it is time.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, we are good to go.
Start.
Okay. Am I audible now? Namaskar. Namaskar. Jai Jagannath. Mu Pradyush Mishra, convener of third edition of Odias in ML Global Conference को आपण मानकु स्वागत करूची। AI ML as an area where a lot of development that has happened in last couple of years. I think it's very vast. So it's very difficult to build skill sets, or it's very difficult to give a coverage to all kinds of skill sets. Sethipai, it's very important to have coordination, collaboration, and having unity in learning different branches of AI, in learning different areas of AI, and learn and unlearn, which means we start learning something, we unlearn between amongst our communities, spread the knowledge, help each other, etc. So that's the motto of like building a strong community where we can help each other, we can hold hands of each other in terms of gaining knowledge about AIML. Now, this ODS in ML, the global initiative that we have started, which is 3 years ago, the objective is to bring more ODIA people to the domain of AI, either by sharing ideas, holding their hands, and making them do more and helping each other. So in these 3 years, we have built many bridges into the path of AIML. And I mean, in this initiative, I'm going to take few names of our key people who are driving various initiatives especially in last 365 days. So first is Dr. Santi Priyaparida Bhai for driving this AIML summer initiative, summer school, and also delivering the sessions of NLP and ML. And we have seen registrations, around 500 registrations plus in this AIML summer school, which we have conducted, I think, in the month of June, July. So it spread across like June, July, and August, etc. Also, I would like to take names of Samarth, Shrestha, and Subhadasi for driving our Children's Day initiatives, making the children aware about the latest developments around or tech trends around AIML. Also, I would like to take name of Debu Panda Bhai for delivering sessions on machine learning, introduction to machine learning, and like taking sessions in our AIML summer initiatives as well. Saswat Devadatta and visual team for creating great contents, and we have seen like in our social media channels, etc. So where we can see a lot of great work has gone into creating those stellar contents. Also, Bhavadas and team for creating those or illuminating us in our social media presence, where sharing content and tagging our conference, so hashtags, and spreading the news or awareness about our initiatives, the AIML initiatives. Also, last but not the least, I would like to take the name of Manoj Mishra for delivering sessions on how to learn Python using ODIA language. So like learn Python using ODIA language, etc. So with this spirit and togetherness, we can start the conference by taking or by seeking the divine blessings. Jai Jagannath. And as a tradition, we used to play the video of a Mosei Kalinga. So let's get started. And yeah, so I'm going to play, and I'm going to share my screen.
So this is the audio actually.
Audio ଆସୁନି ପ୍ରଦୀପ୍ତ ବାବୁ।
I think you have to stop sharing and go back and check the audio again.
एठी सूर्य हिरे नाचे मयूर सागर झरण पहाड़ सुंदर एठी सूर्य हिरे नाचे मयूर सागर झरण पहाड़ सुंदर आउ बाजी उठे मृदंग मुसेई कलिंग मुसेई कलिंग केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना केबे हारे ना कि केबे डरे ना मुसेई कलिंग हाँ मुसेई कलिंग वीर पाई कर ताले ताले पाठ केते जे पिठा पना सभिंकु कोळे करे अपना छोटी चिता भरी दिए अनेक रंग कलिंगा कलिंगा केबे हारिना कि केबे डरेना केबे हारिना कि केबे डरेना कलिंगा कलिंगा एठी केते झड़ बात्या बढ़ी पानी आउ केते मरुड़ी रा कहानी एठी केते झड़ बात्या बढ़ी पानी आउ केते मरुड़ी रा कहानी वीर योद्धा जाति आमे जीतिचु जीतिबु इतिहासे लेखा अछि लढिचु लढिबु गोधुली को देई आमे लखुर रंग कलिंगा कलिंगा केबे हारिना कि केबे डरेना केबे हारिना कि केबे डरेना कलिंगा कलिंगा कलिंगा
नाम अंजन भाई को रिक्वेस्ट करी से मोठारू स्टार्ट करिवे प्लीज अंजन भाई।
नमस्कार समस्त को धन्यवाद प्रदीप्त। We cannot be more proud than having the third conference, having Pradeep Mishra to convening us in this session. Welcoming everyone. समस्त को स्वागत नमस्कार। शारदीय संध्या भारत रे शारदीय सकाळ एठी कैलिफोर्निया रे आउ यूएस रो नॉर्थ अमेरिका यूरोप रे अपराह्न। सो एस शारदीय समय रे आपण तृतीय अंतर्जातिक ओडिया एंड मशीन लर्निंग सम्मेलन को स्वागत करुथवार सुजोग दवा पई आपण मानकु समस्त को नमस्कार करूची आपण को धन्यवाद प्रदान करूची। Building growth engines for Odisha leveraging AI ए शीर्षक रे ए थीम रे आज रो कॉन्फ्रेंस ए जो कॉन्फ्रेंस को आयोजन करा जायछि मल्टीपल सेक्शन रे। प्रथम सेक्शन आपनकर रहुछि जे द सबस्ट्रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ। अनेक कथा थिला जे डिबेट थिला लाइक विल वी गो टू टेक्निकल और विल गो नॉट टू टेक्निकल। सो सबस्ट्रेट ऑफ growth is a section आपण मानन को देखेबो सबस्ट्रेट माने ग्रोथ रा कोठो आसीबो सेठी हमरो आजिरो से सबस्ट्रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ सेक्शन रे आपण डॉक्टर देवेंद्र दास शर्मा ठु सुनिबे इंटरकनेक्ट like how in the artificial intelligence connected world we would be each of us, like when we think in bits and bytes, so we each of us human and similar intelligent agents will be the bits and will be communicating. And when these IoT devices are becoming more intelligent, like this intelligence in the edge will need a different type of standards, different types of protocols, and hence we need different type of science to make the progress of the next decade in AI. So to that, Dr. Debendra Das Sharma will be addressing us, and of course, after which we will have Dr. Omkar Rai and Secretary Manoj Mishra, followed by a media panel. That section would be moderated by Syamanajodhaspai. I will not go much into the details on that. So after the substrate of growth, we will be looking at why it is the right time. Kahinki eta sathik samaya. Ei ame substrate of growth ta asibo kotu kahinki eta sathik samaya. Tapare ame gote section ku jiba che how can we do it at scale. Apan mane panel list dekhithibe. तो मैंने स्पीकर लिस्ट देखिथिबे, कीनोट लिस्ट देखिथिबे, से कीनोट लिस्ट रू जानि परथुबे गोटे जिंस जे it is a blend of technology, technical experts and community organizers. As we grow up in artificial intelligence age, the intelligence goes from what we understand as IQ, measuring intelligence in terms of IQ, slowly get transferred into EQ, emotion, and social quotient. So, upon the Ajiro panel dekhithibe, it's a mix of pure, deep technology and the elements in our, the leaders in our society who has been organizing, who has been the community organizers, who have been social leaders themselves. And we move to O2 future. After the how to do it at scale, ame jin seta ko scale re kemti ବ୍ୟବହାର କରି परिबा अनेक समय ame कहू 1 1 11 जदि प्रदीप्त एका निजरो skill देखेबे, he can go to some extent, but if we collaborate in a social mode, being emotionally intelligent, we can scale up to 1 1 मिसले 11 हबो ए जिन सटा मो अनेक थर कहिछि आउ scale it as how to do it at scale is meaning how 1 11 मिसले 1 1 मिसले 11 हबो बा 9 9 मिसले 9 तो आपण से जोडी की कहिबे तापरे आरो सेक्शन आछि out to future, how we build our future, right? Say jinsata say section asibo. Finally way ahead to 2023, we have exciting talks. I believe social media is picking up this cues, and we really want people, all of us, to reflect upon how artificial intelligence is impacting all of us, and how can we build the future together with a theme, building growth engines for Odisha, leveraging AI. पुणी थरे आपण मानकु समस्तनको नमस्कार और धन्यवाद ए सुजोग आमकु देथिबा पई आमे साथीरे अनेक उन्नतिर इंजन तयारी करि परिबा Odias and machine learning is an abstract factory from which engines of growth will be produced, and building growth individually and collectively to Odias and diaspora, in that way contributing to the overall gross domestic product. An macroeconomic term, we will be contributing to the gross domestic product, and we are this forum is going to build many engines. In that hope, namaskar karibi, and I would request convener Pradyush Mishra to take over to give us a few reports of how we have progressed from last 2 years, from 0 to wherever we are right now. Welcoming you back, Pradyush.
Thank you, Anjan bhai. Starting 2020, so 2020 our theme thila, the future is now. Are we ready, or are you ready? So 2020 रे आमे भाबुतले how AI will change things. So there's a lot of talk around humanoid robots will come in and they will take over the jobs, etc., etc. So a lot of talk was happening. So thoda ame chinta kartile ki the future is now. Are we ready? And also we're thinking about how is AI going to shape up the future of everything. In 2021, ସେତେବେଳେ ଆମେ ଚିନ୍ତା କଲେ କି okay, now the time to act, because we have technology, we have tools, and we need to build something. So let's act. So the future is here, and let's understand all the contours of AI, and let's prepare ourselves, or let's get ready to do some action to embrace AI. Okay. In 2022, we are today, and I think in 2020, humanity will come. As we speak, I think today, the Tesla AI Day, you will be, you must have seen this first Optimus robot. This Optimus robot it's a prototype of humanoid form, which not only like wave hands towards the audience, it has exactly the dimensions of a human being, which means as we speak, a lot of development advancement happens in the technology space. So today, AI is not only technology, it is technology plus AI, which means today's world, to build those growth engines and leveraging AI, what we need is amalgamation of both technology and AI. So what we have achieved in last 3 years is that, like, obviously, I mean, as we said, 2020, future is now. 2021, act, the future is here. Now 2022, we have certain accomplishments that I'm going to talk about. First thing, I think in last 1 year, so we scaled the community from, like, I think 100x growth we have achieved in terms of community building. And today we have representatives even at a district level also from Odisha. And also we have representations across the globe. We have our like global leaders, different parts of the world. We have conducted a Children's Day program also, at, I think, just letting the children know what is little bit of AI and ML, etc., etc. We have conducted a Peach Fest also, where we have heard young energetic entrepreneurs or budding entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be entrepreneurs. They have pitched their inventions, and they have pitched also their ideas, how we can shape up these ideas. So we have also, as a group, mentored them in terms of shaping up their ideas, etc. We have conducted various hackathons also in last, I would say last 1 year, more specifically. Conducted AIML summer school, where we have seen 500 plus registrations, and more details to follow in this conference today. We have industry collaborations, we have academic collaborations, where we share knowledge amongst the group. We have conducted the ground study for implementing a faculty development program for all the technical institutions across Odisha also, and that is something which we are planning to take it up in next year. And so last but not the least, we have a very vibrant community that we have built in last, I think, 3 years. As I said, the community strength has gone 100x, which means we have very active conversations that is happening in all the channels. Almost we have now around 10 channels, and across all channels, a lot of talk, knowledge sharing, and like information sharing around AI and ML, it is happening. So which is giving a lot of confidence to us that yes, we can do, and yes, let's build, and it's time to build the growth engines. Okay, so thank you. I would like to hand it over to Anjan Bhai once again.
Namaskar again. So we have Debendra Bhai amongst us, Dr. Debendra Das Sharma. Is an Intel Senior Fellow and co-GM of Memory and IO in IO Technology in the data platform and artificial intelligence group at Intel Corporation. He's a leading expert on I/O subsystems and interface architecture. Dr. Das Sharma is the member of the board of directors and PCI special interest group and a lead contributor to the PCIe specification since its inception. Those of us who are in PCIe, if you are using a computer, next time you think of PCIe, Dr. Debendra Das Sharma is amongst us. We are honored to have him here. And in simple words, his inventions run in all the computers. We are blessed to have him here. Dr. Das Sharma has a bachelor's degree in computer science and engineering from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD in computer engineering from University of Massachusetts. He holds 160 US patents. Just note that 160 US patents and 400 plus patents worldwide. He's a frequent keynote speaker, a plenary speaker, distinguished lecturer, invited speaker, and a panelist at IEEE Hot Interconnects, IEEE Cool Chips, IEEE 3DIC, SNISDC, PCI SIG Developers Conference, CXL Consortium, Open Server Summit, Open Fabrics Alliance, Flash Memory Summit, Intel Innovation, and various universities like CMU, Texas, UIUC. And he has been awarded the Distinguished Alumnus Award from IIT Kharagpur in 2019, and IEEE Region 6 Outstanding Engineer Award in 2021, the first PCI SIG Lifetime Contribution Awards in 2022, and very recently IEEE Circuits and System Industrial Pioneer Award in 2022. I'll repeat that because it just need to sink in. Dr. Debendra Das Sharma's inventions run every computer in this world. So he gives us a reason to say an ODI invention runs on every computer in this world. Let that sink in. However, another important aspect of it, he is an ardent devotee of Lord Jagannath. He is the priest in many community pujas in the Bay Area, where I had a chance to listen to his chants in San Ramon and invite him to invoke the divine blessings and the scientific spirit to the community. Thankfully, he has grasped this forum today. So welcoming Dr. Debendra Das Sharma, Debendra Bhai, to address us towards building many engines of growth by invoking your divine chants as well as your address to the community. Debendra Bhai, welcoming you onto the stage. Thanks for giving this pleasure.
We'll start with the chant. Om Varnana Martha Sandhanang Rasanang Chandasamape Mangalanang Chakartarau Bande Bani Vinayakau. We pay obeisance to Lord Ganesha and Goddess Saraswati, the originator of alphabets, words, meters, expression, and poetry. We will also offer our salutations to the tradition and lineage of our teachers, starting from Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of ignorance through Adi Sankaracharya, to our direct teachers who have enriched our lives. Sada Shiva Samarambham Sankaracharya Madhyamam Asmat Acharya Parjantam Bande Guru Paramparam. शारदीय दुर्गा पूजा समय अनुष्ठित 2022 ओडिया जंत्र अवबोधन सम्मेलन ओडिया एमएल कॉन्फ्रेंस को समस्त ओडिया तथा ओडिशा प्रेमी सुधी बृंदन को प्रणाम एवं हार्दिक स्वागत जनाऊँची। ओडिया मानकर आराध्य देवता श्री जगन्नाथंकर गोटे ध्यान मंत्र पठन करने पर मोर भाषण देवी। ओं नीलाद्रौ शंख मध्ये शतदल कमले रत्न सिंहासनस्थं सर्वालंकारयुक्तं नवघन रुचिरं संस्थितं चाग्रजेन भद्रायाः वामभागे रथचरणयुतं ब्रह्मा रुद्रेन्द्रवन्द्यं वेदानां सारमीशं स्वजनपरिवृतं ब्रह्मदारुं नमामि। वर्तमान मोर उद्घाटनी भाषण टाको इंग्रजी रे देबी। मु गोटे ये शेयर करिवि। टिके स्क्रीन शेयरिंग एनेबल करिवो कि अंजन?
Again, hi. Just a minute.
So thank you, Anjan, for that welcome, and it's an honor to be here in the 2022 OiML conference. Let's see if I can. Okay, while they are trying to get me set up here, let's get going. So I'll be talking about interconnects and standards in the compute landscape. We have seen over the last decade, and this trend will continue for many decades to come, the explosion of data. This explosion of data is causing the data-centric evolution, and the drivers are the standard set of usages. It's around the cloud, it's around 5G, it's around sensors, it's around automotive, it's around IoT, you name it, right? It's all the applications that we are running across the world that's causing this explosion of data. Now, with the amount of data, and by explosion, if there, I wish I could show you the graph here, but it's increasing by 5-6x every 3-4 years, right? And that's causing a lot of scaling challenges for us in the infrastructure side, hardware infrastructure side, and those are around the latency. You want to be able to access your data faster. Bandwidth, a lot of data needs to move, and then the capacity, all this data that is getting generated, you need to basically move the data faster, store more data, and process everything seamlessly, efficiently, and most importantly, securely. So that's where the challenges are from an infrastructure point of view that we all need to address. And usages such as machine learning and AI, those are the ones that are at the forefront of driving a lot of these innovations. Do we have the screen sharing enabled?
Yes, bhai.
Yes,
There is.
Yes, bhai.
It still says it is disabled.
That is unusual, but
yeah, if you can just give me presentation rights, I can
Oh,
share my screen.
I think it
Otherwise,
should
I'll
be,
talk and without pictures, things.
It should be available now, bhai.
Yes. So do you see my screen, or let's see?
Yes, we can see.
So I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so this was the this is the growth trajectory of the data, right? It's an exponential curve, right? And what do we know about exponential curve is that we need to think out of the box in order to solve them. You just cannot solve them in a linear fashion. And if you look into the tools or the techniques that we are deploying in the data center to deal with this massive amount of data, whether it is in the data center or whether it is in the edge, you basically have racks of servers, right? These are like huge buildings full of racks and racks of servers. Within each of the rack, you will see here, there are compute nodes, and then there are storage nodes, and all of those. They're connected through a network. And generally, we use copper for shorter distances, and if it is longer distances, we deploy optical. Now, the challenge that we are facing with this amount of data is that these resources that are there, for example, the amount of memory, the amount of storage, the amount of accelerators that are there to process the AI, ML, and those kind of workloads, they're all what we call captive resources. These are captive to a given server. So if there is another server in the same, let's say, rack that needs more memory, it cannot come to the nearby server and ask for more memory. It just has to deal with whatever it has got. So in order to deal with these things, and by the way, this is what I was saying, the amount of data is exploding, and this is from the Meta, right? If you look at other companies, similar kind of information you will get. This is a machine learning example. How is the model capacity growing? We are seeing 50x growth in capacity in the model size over the last 5 years, and this trajectory will continue. So what do we do? Again, we can keep throwing more and more machines at the problem, but it's just not going to rise up to the challenge. Again, these are where you need to have architectural rethink in terms of what you want to do. So for that reason, we introduced the interconnect called Compute Express Link in 2019, and we have had 3 generations of technology evolution since then. And basically, the premise of this is that the machine, which is a tightly coupled system, cache-coherent, tightly coupled system, needs to extend beyond the symmetric multiprocessing capability that it has to get to heterogeneous computing. By heterogeneous computing, what we mean is there will be different types of compute engines. Some of them will be FPGAs, some of them will be purpose-built ASICs, some of them will be general purpose processors, some of them will be GPUs. You need to treat all of them the same in terms of the system level coherency. We need to do disaggregation of the memory. We need to do memory tiering, memory pooling. All of those things are important because the more you process with this kind of problem size explosion, the more you need to have compute capability, and the more you need to have memory bandwidth and memory capacity in order to, so to speak, feed the beast. So this is the other picture showing, by the way, how is memory doing in the, from a technology perspective? Not very well. It's just not keeping up the traditional DDR path. As you can see, it's basically, we are just adding more and more memory channels to the point where it is just not feasible for us to add more and more memory channels going forward. And by the way, the price per gigabit has flattened out, and memory business is cyclical. So, things will go up, things will go down, but, this is over a long time still in the trajectory, it is more or less flattening. So what it means is the more and more money is being spent in the data center and just procuring memory. So the question is, what do we need to do, right? And that's where we introduced CXL, where we wanted to have heterogeneous memory. There are lots of memory that are coming, which are cheaper memory. And if you can support memory tiering. By the way, there is a lot of wasted memory in the data center because not all the servers are running at the same time, but some of them are running with huge memory footprint. So what do you do, right? You basically need to be able to do this sharing. So where does the interconnects fit in the picture, right? In this picture, if you look at it, there is the traditional world of the networking. It basically is a huge amount of servers that gets connected. Pretty much everything in the data center, hundreds and thousands of servers are getting connected through the networking interconnect. So naturally, those are very thin, and Ethernet standards fall in that category. But then the other part of it, which is the load store interconnect with things like PCI Express, Compute Express Link, Symmetric Cache Coherent Link like UPI. Recently, we introduced a die-to-die interconnect called UCIe. All of these are load store interconnects. These are there for tightly coupled hardware systems that solve this problem. These are expanding from the node level at the motherboard level to across the rack, and also coming down when we are constructing packages inside the package. And these have got very tight characteristics, which we are solving from that point of view. This is a much more very technical picture of what's fundamentally different between PCI Express and CXL. In a simple word, PCI Express and CXL, both of them have they're tightly coupled system. They both deal with what we call a flat memory address space. Everybody is accessing through direct memory access kind of semantics. But the key difference is this is like a divide, right? Things that are on the CPU and the CPU attached memory are in the coherent world. This is where hardware cache coherency plays, and you can pretty much move data around. You can have temporary ownership, update the data. The inherent cache coherency mechanisms will keep the data consistent. Things on the PCI side, anything connected to that memory is non-coherent memory. Accesses are non-coherent. What CXL does is it basically breaks that boundary. Everything can be coherent. Right? That's the first innovation in the CXL, which propelled it so that now we can build memory expansion with a lot better bandwidth and a lot cheaper memory components than the DRAM-based DIMMs over here on the CPU side. And the other thing that it does is that all of these AI and ML and all of those accelerators that you see, whether it is GPU, whether it is FPGA, whether it is purpose-built ASICs, now they can participate in the cache coherency action. So it results in much better performance and much more coordinated hardware infrastructure in the system. The second aspect of it is what we call the pooling and then the resource sharing, right? So all of these things that are connected in the data center, let's say you got a bunch of memory connected here, connected there. If these links are all CXL, now we have defined mechanisms where you can go and borrow memory from somewhere and not really lose any of the protections that you've got, right? It's all very independent. We have defined this notion of pooling. As you can see, there is a set of pooled accelerators, pooled memory. So now if I'm running a task, if I'm running a an AI or an ML task that needs, let's say I have got 3 accelerators in my server, I need another 5. I can go off into the pool and borrow 5 accelerators, run that tasks. Once that is done, I will release it back into the pool, and then somebody else can also take it. And by the way, people are going to put a bunch of these accelerators, a bunch of these memory on the pooled side of the things. Each server will still have its own dedicated resources. So you got dedicated resources and you got shared resources that you can go and grab things from. So those are some of the innovations that we are doing in order to solve the hard problems that is arising because of the huge amount of data that we are generating. And this is a journey that will continue. We are by no means done in terms of the innovations. The innovation engine will continue to grow. So with that, I'll hand you back to you, Anjan. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a future-looking deep tech talk. So we will. Pradipta, if you permit, we'll see if we have any immediate questions for Dr. Debendra Das Sharma while Dr. Omkar Rai is signing in.
I think Dr. Deepak Kumar Sahu bhai ଙ୍କର question ଅଛି sir. Mute ରଛନ୍ତି. ପଚାରୁଛନ୍ତି ବୋଧେ question. I think mute.
Dr. Omkar Rai has also joined. Deepak can go with the question.
I'll unmute just a second.
Manoj, am I audible?
Yeah.
On how we could bring Odia talents into the global role of ML.
So there are a few things there, right? So clearly there is the part which is the education. So, we need to teach the discipline in our colleges and universities. Then there is the aspect of mentoring, right? I think you bring up a good point, right? It is, if you look at our role proportionate to our population in take anything, whether it is in the context of India or whether it is in the context of the world, right? We are not proportionately, we Odias are not proportionately represented.
True.
Right? We are doing, some of us are doing well, but we could be doing a lot better. Right? So there are many layers to this particular question, right? So we need to be looking at how can we bring more talent into the pool, but most importantly, even when the talent reaches that particular pool, what can they do to progress in the career in which they are in, right? So it's a two-pronged thing, and things like these kind of forum help in the latter side, right? And I'm sure that Anjan was talking about some of the things that they're doing on the education aspect of it, right? So there is the education aspect of it, and then there's the nurturing aspect of it, right? So we all need to be jointly connected. We all need to make sure that we are mentoring the next generation of our technologists that are going to do well. Right? Without that, it's not. We are not going to reach parity, right? And I'm not asking for us to dominate a field. I'm asking for us to be proportionately represented. That's a very fair way of saying that. In other words, if we are, 4 billion people or 5 billion people, right? Right now, I don't have the exact statistics. 5 billion people in a country of 120 billion, right? So we should be somewhere around 5%. If you look into the overall pool, right? I don't think we are there. At least looking at where we are in the US, it's just not there. Just not there. So we got a long road ahead of us, and I think events like this hopefully is going to get more and more people excited about being in the area of technology, being in hardcore technologies, right, and being in the forefront of the development of these technologies. And it's a fairly fertile field, right? It's going to be people will build careers over. This is a multi-decade journey. It's not a 2-year journey or a 3-year journey. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Debendra Das Sharma. So for the audience, again, he's a scientist whose inventions run every machine in this world. So each time you pick up a phone or an IoT device, think of Dr. Debendra Das Sharma addressing us. Thank you, Dr. Debendra Das Sharma, Debendra Rai, for blessing us with your chants and your keynote. We will move on to the next section. We are honored to have Dr. Omkar Rai after Dr. Debendra Das Sharma. He is here in this community, and I will hand over this session to Manoj Das to introduce Dr. Omkar Rai and bring him into the forum. And for Dr. Debendra Sharma, I will request you to please stay on for the. There are macroeconomic journalists, and there might be certain questions that will aspect GDP. So over to Manoj Bhai for introducing Dr. Omkar Rai, and looking forward to his address.
जय जगन्नाथ, शुभ संध्या, नमस्कार। आजिर यही शारदीय संध्या सकाळ अपराह्न मध्याह्न रे यही तृतीय आंतर्जातिक वार्षिक सम्मेलन रे विश्वर प्रति कोण अनुकरण जोग देइथिबा भाई भौणी मानकु पुणी थरे स्वागत जनाउछि। जेपरिक आपण माने जानते सम्मेलन विषय वस्तु होछि कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्तार सहायतार ओडिशा पई अभिवृद्धि इंजिन निर्माण। 5टी पर्यायर विभक्त एही सम्मेलन ही प्रथम पर्यायर आमे आलोचना करूछे अभिवृद्धिर मूलदुआ पर। Welcome once again to all the brothers and sisters who have joined from every corner of the world to this third Odia in ML annual conference theme, Building a Growth Engine for Odisha Leveraging AI. The focus of this first of the 5 sessions we are going to have today is the substrate of growth. We just listened to Dr. Debendra Das Sharma, who talked about how we have evolved and how the future is going to look like. It is time to move to the next stop, which is on the real drivers of the growth, the startup ecosystem. And who better than Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, to talk about that. Most of us, especially those who have been associated with IT and IT industry, are familiar with this name. For more than 1.5 decades, Dr. Rai was the man who steered the growth of Indian software industry through his various positions in the Software Technology Park of India, including that of its Director General. In this period, his contribution went way beyond his defined responsibility. Today, Dr. Rai is speaking on AI startup acceleration. Odisha is ready. All of us want Odisha to be ready? Yes, that is what Dr. Rai is going to talk about. Welcome, Dr. Rai. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma Manoj Dasi. First of all, I must congratulate this Odia community who is doing very serious work in AI and ML from all over the world to get connected through OiML platform. And I think that this is a very pioneering initiative that have been taken by the expatriates, the NRIs, Odias, which I have not come across such initiative by any other community all across the world. I must say that when India is gearing up towards democratizing startup ecosystem, when we have become third largest startup ecosystem in the entire world, and every now and then our startups are converting into unicorns. A lot of attention has been drawn towards the startup ecosystem of India. And therefore, at a time when we are planning, the India can actually indulge into product creation, services creation in the field of AI and ML. The community, this OI and ML community of Odisha has actually done a very pioneering initiative, which can be capitalized by Startup Odisha and the startups of Odisha. And you can serve as a mentors, guide, who can actually help our startups to convert their ideas, convert their product, convert their imagination to solid AI and ML-based product. In Odisha, we have more than 1,350 startups registered with us. And I must say that there are serious startups who are working in various domains. There are 9 startups who are actually directly working in the AI and ML field. And I must say there are hundreds of startups who are using AI and ML technologies in their own product and services in various domains, various sectors. If you look at the largest share of the startup ecosystem in Odisha, it comes from 22% from the knowledge IT, IT domain, followed by 12% from agriculture, food and beverages domain. If you look at the kind of data that is getting generated in this sector is enormous. We all know that with the advent of computing power and access of democratization of computing power, we are generating huge amount of data. We are trying to solve the domain problem, sector's problem. And therefore, the amount of data that is getting created, the amount of information that we are processing, the uses of application of AI and ML technologies and platform assumes importance. And therefore, one important aspect of the whole ecosystem is to create awareness, to bring the practitioner, startups, mentors on a same platform. And therefore, when this kind of ecosystem is being actually triggered by our communities led by the people like Anil Panda, Shamal Das, Manoj Das, Damodar Sahu, Devendra Sharma, and such others, I must say that I'm very satisfied. I'm very content that we, in times to come, Startup Odisha and the entire ecosystem of startups in the entire Odisha will benefit from the kind of movement, the kind of network, the kind of platform that you people are creating together. A startup ecosystem in this deep tech cannot flourish unless we have world-class mentors, the people, practitioners from all across the world. And therefore, you coming together, we have to make sure that we leverage, we benefit from the network platform that you have created. I must say that one of the takeaways that I have from this conference is to make sure that the startup Odisha establishes a very strong collaboration platform with all of you so that we can help our startups within Odisha from the talent, from the expertise, from the skills, and from the insight and vision that you all have. Odisha has to solve a lot of problems. We know that Odisha is very rich state in terms of natural resources. We are leading producer in some of the items in the agriculture sector. We are actually doing a lot of good work in this regard. Our Odisha has become a food surplus state in recent times, and we must say that we have a very visionary leadership in terms of our Honorable CM Sri Neelima Patnaik, who gives his personal attention towards the startup ecosystem. Some of you might have noticed that apart from the industries, the second most important that is being given, accorded by the government of Odisha is the startup ecosystem. Very recently, in the investor summit that we held in Bangalore, the startup ecosystem was in the flashlight, in the spotlight, and I also personally participated there. The startup Odisha is again participating in another roadshow that is going to happen on 17th October in Hyderabad. And therefore, I must say that the leadership's attention is there. We have a great policy in place. We have a huge amount of, large number of startups in Odisha now. And the O-Hub that we created has become a clearing house. We are bringing startups, incubators, and other ecosystem players on a platform. And we are allowing them in terms of cross-learning, peer learning, and exchange of ideas. At a point of time when we have achieved critical mass, when we are attracting a lot of investment from the investors, the investor ecosystem, the venture capitalists, angel investors from all across country are, visiting now Odisha, trying to talk to, our startups. Our startups are pitching before them, and then we are also attracting a lot of investment from them, not only pitching. Therefore, at a point of time, I must say that the startup Odisha would endeavor to create, as I said, create a kind of platform where our startups, our ideators, our innovators, young boys and girls, and such other stakeholders would definitely create a kind of communication and benefit from the kind of expertise, insight, vision, and willingness, your willingness to help can be leveraged, can be benefited from. With these few words, I must say that as an ecosystem enabler, Startup Odisha is keen to work with you the way you want. Let's work, because it's a kind of conference. I am sure that this is a very deep tech conference. A lot of experts would actually share their views, share their insight and knowledge, and the ecosystem will benefit from that. But as a point of view of Startup Odisha, as executive chairman of Startup Odisha, I must say that my takeaway is that we have a lot of talent, willingness, keenness from the people who are the AI-enabled practitioners and who are very keen to help our startups. I must say that I would personally make sure that a proper communication, a proper platform would be created in due course of time. And Odisha, the startups of Odisha, and Startup Odisha as an organization will benefit from the kind of services, willingness that you have to help us. With these few words, again, I would say that I am very thankful to you. You all, the organizers, and the entire network of AIML practitioners who are on this platform for affording an opportunity to me personally, so that I could share some of my thoughts. I must again briefly talk about Startup Odisha. That Startup Odisha has a policy. Our incentives are best in the class. We have more than 25 incubators now, and our policy is under revision in MIO 2022. Before that, we will be able to revise our policy. The existing policy, which is already best in class, will be further improved to make it even better. I must say that the time is right. Some of you can also think of establishing your own AI-based, ML-based startup. get registered with us and benefit from the incentive that we have to offer. This O-Hub, which was inaugurated by Honorable CM of Odisha in December 2021, is a 4 lakh square feet of sprawling space, a campus, which is capable of not only meeting today's requirement, but it is also able to accommodate future requirements. We would love to create a kind of center of excellence in AI and ML, and I must seek your indulgence, your help and support in helping us in establishing of those centers of excellence, particularly an AI sector that we wish to create. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing the start, sharing the policies, and also putting up so encouraging words. I would definitely, all in our community, and our community is expanding every day, would love to benefit from the progressive policies of government of Odisha as far as startup is concerned. Now it is not just startup. We can do a lot in Odisha when it comes to AI. Now taking the canvas broader, our next speaker will actually talk about the entire gamut of opportunity. He is someone who has encouraged us right from those days when we were taking baby steps with big dreams and very little else. Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra is the Secretary, Electronics and IT for Government of Odisha and Indian Railway Service Officer. Mr. Mishra is known for his swift decision-making, perfect execution, and ear to the ground. And what especially matters here is his fine articulation of issues on science and technology policy. He will provide an Odisha administrative perspective on AI/ML opportunity for Odisha and Odias. He is immensely suitable for speaking on this, as he has not just as a person in charge of this, but he has personally steered many projects for Odisha government using cutting-edge technology and leveraging database decision making. So over to you, Mr. Mishra.
नमस्कार समस्तंको धन्यवाद श्यामनुज बाबू एमती गोटे बहुत काइंड इंट्रोडक्शन दवापे बोधे किछि गोटे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एथरे पस जायछि जोथरे मु देखुछि मो निजको से ऊपर ओडिया इन मशीन लर्निंग ता उल्टा देखा छै
No, that is fine. So we are seeing,
okay. No problem. समस्तंको अभिनंदन जे एटा थर्ड कॉन्क्लेव कॉन्फ्रेंस करछे हमें मु बहुत खुशी जे तृतीय थर पे होचे मु तृतीय थर जाक तीन थर जाक आई हैव हैड द गुड फॉर्च्यून टू कम एंड लिसन टू यू एंड टॉक टू यू मते सामने जाउ जे कहितले मु टिके मझिरे हमर बेंगलोर रे मेक इन ओडिसा प्रोग्राम थिला तापर 2 दिन छुट्टी रे थिली बट आई थॉट आई विल मेक सम टाइम एंड स्पीक सो कमिंग स्ट्रेट टू द टॉपिक मु टिके अधिक इंग्लिश रे कहबी कृत्रिम कहवा मत टिके कष्ट लगुची आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को जोड़ा आई थिंक वी शुड नॉट शाई अवे वी ओडियास नीड नॉट शाई अवे फ्रॉम स्पीकिंग इंग्लिश इधर मु भी बहुत आपण मानक भलिया ओडिया मीडियम रो छात्र तणु इंग्लिश रे कहले भी बहुत भलो कहबिनी बट बियर विथ मी एआई एमएल इज एवरीवेयर विल बी एवरीवेयर इट इज ऑल परवेसिव माने जो माने हमरो सुनुचंती श्रोता बंधु माने भावुत एटा बहुत बड़ टेक्नोलॉजिकल लीप जोटा हबाक जाउची सेटा हेई सारलेन खाली सेटा आउ अधिका डीप डाइव होता एआईएमएल इज लाइक ऑटोमेशन माने आमे देखुचे नेटफ्लिक्स देखुचे गोटे धर क्राइम सीरीज देखि देले हमर सबु जते आसीबो सजेशंस सब क्राइम सीरीज ही तापरे आछि सो दिस इज अ फॉर्म ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सो इन बेसिक एंटरटेनमेंट रु नै की बहुत बड़ बड़ जिनस कहबे जेमति हेल्थ डायग्नोसिस आज होउची लोक माने एई स्तर को पळेलेनी जे जोथरे माने कम्युनिटी रो डाटा डेमोग्राफिक डाटा और हेल्थ डाटा को नेकी दे आर एबल टू इवन प्रेडिक्ट जे को पॉपुलेशन काहा को कैंसर होबा जाउची सो दिस मच ऑफ प्रेडिक्टिव एबिलिटी ऑफ बाय यूजिंग आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस वर्तमान सिस्टम रे आसी गलेनी धीरे धीरे सबु जगह रे सबु क्षेत्र रे एआईएमएल आसीबो कारण ऑटोमेशन जिते स्विफ्टली हबो सेते एफिशिएंसी बढ़ो बहुत जगह रे मु सुनिछि कहंत लोक जे जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मशीन लर्निंग आसले लोक मानकर चाकरी पड़ो तांका हातु आ कंप्यूटर माने रूल करिवे सेटा बहुत बड़ मिथ्या से कौन सत्यात ना जमी आम भावुले आमर ट्राइसाइकल पैडल रिक्शा थिला आम से भाविले कार जदि पलि आस ऑटो जदि पलि आस कड़े जी से लोक मैंने जो मैंने दिने रिक्शा चलाउले से ऑटो चलैले से उबर चलाउछन्ती ओला चलाउछन्ती से निजर कार चलाउछन्ती तेणु लोक जिते नुआ टेक्नोलोजी आसुची फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ द मैनकाइंड एंड प्रोसेसेस सेते आमर स्किल लेवल अपग्रेडेशन इज द मेन फोकस अबाउट इट टॉपिक टा मते दिया है जो ओडिशा रे एआईएमएल रो कौन स्कोप एंड फ्यूचर आमे विभिन्न स्तर रे विभिन्न जगार देखा जो अर्ली 90s जो शुणिली डॉक्टर ओमकार राय को या पूर्व सी एसटीपीआई गोटे सब बड़ इन्स्टिट्यूशन एसटीपीआई द्वारा इनफैक्ट आईटी मानचित्र रे वर्ल्ड रे इंडिया जो अच्छी गोटे बड़ श्रेय है एसटीपीआई को तीनोटी एसटीपीआई सेंटर फर्स्ट खुलता अर्ली 90s बैंगलोर पुणे भुवनेश्वर अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी मिस द बस कहीं जिते आमको दरकार थिला सैटेलाइट लिंकेजेस जो जहाँ माध्यम आम डेटा ट्रांसफर कर टू यूएस एंड अदर्स सो दैट कस्टमर्स विल गेट एंड विल सर्व आमर ये 7 वर्ष जाए से ट्रांसमिटिंग इक्विपमेंट लगिला नहीं हैदराबाद आग लगला बैंगलोर रे तापर लगला पुणे रे सो यू नो वेयर बैंगलोर पुणे आर वेयर ओडिशा इज किंतु विभिन्न क्षेत्र रे जंती एई एग्जांपल मु आपन देबी इंडिया वर्सेस द वर्ल्ड जेतेबेले मोबाइल टेलीकॉम कथा देखिबा आमे देखतुले सब इंग्लिश पिक्चर मानकर हॉलीवुड पिक्चर रे सब मोबाइल मोटरोला फोन रे अमेरिका रे कथा होंती तांकर मोबाइल बहुत आगु रह जायतिला हमरो किछि नथिला आमे एसटीडी बूथ रे ऑपरेट करथले बहुत दिन धरि किंतु गोटे अपॉर्चुनिटी आसला जेतेबेले जीएसएम टेक्नोलॉजी आसला से टेक्नोलॉजी रो फास्ट अडॉप्शन करकी आमे लिप्स एंड बाउंड्स रे मोबाइल कनेक्टिविटी गले जो बर्तमान आम अमेरिका बहुत आगे अच्छे मोबाइल टेक्नोलॉजी एडॉप्शन एंड यूज तेणु ये जो अपॉर्चुनिटी गुड़िक आसे गोटे गोटे पॉसिबली गोटे दशंधि 2 दशंधि गोटे गोटे टेक्नोलॉजिकल अपॉर्चुनिटी आसे जोटा आमे जो कहू टेक्नोलॉजिकल टर्म रे इट फ्लैटेन्स द वर्ल्ड माने सेतरा आगुआ पछुआ किछि बाच्य विचार रहबनी पछुआ लोक भी आकु जाय परिबो एई एआईएमएल हला सेही टेक्नोलॉजिकल रिवोल्यूशन जहा को यूज करके आमे हमर से जो टेक्नोलॉजिकली बैकवर्डनेस टा को आमे दूर कर पारि इन कंपैरिजन टू अदर प्लेसेस द यूज ऑफ एआई मते कहया पड़िबनी आपण माने समस्त प्रायतः एआई यूज करूछन्ती कि इनफैक्ट एआई प्रोवाइडर्स तेणु ता विषय विशेष कहबिनी मु कहबी सरकार को तरफ कोन करि हबो जोटा द्वारा एआई टा बहुत आउ घनीभूत होई परिबो हमर ओडिसा भितर प्रथम है ओडिशा भली राज्य रे जोटा गोटे क्षुद्र नुहे मीडियम स्तरीय राज्य किंतु पॉपुलेशन बहुत कम 4 कोटी 70 लाख पॉपुलेशन केवल हमर एज कंपेयर टू अदर्स बैंगलोर पॉपुलेशन 1,50 लाख केवल गोटे सिटी रो पॉपुलेशन कम थिबा द्वारा हमर कंजम्पशन कम सेथि पे हमर गोटे डिसएडवांटेज अछि जे गोटे कार मैन्युफैक्चरर गोटे बड़ जिंस रखै एटी आसी करबी कारण कला परे ताको लोक को ट्रांसपोर्ट करियो किंतु एआईएमएल एज इन सॉफ्टवेयर it can be produced anywhere. What it requires is enough people who know about it, enough people who are trained in the subject. तेणु आमर मो मो मतरे जोटा बर्तमान भी हम सरकार एई दिगरे भाबुची बर्तमान जे गोटे एआईएमएल उपरे विभिन्न प्रकार लेवल रे स्किलिंग करबा दरकार जेमती ओंकार राय बर्तमान कहि कि गले जे गोटे इकोसिस्टम क्रिएशन हला फर्स्ट टारगेट सिंगल वर्टिकल जदि आपण करिवे सेटा से ग्रोथ टा आसीबनी आज के डेट रे प्राइवेट सेक्टर ओडिसा रे एआईएमएल रो बहुत परिमाण रे यूज करथि किंतु तार इकोसिस्टम टी हमर एटी लैकिंग अछि हमें इकोसिस्टम माने मु ताको तीनटा भाग रे विभक्त करबी जो सरकार को तरफ गोटे हला गोटे फिजिकल लैबोरेटरी दरकार यदि एआईएमएल जदि करछन्ती स्टार्टअप लोक अछन्ती सेमान सेटे एक्सपेरिमेंट करिया चाहछन्ती ए प्रोडक्ट रो लाइसेंसेस ए प्रोडक्ट रो टूल्स आर वेरी एक्सपेंसिव समस्त तो से सॉफ्टवेयर कोडिंग टा लिखी कर परबेनी देन तो इट विल नॉट रीच दैट हायर लेवल किंतु एई जो फैसिलिटी टा दरकार इंफ्रा दरकार से इंफ्रा टा समस्त अफोर्ड कर परबे आज हमर जते स्टार्टअप अछन्ती तांको हमें एपरि गोटे सेटअप देई परिबा कि मो गोटे खुशी रो खबर आपन साथ शेयर करिया चाहिबी जे आमे जे जाइथिलु वर्तमान 3 दिन तळे बेंगलोर रे थिलु हमर मिस निवृत्ति रॉय जे इंडिया हेड ऑफ इंटेल सी भी आस्थिले सी वर्तमान गोटे प्रपोजल आम चेष्टा करूँ डॉक्टर ओंकार राय और द्वारा मिसई करने जो थे आम गोटे लैबोरेटरी तैयारी करवा इन ओहब स्टार्टअप जो फैसिलिटी आम समस्त को दे पार फ्यूचर जदि यही लैबोरेटरी को आम बड़ करी गोटे गोटे सुपर फैब लैब भी तैयारी करवा यार बहुत प्रकार यूज हो पार आजिका डेट में आप जानते सुपर फैब लैब केवल गोटे जगह केरला रे अच्छी आ कोठी नाही तो से यही दिगरे बर्तमान सरकार आमर काम आरंभ करलानी तेणु मु भाबी जे नेक्स्ट 12 रु 15 मास भितर आम से स्टेज रे थिबा जो आम यही फैसिलिटीटा समस्त को एक्सेस हिसाब से देखु एटा हला इकोसिस्टम रो गोटे वर्टिकल सेकेंड वर्टिकल हला आमर वर्तमान छुआ माने जो माने बीटेक पाठ पढुचंती से माने कोन एआईएमएल रे तांकर एक्सपोजर के आपण जानथि हम तीनटा प्रोग्राम वर्तमान चलुचे गोटे टेक महिंद्रा संगे आम करुचे जोटा पुराना सीटी कॉलेज को जोटा से आम एआई मशीन लर्निंग एंड रोबोटिक्स ऊपर गोटे सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस कर जो 120 रु 150 पिला प्रति वर्ष हाई एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल टूल्स रे ट्रेन करा जाउची जहा द्वारा नॉर्मल एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी in terms of salary almost 60-70% higher than the normal other BTech student would do already. So say program रे चलो CET रे गोटे प्रोग्राम बर्तन IIT भुवनेश्वर रे चलो जोटा STPI और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा मिसी की फंडिंग करछंती जो सेडाला सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस ऑन वर्चुअल एंड ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी ये इधर भी AI रो बहुत AI और ML रो बहुत परिमाण रे यूज होची वर्चुअल रियलिटी आम समस्त जानी एटा गोटे विराट जिनस होलानी एबे समस्त हिंदी फिल्म ब्रह्मास्त्र देखथिबे जो रेट रो वर्चुअल रियलिटी होची यू कैन इमेजिन व्हाट इज द स्कोप इज इमेंस एई परिमाण रो स्कोप बथे बहुत कम एरिया रे अछि आ ट्रेंड मैन पावर ए एरिया रे विशेष नाहंती तेणु आम एटा गोटे ऑल इंडिया लेवल रो सिलेक्शन करके वी आर रनिंग ए प्रोग्राम सीओई विथ IIT भुवनेश्वर सेमती थर्ड गोटे बर्तमान आमर एसटीपीआई संगे डायरेक्ट आम टाई अप करछु जहा द्वारा आम करछु गोटे बर्तमान एमर्जिंग सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इन एमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी ए भुवनेश्वर होची बर्तमान तार सैटेलाइट सेंटरटा बीपीयूटी राउरकेला रे करछु भुवनेश्वर एंड राउरकेला दीटा जगह रे ए सेंटरटा चलिबो जोटा एआईएमएल इंडस्ट्री 4.0 एनालिटिक्स एई टॉपिक रे आमे प्रोत्साहनटा दउछु तेनु जो मु कहली इकोसिस्टम रो प्रथम हला हमर लैबोरेटरी एंड एक्सेस टू टेक्नोलॉजी सेटा करबा पे वर्तमान स्टेप्स निया जाउची प्रोग्राम विथ विभिन्न इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज रे वर्तमान चालुची हम ताको आहुरी बढ़ेबू आकु गले तृतीय जोटा हला मोर आशा हम करियो बोली वर्तमान माने प्रीमैच्योर होबो किंतु एटा गोटे क्लोज ग्रुप समस्त ओडिसा रे भलो चाहंती तनो मु कहि परिबी मु भाबुची वर्तमान आगु को गले एआई रो विभिन्न छोटो छोटो जिंस भी आमे स्कूल मानकरे स्टार्ट करियो उचित एथिपई आमे देखुचे जे जोटा स्टेम सर्विस जोटा कहते जो साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी मैथमेटिक्स एइथरे हमर बेसी पिला जाउना स्पेशली जियो पिला तनु 50% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन जदी स्टेम रु दूर को रहिबे आर्ट्स और कॉमर्स पढिबे तनु नेचुरल डिसएडवांटेज एई क्षेत्र रे एआईएमएल रे आमे आगु को देखिबा पड़े किंतु जदी आमे स्कूल बेले पिला मानकू यार एक्सपोजर किसी दे परिबा जोटा गोटे भलो क्यूरियोसिटी डेवलप करिवो ता द्वारा मु भाबुची पिला मानकर इच्छा शक्ति साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट करिया पे बहु परिमाण रे बढ़ी पारि जोटा हमें देखिए साउथ ओडिसा रे साउथ इंडिया रे चारिटा स्टेट रे स्पेशली कर्नाटका एंड आंध्रा द अडॉप्शन टू टेक्नोलॉजी इन करिकुलम इज एक्सट्रीमली हाई जोटा कि आमर ईस्टर्न पार्ट बेंगल बिहार ओडिशा रे से मीडियम लेवल इनफैक्ट लोअर मीडियम लेवल तेणु मोर गोटे मु भाबुची गोटे कन्सेप्चुअलाइज करबा एबे जहा द्वारा एआईएमएल रो यूटिलाइजेशन माने फॉर फन हो कि गोटे छोटो लैबोरेटरी हो जो द्वारा पिला माने निजे हाथ रे करि परिबे डू इट योरसेल्फ बढिया करिकि स्कूल ठू हमें सही कल्चर टाणियो टार्गेट हवा कथा जे जेहेतु एटा गोटे न्यू अपॉर्चुनिटी जो थे से उत्तर प्रदेश हो कि महाराष्ट्र हो कि ओडिशा हो समस्त भी समान समस्त सेतिकी जानछिंदी जदि हमें अर्ली मूव करबा वी कैन बी द एआई कैपिटल इन टर्म्स ऑफ रिसोर्सेस इन द कंट्री सो एथरे मु से तीनोटी जिंस कहिया चाहूली जे हमें एक्सेस टू टेक्नोलॉजी रनिंग प्रोग्राम्स विथ कॉलेजेस फॉर द स्टूडेंट्स हु आर मैच्योर्ड engineering colleges and taking it to the population which is which can be impressed upon to go in this direction. One is school chapter one. Ei tinta jinsa kale mo matare AI is a big opportunity for the state to really catapult the student mass to a very high level of employment in future. थोड़े पिला माने सिखी गले तार यूज ता विषय विशेष कहि लाभ नै कारण सेटा प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी करिवो गवर्नमेंट भी करिवो समस्त यूज करछन आज भी हम यूज करछे सेटा धीरे धीरे त्वरान्वित आउ हेही जानि तो मु एती कहि कि मो वक्तव्य रखिबी यदि किछि प्रश्न थाए आपण मानकर ताले मु आपण मन से कथा हबो चेष्टा करबी धन्यवाद समस्त को नमस्कार
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद एई सब करिया जको आ एई कथा आमे भी बहुत थर डिस्कशन करिचु जे स्कूल पिलांक अंजन निजे पर्सनली ए विषय बहुत किछि किछि काम भी करछनी आमे सब खंडे अध्य करी करछु सेमिति किछि कोऑर्डिनेटेड कंसर्टेड एफर्ट हेइनी किंतु समस्त निज निज ए करिछंती आउ भल्ला कथा कहले कहने ए आमे जेतोले आरंभ कलु हमर सबु फोकस ही थिला एई स्किल आउ रिसोर्स डेवलप जेमिति ओडिसा जेतोले हमको एआई कैपिटल एडा नै जे सब तक एप्लीकेशन ओडिसा रे से जो ओडिसा रे जदी हमें मैन पावर ये करि परिया इनफैक्ट गोटे भुवनेश्वर सिस्टर सिटी रो मेयर को पाखो भी लिखिथिली जे किछि आमे जदी करि परिबा ए किछि तांकोटु गोटे ऑफिशियल रिप्लाई आसला सेमिति किछि न एटा गोटे बहुत बढ़िया कथा आ एटा कम्युनिटी निश्चित भाव रे बहुत किछि ए करि परियो ता सहित आपण मु जानछि आपण भाई बेसी समय नै तेनु दुई तीनटी मात्र क्वेश्चन किछि मोर क्वेश्चन मु पछे रखिबी आमर मीडिया रु आश्चर्य मिस्टर दीपक डॉक्टर दीपक साहू आपण बोधे जानी थिबे भी तांको सी गोटे टेक मीडिया एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप टेक्निकली देखले आमे कॉम्पिटिटर किंतु सी होची मो स्कूल संग आ ओडिया कम्युनिटी में बहुत किछ कर सो मु प्रथमे ताकू सॉरी जो डॉक्टर साहू को अनुरोध
ओके नमस्कार नमस्कार So it is wonderful that it's good to hear that you are starting some initiatives from sorry mo odia re koi paruni or bhul hobo mora bahut bhul hobo so bahut
hame odia english हिंदी मिसई कहले सब बुझ परिया
right
nothing to worry
बहुत बढ़िया जिंस कहले जे स्कूल लेवल रो किछि स्टार्ट करिवे आपण एटा मते बहुत भल लागिला मते okay but I know that potential of ML is endless and is already drawing business worldwide to invest hugely in ML. On this backdrop, what kind of incentives you are planning or you have planned to invite the experts to invest in Odisha?
Our investment hisabare we have brought in 4 policies and these policies are not specific to gotti particular specific industries. Mane amara ITES policy achi. Then we have policies in terms of manufacturing like ESDM policy, data center policy, and then there is a policy on BPO. 4टा policy हमें ये वर्ष बाहर करछि हमरो जो थरे भी हमरो R&D करिवार अछि प्रोविजन जो थरे ट्रेनिंग करिवार अछि सब policy रे that is a part of the program आ ता सहित हमरो माने बहुत स्ट्रांगली हमें एटा चाहू छु कारण एटा गोटे सब्जेक्ट एटा कट्स अक्रॉस डिपार्टमेंट्स माने मु जेती कथा कहली एथरे मु भी कहि परबी आईटी सेक्रेटरी हिसाब रे एमएसएमई सेक्रेटरी कहि परबे स्टार्टअप हिसाब रे एटा स्कूल मास एजुकेशन सेक्रेटरी कहि परबे तांको पिला इन्वॉल्व होचंदी स्किल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट कहि परबे कारण स्किलिंग होची तो हमें जो तले पॉलिसी ता तयारी करू एई समस्त संगे मिसी की से पॉलिसी ता तयारी करू जे भी ताको चाहेबो इंप्लीमेंट कर परबे जेमति कि हमें या पर कोन करछु वर्तमान साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट रो 500 स्कूल रे छोटो रोबोटिक्स लैब तयारी करिया पे हमें अप्रूवल निछु बजट रे वर्तमान प्रथमे 50 टा करिया पे फंडिंग एई वर्ष होइछु किंतु सेउडा को छोटो ओडिया मीडियम स्कूल जत काम सरकारी सेठी करिया पे सिमिलरली गोटे बड़ प्रोग्राम चलछि जोटा हला हाई स्कूल रे चलछि स्कूल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन प्रोजेक्ट जोटा 9000 स्कूल रो ऑलमोस्ट 6000 स्कूल कंप्लीट हे गलानी जोटी हमें सबुठी क्लासरूम गोटे टेक्नोलॉजी क्लासरूम टे दबा को चेष्टा करछे जोटा को ही यूज करके हमें फर्दर कर परबे जेतो चाहेबा हमें ताको स्किलिंग कर परबे तेनो माने पॉलिसी हिसाब रे इंसेंटिव हमर बिल्ट अप हे कि रहिछि प्रति क्षेत्र रे ट्रेनिंग क्षेत्र रे आरएनडी क्षेत्र रे सब थरे अछि तेणु आप कहे मो पॉलिसी भी शेयर करदेवी सामराज्य बाबू को साइट रे अपलोड होगी देखिकी जदि कौन सजेशन आपनकर थाए माने यू ऑल आर एक्सपोज टू इवन मोर थिंग्स अराउंड द वर्ल्ड जदि किसी सजेशन थिबो निर्विकर मत देबे वी विल ऑलवेज अपडेट आवर पॉलिसीज अकॉर्डिंग टू द रिक्वायरमेंट
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद बहुत आउ किछि क्वेश्चन अछि एठी हमर जो पार्टिसिपेंट कतु एई जे गोट क्वेश्चन मु जदि ठीक बुझी पारछि से होछि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कोन एआईएमएल यूज करूछि जदि आमे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को बिकिवा को चाहिबु केमिति करि पारिबु
स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को दुखर विषय जदि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को बिकिवा को चाहिबे आपण बहुत शीघ्र बैंकरप्ट दिजि मु जाइतली जतले बेंगलोर जाइतली मु देखिली समस्त कहले गवर्नमेंट कोन करछि बोली स्टेट रे मु समस्त को पचारले बेंगलोर रे कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट कोन करछि आईटी कम्युनिटी पे सेटा सब प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट डिमांड जोटी अछि इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑटोमेटिकली फॉलो हमर क्षेत्र रे डिमांड जेतु पॉपुलेशन वाइज कम अछि हमर ड्राइविंग टा हमें गवर्नमेंट तरफ करू छी गवर्नमेंट रो मु बहुत गुड एग्जांपल देबी जोडा हमें करिछु या भितरे जेतले 2020 रे कोविड आसला हम गोटे इजरायली फार्म संगे टाई अप करथिलु जोथरे काहा को कोविड हेछि कि नै सेटा गोटे एआईएमएल एआई टूल यूज करके प्रेडिक्ट कर परिबो गोटे वाधवान इंस्टीट्यूट अच्छी जहाँ सहित टाई अप करके हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट करथिला थ्रू योर कफिंग इट कैन गेस वेदर इट इज कोविड और इट इज ए नॉर्मल थंडा दी एई भलिया टेक्नोलॉजी हमें यूज करछु इन द गवर्नमेंट सिमिलरली एबे गोटे हमर कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर ग्रीवेंस हैंडलिंग गवर्नमेंट रो लॉन्च हेछि एई वर्ष जोटा कहछु हमें जन सुनानी सेतरे लॉट ऑफ एआई टूल्स यू हैव यूज्ड टू माने आपण धरंतु भाबंतु गोटे जागा रहिथिबे आपण निजे जानि नथिबे से जागाटार ब्लॉक कोटा को ऑफिसर को से ग्रीवेंस ला देबे किंतु आपण जदि लेखिबे थरे रोड विषय लेखिबा आरंभ कले निजे डिस्ट्रिक्ट ना दैचंती को गोटे जागा दैचंती से प्रेडिक्ट करके आपण कह देबो जे एई 4-5 टा ऑफिसर भितर कोटा कोटा होबा कथा बोली तो सिस्टम enables citizens to log their complaints to the right people using AI सेमती जदि देखिबा हमें वर्तमान करचे आउ गोटे करचे हमें चैटबॉट रो बहुत यूज करछु गवर्नमेंट रो निजर साइट हेल्थ रो साइट कोविड रो डैशबोर्ड रे विभिन्न जगह में चैटबॉट यूज करचे जोटा कि इज अ फॉर्म ऑफ मशीन लर्निंग तो हमर यूजेबिलिटी ऑफ माने अडॉप्शन ऑफ एआई एंड टेक्नोलॉजी लाइक दैट इज वेरी हाई बट गवर्नमेंट को केमिति बिकिबे दैट इज अ प्रोसेस व्हिच इज a separate subject. It is a transparent process. You have to come through a normal mechanism. But गोटे छोटो काम जदि थिबो हमें करिछु एटा आईटी डिपार्टमेंट रे लेस देन 5 लाख तो 5 लाख टंकार काम कम थिले we don't do a tender. We only give it to a startup. तेनु आपण माने जदि छोटो रे आरंभ करिया चाहिबे जेमति डॉक्टर ओमकार राय कहले निजु को रजिस्टर करन तो स्टार्टअप रे we can pick a work but it should not be more than 5 lakh rupees because otherwise then the question of transparency comes काले आपण मत कंप्लेन करियो जदि का को एमति मो इच्छा अनुसार का काम दे दिबे तेनु आई होप इट आंसर्स द क्वेश्चन
बहुत जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स ए विषय कहते जो ग्रास रूट रो आपण जो आरंभ करिवा कथा कहले बहुत भलो ये बाहर टू डॉक्टर सुभाष साहू पचारचंती कैन वी रूट दिस थ्रू मो स्कूल बोधवे से पचारचंती कम्युनिटी जदि किछि हेल्प करियो चाहिबो मो स्कूल थ्रू रे किंबा अलगा भी उपाय जदि किछि अछि
मु दुईटा जिंस कहबी एतर बर्तमान एटा मु मो निजे मनर कथा कहले माने व्हाट आई वांट टू डू एबे करंटली आवर फोकस इज ऑन investment getting employment generation in the state in a big way attracting large MNCs to come and start operation in Odisha अपन मीडिया तो देखिबे IBM ए अक्टोबर मास रे आरंभ करछि will get Deloitte we will get Concentrix we will possibly will get even bigger names like Accenture and others in next 4-5 months तो ए फोकस बेले वर्तमान AI ऊपर हमें गोटे मे बी गोटे सॉफ्ट पेपर बाहर करिया कथा जो थरे जहा द्वारा माने केमिति एटा को अडॉप्ट करबा स्कूल मानकरे ता वी विल टेक इट फॉरवर्ड तन थरे गोटे कॉन्सेप्चुअलाइज हे गेले पेपर टे देन वी कैन सीक एनी पार्टिसिपेशन फ्रॉम एनीवेयर किंतु एटा इट मे टेक अबाउट 6 मंथ्स और 1 ईयर फॉर मी टू गेट इट ग्राउंडेड किंतु आज का डेट जोटा कहले मो स्कूल अभियान जोटा चली छि जोथरे आपण जोटा कंट्रीब्यूट करिया चाहू निज स्कूल रे तार 2x गवर्नमेंट कंट्रीब्यूट करके जोटा आपण चाहछन सेटा करियो बोली ता द्वारा जदी किछि गोटे एआई लैब कि किछि गोटे करबा को चाहछन see that option is already available and open and I can connect you to the most school रे जो अछन हमरो सुस्मिता बागची मैडम अछन we can connect them to her and you can do it at least in your school where you had studied long years back.
एटे आ गोटे कथा म आपन को कहया चाहछि आमे एबे अल्प किछि दिन हला गोटे डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल हमरो ग्लोबल चैप्टर अथॉरिटी अछि आमे वर्तमान डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल रे चैप्टर करछु बोधवे पूरा 30 टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट वर्तमान सुधा आरी जाइनी किंतु 20 ऊपर हमरो डिस्ट्रिक्ट चैप्टर अछि सॉरी 38 माने डिस्ट्रिक्ट माने कोन डिस्ट्रिक्ट जो अलगा डिस्ट्रिक्ट भी दुईटा तीन अलग अलग जगह सब लोकल लेवल अछि तांकर रेगुलर इंटरेक्शन हेरिका चले किछि किछि जगह रे किछि किछि काम बेची जद से माने भी किछि सरकार से मिसी करि पारे एटा बहुत बढ़िया कथा दीपक आउ किछि क्वेश्चन जदी अछि को आमे एटा या परे एई सेशन शेष करिया हमर समय भी शेष हो जाउछ गोटे क्वेश्चन
Mr. Mishra has given the very wonderful insights. So I think Devendra Bhai, he can give some more light if he has got any idea to set up any ML investment in Odisha, because Odisha is coming out with a Startup Odisha Summit in the first week of December. It is going to be very huge. Suppose if we can have a separate kiosk for AI ML, so like let others come and view it. I would request Devendra Bhai could throw some light if you can do something in a short span of one month only, hardly we have. Because Odisha is seeing is in a very big time. I am sure we will get a good investment to Odisha.
Normally, जो conference टा करूछंती, you can have like a what happens in a lot of these big conferences is that you set up like an area, right, where you showcase the technology. So what I would encourage is that have a particular area where you can showcase some of the technology development that's happening, say Odisha रे जो माने करूछंती AI किंबा ML area रे काम करूछंती से उडा कानी showcase करंतु, so that will ए वर्ष जदी भी बेसिक किछ न हला next year people will know that okay, there is a place where we have a venue to go and showcase our work, right? That's how actually a lot of the innovations happen, right? It's like in big conferences which is attended by tens of thousands of people, the people that are that work in that area, right? If you go and showcase your work, there is no better advertisement than that, right? And that attracts a lot of things to happen. So you could do that. And I understand 1 to 2 months might be a little challenging from a logistics point of view, but you can start small and then start growing from there.
No, in fact, it is the agenda that ithara jo karave ithara IT is taking a larger space in the Make in Odisha program, which starts on 30th November, and we will local amar jette achanti stakeholders, we will offer them space to showcase whatever they have, whether it's robotics or in emerging tech pay, we will do a packaging. It is on agenda and we will be able to do it. I completely concur with your views.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद आओ हमर तो समय जाछि मो पुणी थरे सबु पैनलिस्ट डॉक्टर देवेंद्र दास शर्मा, डॉक्टर ओंकार राय, मिस्टर मनोज मिश्रा को धन्यवाद दउछि आसिकी सी एठी हमको एड्रेस करिसंती आउ आर थर को भी देखिबा आपन को बोध हुए आर थर अक्टोबर 14 वर्तमान अक्टोबर 14 रे वर्तमान पई टेंटेटिव जो बोध हुए डेट आमे ताको फॉर्मली अनाउंस करिवु तो सेते बेल को आउ कोन हेतियो ऑनेस्टली हमर प्रथम आ द्वितीय ये भीतर जदि हमर कम्युनिटी बहुत बढ़ी जायतिला किंतु आमे समिति ऑन ग्राउंड बेसी किछि करि पार नथि किंतु आर वर्ष ए वर्ष भीतर आमे बहुत किछि करिछु जोटा कि प्रदीप्त तार किछि किछि प्रथम दैचंती आ पर से विषय बहुत डिस्कशन हबो आउ टिके आमे गवर्नमेंट से तो चैनल रखी कि टिके कंटीन्यूअसली गवर्नमेंट से तो कॉल करियो नै कि थरे कि दुई थर वर्ष को आमे किछि किछि आमे भुवनेश्वर रे भी करिवु फिजिकली ए तो सब खोली लानी तेनु बहुत धन्यवाद सब पैनलिस्ट पुणी थरे दीपक तुमको भी धन्यवाद आस्ती ठीक इनसाइटफुल क्वेश्चन पचार केरु आ मु वर्तमान ए अनुष्ठानिक भाव फर्स्ट जो सेशन प्रथम पर्याय शेष करूची आ द्वितीय पर्याय आरंभ करने पे मु कर्नल परिडा को करुच्ची जो निमंत्रण करुच्ची कर्नल परिडा जने आर्मी बैकग्राउंड टू आसी एकेडमिक्स रे एक्सेल करी इंडस्ट्री रे इंपैक्ट करिवा लोक माने आपण भावंत जो आम पाई किंतु से सब से किछि न आम पाई होछि किंती आमे जहा केतळे करिवु जदी किए गोटे गोटे जिनस होला किछि काम कर आ गोटे जिनस जने ताकू जदी आपण को सब बेले कहउथिबे एनकरेज करथि जोडे सत्य रे आपण लागथि हां मु किछि करि पारि से हेले डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर परिडा कर्नल प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर परिडा आउ बेसी किछि मु तांका विषय इंट्रोडक्शन दउनी तांकू हैंड ओवर करूछि सी वर्तमान आपण को द्वितीय पर्याय रो परिचालना करी वेलकम डॉक्टर परिडा
थैंक यू मनोज जय जगन्नाथ वंदे उत्कल जननी थैंक्स टू ऑल दी पार्टिसिपेंट्स मु वर्तमान जेते हमर ग्लोबल मशीन लर्निंग चैप्टर लीडर्स तांको जो थॉट लीडरशिप रो जो सेशन टा अछि एथरे मु समस्त को वेलकम करूची आ मु टिके क्विकली तांको नाटा नै नगु चाहिबी हमर अछंती शुभदर्शी पंडा न्यूयॉर्क रो दामोदर साहू मिशिगन शायानी परिडा कनेक्टिकट सुधीर साहू कैलिफोर्निया अंजन कुमार पंडा डबलिन देवेंद्र महंत जापान मानस कर कनाडा शांतिप्रिय परिडा फिनलैंड मधुस्मिता नायक यूएई नीलिमा मिश्र स्वीडन अभिजीत परिडा वाशिंगटन डीसी शाश्वत महांती जर्मनी श्यामंत पंडा यूके प्रियदर्शी त्रिपाठी ऑस्ट्रेलिया सीतांशु नंद कोरिया सरोज महंत अफ्रीका चंद्रशेखर रथ सिंगापुर एवं बलराम पंडा न्यूजीलैंड मु एथरे हमरो इंडियन आउ डिस्ट्रिक्ट चैप्टर लीडर्स को ना नोनी जेतो ग्लोबली अछि बट समाने भी समझते ऑल आर वेलकम टू दिस आउ आपण माने जेमती सुनिले ए हमरो जेमती डॉक्टर ओंकार राय कहले किबा मिस्टर मनोज कुमार मिश्र कहले से द गवर्नमेंट इज आल्सो ट्राइंग एंड आपण माने जानछन्ते हम माने भी सिया चिंता करूछु जे केमती स्कूल लेवल रे माने फर्स्ट विल स्टार्ट विथ द education and then also how we are going to help in the mentoring and startup support so इतरे हमने already बहुत किसी discussion कर सारिछु so हमें जदि कहबा टेक्नोलॉजी ऊपर मु बेसी किसी कहबेनी आपण माने already सुनी साचंती डॉक्टर देवेंद्र दास शर्मा एंड समस्त AIML ऊपर जानचंती so technologically we are already there capability wise जेमती सामने जो कहले हमें already 19-20 countries रे included हमरो national level रे state district level रे सब chapter leaders माने already है सचंती so we have the capability the platform is ready now to take on so ता ऊपर बेसी न करी कि हमें वर्तमान देखिबा जे हमें माने already connect है सारिछु networking is under process and we are going to develop the collaboration जोटा कि लीड करिवो आमे माने किमती इंप्लीमेंट करिवो प्लान एक्शन को सेतरे जो मोर डिस्कशन जहा किछि होबो एटाई कॉन्फ्रेंस परे हम माने नेचुरली आपको बढ़ेबो आ ऊपर बहुत डिस्कशन करतिलो किंतु हम माने बिकॉज़ ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस ताको टिके विथहोल्ड करके रखिसलु सो मो तरफरु मो भाबुची इट इज द राइट अपॉर्चुनिटी टाइम टू कोलैबोरेट एंड चार्टिंग आउट स्ट्रेटजी फॉर ए टाइम बाउंड एक्शन प्लान आउ जेमते हला ए सेशन पई जमा 20 मिनिट अछि मु ऑलरेडी माने मु नेचुरली 2 मिनिट खंडे नै नेबी सो सेत में हमर जो 19 20 जन अछंती ग्लोबल लीडर थमान को पई जस्ट 18 मिनिट रहइबो सो वेरी ब्रीफली मु रिक्वेस्ट करिवि जे आपण माने कंक्रीट प्लान जदी किछि अछि बिकॉज़ यू हैव टू गिव योर थॉट अबाउट द ग्लोबल कोलैबोरेशन मेकिंग ओडिसा मशीन लर्निंग फैक्ट्री प्रोड्यूसिंग ग्रोथ इंजिन्स एंड हमें कोन करि पालिबा जेमती education, scholarship, grants, internship, mentoring, and featuring seminars, skill building, development. ताहले आमे ओडिया आमो ओडिसा समृद्ध ओडिसा केमती आमे इथरे आगु बढ़िबा सो एतिकी कहि मो वर्तमान जेतिके सब ग्लोबल चैप्टर लीडर्स अछंती माने आई जस्ट रिक्वेस्ट देम टू बी वेरी ब्रीफ and say a couple of words what you think in this what is your thought for the leadership in this area so over to the global leaders आपण माने जणे पर जणे कहि पारंती किंबा रेज करके हाथ ये कहि पारंती I think somebody has to coordinate that
आपण आपण को कोर्ट रु आरंभ करंतु कर्नल परिडा लेट्स मेक ओडिसा आई डोंट वांट टू या
ओके अंजन कहले मो मते जतले अंजन पचारतले जे कोन कहबे मु कहली लेट अस मेक ओडिसा द ग्लोबल हब ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड मशीन लर्निंग it's real challenging it's challenging and somebody may say is it possible but to my mind it is possible and with AIML everything is possible so first we have to create the awareness of course humanity Sweden group रे already out रे discuss कर सरिछु मु चाहूतली नीलिमा कहिबे but broadly to start with the awareness at the school level and then give them basic knowledge could be there could be so many other things जेमती हमरो ये मनोज मिश्र कहले आमे बोध लैब कि माई टाइप रो किछि गोटे करि परिबा स्कूल लेवल रे भी AIML labs that sort of thing and then introductory and then after the school we give them more advanced training at the engineering level and then mentoring and supporting them for internship project leading so I mean we have global experts more than few hundreds so I'm very sure it is possible if we all try please I think onyone kontu
oh
yes Neelima I think
I thought I will take less time if I add on top of it okay. I think the point Jota Sweden they also discuss karichu je I absolutely loved about the fact that women and child empowerment in this process kaigina jodi half of the population ei jinsa re participate kari paribeni tahale ame STEM enable hei paribani so that is very important and I'm actually ebe jaha bhabuchu je pura hand holding process from very basic education to your technical education jetara tame career pai bhabuchu students mane to the level that semane job seek karuchanti kimba startup world jauchanti ame se pura process re hand hold kariya ko chahuchu AIML area re and putting together a global thinking and implementing it locally amar ei jo global chapter leaders achanti semane collaborate karibe district chapter leaders saita to make it happen in ground every district this is a basic roadmap jo hame at least Sweden standpoint re maditya parda hame basiki discuss karichu and obviously without this forum it will not be possible so seta hame kariya ko chesta karibu
thank you Neelima next अंजन किमा दामोदर बाबू के आउ के
प्रियदर्शी भाई अछंदे प्रियदर्शी त्रिपाठी
नमस्कार जय जगन्नाथ I think we need to look at multiple aspects. One is मुझे पूर्वोत्तन वक्ता मानकु सुनिली obviously a lot of efforts have been are being put by the government and other players, private players as well, to strengthen the infrastructure in Odisha and build the right ecosystem. But then there are two areas. One is through Odisha and from Odisha and to Odisha. Odisha पाई करिबाटा बाहरु कि ओडिसा रे करिबाटा दीटा कर ऊपर काम करिया पड़िबो आउ ए हमर जो कम्युनिटी होची आमे समस्ते से दीटा को ट्रैक रे हमको काम करिया पड़िबो and it need not be geo specific, it has to be industry specific. Healthcare हो, education हो, public services हो, public services बहुत गुड़िए डिपार्टमेंट अच्छी रोड्स एंड ट्रांसपोर्ट हो सैनिटेशन हो सिक्योरिटी हो सबु एरिया रो गोटे गोटे ट्रैक हबो सेत्र मल्टीपल स्ट्रैंड्स रहइबो ओडिसा भितरु बाहरी इनोवेशन ओडिसा बाहरु इनोवेशन जाई कि ओडिसा रे भी काम करि परिबो ओडिशा रु जो इनोवेशन होची सेटा ग्लोबल मार्केट पई हबो ओडिशा बाहरु आमे माने जदी किछि प्रोडक्ट की प्लेटफॉर्म की सर्विसेज टीम सर्विसेज बिल्डअप करछु ओडिशा रे बिकले ओडिशा रे बहुत कम मार्केट बहुत छोटो मार्केट जहाँ डॉक्टर ओमकार राय बाबू कहउथले जे आपण आसले बैंकक्रप्ट हे जिवे rather than that can we have a platform built from Odisha that can cater to the global audience, for example an Airbnb or any other platform that will employ millions of people across the world, but it is built from Odisha. So these are some high level thoughts given the time that we have for each one of us, and we'll certainly elaborate more on this going further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pratyush Babu. We will certainly come back and have more discussion on this. And upon Juda Koile, this is really very, very relevant from Odisha to Odisha, industry specific and creating global platform. Okay, next global leader, please.
Laguji Sasot bhai ready achandi. Sasot Samal, Sasot Mohanty, Germany.
नमस्कार मु शाश्वत महांती जर्मन रु मु ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्री काम करे एज जर्मनी चैप्टर आमे बहुत इंडस्ट्री लीडर मन का संगे एठी कोऑर्डिनेट कर परचे और इंजीनियर मन का संगे एंड मेनी पीपल हु आर इन रिसर्च कि मेडिसिन रे काम करचंती कि काम करचंती हमरो बायो इन्फॉर्मेटिक्स रे कि काम करचंती फाइनेंस रे सो एई वर्षटा वी आर ट्राइंग टू कोरिलेट समस्तकर जते जॉइंट इंटेलिजेंस आ जेति के नॉलेज अछि ताको कोरिलेट करके जदी आमे गोटे शो केस कर परलो our intention is to inspire other Odia students who are aspiring for a position like that to grow skills similarly. Aw tapare our plan is to bridge that gap. Ame achu ethi we can help them over the weekend or elaborated time and we'll help them bridge the gap. So we are hoping to inspire and next is bridge the gap. So a point आमे जर्मनी चैप्टर रो आमे प्रमोट करिया चाहू जहा कर्नल पड्डा कहले कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट चैप्टर आमे सिलेक्ट जदी करि पारलु गोटे नाउ वी आर एनालाइजिंग ऑल यूज केस स्टेटमेंट जोटा को आमे हेल्प कर परिबा बट दैट वुड बी मोर स्पेसिफिक इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिप्लॉयमेंट आगो
Thank you so much. So जोटा कहउछो that is a very relevant issue because we have to those who are working like people like you those who are working in the industry we have to show the best practices. Okay, yes, so then our students can really get idea from that, and those whom we are doing mentoring or hand holding, we have to help the entire life cycle of this learning process in AIML, and that's how we can help. And everyone has a chance to help from outside Odisha and to inside Odisha and vice versa. Thank you. Next. Who is there on the line, please?
Maybe Bhuvneshwar can unmute. And,
Bhuvneshwar? समस्तଙ୍କୁ नमस्कार मो अयस्कांत कहूची तत्व टेक्नोलॉजी रो अंजन को बहुत धन्यवाद और अन्य जो माने बहुत परिश्रम करी एबला गोटे इवेंट क्रिएट करिसंती तो प्राय एटा को फॉलो करूची सो मोर छोटिया गोटे कहया दरकार माने चिंता करूची जे ओडिसा रे आमे केमिति स्किल करि पारिबा लोक माननको पिला माननको ओडिसा सु सेंटर ऑफ अट्रैक्शन जदी रिसोर्स क्रिएट करि परिबा दैट इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट आमे पृथ्वी रे कोठी अप्लाई करिवे कोठी देबे हमको प्रथम होची ओडिसा रे जदी रिसोर्स क्रिएट करिया कोय हमको गोटे प्लान करिया पड़े जोटा लास्ट टाइम मु कहथिली इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट तो ओडिसा को दिगली चाहउछली गोटे वर्ल्ड मैप रे पोजीशन करिया पई हेले जोडी रिसोर्स आसीबो ओडिसा राइटली जदी सिबा को कहले ओडिसा बहुत छोटो मार्केट एठी आमे कहि कि एठी बिकी कि एही गवर्नमेंट कर परिबा आमे रादर अट्रैक्ट लार्ज टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी होंतु कि जो माने से माने तांकर एआईएमएल की ए लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी ऊपर दे विल ब्रिंग ऑल देयर डिलीवरी सेंटर टू हियर दिस एठू आमे विल सर्व द वर्ल्ड करि परिबा आउट सेकंड एस्पेक्ट होची ओडिसा जेति की इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज जेति की पिला पास आउट हेचनी जदि आमे एएमएल जोटा मु अंजन से कथा होउचली जदि आमे गोटे तांग इंडस्ट्री एकेडमी पार्टनरशिप होची आमे जदि एआईएमएल फोरम विल पार्टनर विथ डिफरेंट एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट्स अक्रॉस द स्टेट टू विल हेल्प देम टू बिल्ड रिसोर्सेस ए पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी ऊपर ए इनिशिएटिव नेले बहुत भलो होंडा रिसोर्स जोटी रहिबे कंपनी आसीबो बिजनेस आसीबो प्रोडक्ट डेवलप हो इनोवेशन हो सब हो मोर इंपोर्टेंट बिकॉज मु एटू लास्ट 20 इयर्स पलानी फ्रॉम 3 ରୁ 3000 लोक बिल्ड करी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जो बिल्ड करिछु हम देखि हाउ रिसोर्स इज इंपोर्टेंट हम जुआरे जाउ कुति तरा रिसोर्स इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट तो ता पर गोटे हम आई रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबॉडी टू गिव ए थॉट I'll give all support. I'll connect to all the जेते कि इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज ओनर माने अछंती के प्रमोटर माने अछंती ता कनेक्ट करि परिबा ताका सहित गोटे आमे गोटे पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड करि परिबा रिसोर्स क्रिएट करि परिबा.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's very relevant, but we are already thinking in that line, especially developing the capability and capacity so that we have the resources, the human resources, and then they can go create themselves job or they can get into the industry or whatever it is. Okay, next. Thank you.
आमे चिंता करूछोनी ताको एबे टाइम आसी एक्शन न नबा पाई चिंता त करूछोनी आमे
already हम माने already ऊपर कथा होछु. We will be straight away, I mean after this we will be coming into that. Thank you. Next, Anjan, can you see who is the
looks like Bangalore is leader? Ready.
Bangalore next.
Bangalore. Somendra. Bangalore.
Somendra nahale
Hello.
Yes, please.
आमे बेंगलुरु जॉइन करछे बेंगलोर जेहेतु इंडिया रो गोटे वन ऑफ द बड़ा स्टार्टअप हब वर्ल्ड रे भी कहले चले देखो हमर एबे लेटेस्ट जो एआईएमएल ऊपर काम चालती मेन एबे हमर ओडिसा प्रति देखले जो आगु भी मो गुरु पाइले मेन हमर टैलेंट अभाव रहती कि एआईएमएल किछि थिबा फ्रॉम द कॉलेज इटसेल्फ एबे आ पूर्व हमें डिस्कशन करथलो कि हमें हायर करियर तो एआईएमएल जानथरा कि बेसिक जो माने सेतरे तांकर माने गोटे माइंड मेकअप करछन कि संख्या रिसोर्स मिलबा टिके डिफिकल्ट होती से सब को केमती हमें एठो कि तांको पढ़े कि केमती तांको आवर इनबिल्ड कर करबा.
Somendra, I'll just interrupt. Your point is very well taken. We are going to look into that. We will look into that after this. That is already in our agenda. Any other point you have, except capacity or making people capable in AIML? How kichi point achi ki?
We'll make Bangalore rock. What do we say?
We will make Bangalore rock, no doubt. You will have lot of Odias there.
Yes.
Bangalore, Brisbane, San Francisco, Paris.
So how can we, attract more and more, Odia and our Odia friends, to be part of this AIML or, the kind of, there are a lot of talents, we are, Bangalore, any company upon jam to, Odia, but semane kama ko jaugati kama koruchunti and coming to home and they are sitting and all they are not getting exposed. So amazati through this global to community achi amazati kichute plan kariba how can we connect and engage them, right? So we like hosting a innovative forum or the hackathons and all these things or connecting with people with a lot of new ideas. How can we solve problems, be it for our Odisha or our nation through this?
Okay. Thank you, Somendra. I think what you are saying is absolutely right. We are having regular webinars. We'll be doing that. We have last time jemti ame summer school kortilu engineering pila mane sub join kortile je ke bhi join kori paribo on web. We had also started that. We will be starting all those. We will be doing it repetitively so that jekonosi Odia interested boys or girl or young man, woman, je bhi join karibo chahibo irrespective of age and all, they can join. So that will go. But my problem is, as the moderator, I have just 2 more minutes. So I thank you very much. Your point is very well taken. But unfortunately, we can't do discussion. Later on, you can talk to me or Anjan will carry on. But point well taken. Thank you very much. Who is next, Anjan? I think we can give one more chance from global leaders.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to chime in, please raise. We have a minute. Like, please raise your hand. We will. I think we will.
Bhubaneswar team ru, can we take just few seconds of your time?
Okay.
Okay, so what ମୁଁ କଣ କହିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହୁଁଛି କି ଆଜି forum ରେ we have people from Germany, we have people from Sweden, we have people from all across the globe, from Australia, from every part of the world. So ମୋର ଏତିକି କହିବାର ଅଛି ଯେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ think tank, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଲୋକମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି from different countries, how AIML is used in your countries because you are more developed as far as technology is concerned than India and Odisha per se. So give us all those examples, give us all those instances so that we
you
can
will get it. Just a moment. We are already thinking in this line. You will have enough opportunity. Please have little patience because this global network has been developed in last couple of months. Okay, because for this conference, and we are going to the next stage. We have just made the contact, and as I told you all, we are now going to do the networking. We are now going to have discussions. We are now going to collaborate. We are going to now charting out a action plan, and which will be implemented. And we need everyone's cooperation. Everyone's cooperation. Anybody can contribute into this. And feel free to contact anyone in this group. Absolutely no issue. You will be given through the webinar lot of best practices. We have already started that, but due to paucity of time, we couldn't do that more. But you will be told always what is the best practices. There will be regular webinar on that. Okay? I hope that answers your question. Anybody else? Otherwise, because I think
Vice Chancellor of Sir, Vice Chancellor of VSSUT, he has a question.
Okay. I think Professor Maji, VSSUT Vice Chancellor, please.
Please go ahead,
Please,
sir.
Santipyo, please wait.
Yes, sir. Namaskar to all of you. It is a great endeavor taken by the Odias in AI and ML. ମୁଁ ସାର୍ ଗୋଟେ କଥା ଖାଲି କହିବି ଯେ ଆମର ଏଠି ଇନଷ୍ଟିଚ୍ୟୁଟ ମାନଙ୍କରେ ଯେମିତି କ୍ୟାପାସିଟି ବିଲ୍ଡିଂ ପାଇଁ ଜଷ୍ଟ କଥା ହଉଥିଲା ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ରିକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ କରିବି କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିକୁ ଯେ we will as a vice chancellor of this university I can open courses and request କରିବି ଯେ ଯଦି a set of experts can deliver that lecture online. We have a very good online classroom, so that will be a great help. And out of almost 4,000 students in undergraduates and postgraduate, we have around 300-400 students, so they can be highly benefited. And
thank you, Professor Maji.
Yeah, I have also worked on AI and ML. I mostly work on healthcare informatics. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Again. Acha, sundu, I have already discussed specific. I have given your name while discussing with Anjan and everyone and Dr. Santipriyo. We are making a program for the faculty development program, and also we'll be developing that thing, and we are going to implement it. And soon we'll be contacting you. If you have sufficient number, we can specifically give a training program to BSSUT also. We'll look into all aspects. We'll be in touch with you, sir.
I would say only just one more point. We have been assigned by the government of Odisha, as well as it is my proposal to start a healthcare informatics, AI and healthcare informatics.
We have expert, Professor Maji.
Vimsar Burla. So we will be starting it. I need some mentorship from the fraternity.
Okay, we have experts in AIML in medical also. We will talk on that, and later on I will be connecting you to them. Absolutely no issue. We'll be in touch with you.
Thank
you. Thank you very much for your suggestion and point. We are already working into that.
Yes.
Okay, I think last I will give a minute or so to Dr. Santipriyo. If you want to say something, please.
Namaskar, Jai Jagata. So I am audible. So briefly time nahi. So from Finland chapter, although it is a basic member nanti, but we are adding new members. So we have planned for 4 things. Chapter point mu koibi. First one is about skill development. तो स्किल डेवलपमेंट रे आमे प्लान करछु लाइक ऑर्गेनाइज ट्रेनिंग फॉर फंडामेंटल्स और कोडिंग सेशंस गोटे जिनस आमे मार्क करछु जेमती आमे सम स्कूल रे भी करथिलु पिला माने कहउचंती आमे डीप लर्निंग रे आमे ट्रेनिंग देले कोन हो से माने दे वांट टू नो वेरी स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम वेरी बेसिक्स सो आमे गोटे पूरा बेसिक मशीन लर्निंग हो कि डीप लर्निंग हो तार गोटे आमे ट्रेनिंग सेशन प्लान करछु पर्टिकुलरली आमे चारटा टॉपिक ऊपर आमे डिसाइड करछु जेमती डाटा साइंस हला मशीन लर्निंग हला एनएलपी पाइथन आ एमएलओप्स डेवऑप्स सो एई टॉपिक ऊपर आमे फंडामेंटल ट्रेनिंग पिला मन को पई प्लस जो माने रिसर्चर आ जो माने जॉब खोजुचंती तांको पई आमे प्लान करछु फर्स्ट दैट इज स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड सेकंड पॉइंट आमे वी हैव प्लान फॉर एआई कंसल्टेंसी जेमती आमे वी आर वर्किंग ऑल एज एआई साइंटिस्ट और कंसल्टेंट्स आमे बहुत कंपनी रे काम करछु डे टू डे वी आर ट्राइंग टू फाइंड आउट कि तांकर कोठी एटा हम इंप्लीमेंट कर परिबो एंड मशीन लर्निंग so similarly जो स्टार्टअप माने काम करचंती एआई एमएल की डाटा साइंस रे so we can provide some kind of consultancy and that will be from our chapter जो माने हमें काम करछु and third point I'll like to tell that we want to build some tools and technologies रे हमें mainly हमें किछटा सॉफ्टवेयर की टूल्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजी यूजिंग एआई हमें करिया पिन चाहूछु पर्टिकुलरली फॉर ओडिया लैंग्वेज और ओडिसा कहीं ना हमें देखु जेमती आई जस्ट गिव 2 to 3 एग्जांपल जेमती हमें यूज हो डिजिटाइजेशन हो जोतरे हमें काम करछु नॉट ओनली ओडिया लैंग्वेज तो बे आसिला बहुत दिन पर है गूगल रो बट अदर इंडिजिनियस लैंग्वेज जोतरे हमें काम करछु वेदर इट इज संताली हो so we are trying to build lot of collecting lot of data and building the technology जे पर्यंत ये सब लैंग्वेज रो रिसोर्स हमें क्रिएट न होबो the technology cannot be enabled for them so that is one area we are trying to build how genetically in NLP सेमती speech to text हो not only for mainstream languages ओडिया तो एबे तथापि ओडिया भी आसीनी but assume तो ओडिया छोड़ा different tribal languages हो जहां भी ओडिसा रे अछि even different dialect ho how it can be supported from speech to text engine so those we are trying to achieve it and not only we build will say technology tools to develop correctly will make it online all our softwares are open source जोटा कि एबे बहुत लोग भी यूज करूचंती दा भी हमें डाटा सेट रिलीज करू और लास्ट पॉइंट इज क्वाइट इंपोर्टेंट इट इज अबाउट मेंटरशिप रे हमर कंक्रीट प्लान हैला जे व्हाट वी आर प्लान टू अचीव तो हमें गोटे मेंटरशिप प्लेटफॉर्म वी वांट टू बिल्ड जोथरे कि स्टूडेंट माने ताकर मेंटर को सहित कनेक्ट ही परिवे फॉर डिफरेंट पर्पस जेमती एबे जस्ट आगु मेंशन करूतले जे दे वांट टू नो दैट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग सो जेमती फिनलैंड रे दे हैव लॉट ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज लॉट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज तो एथरे कोन चाली ची जने एथरे अप्लाई करिया पिन चाहिला whether it is research or anything so we want to build a platform so that all the prospective students they can connect to the corresponding mentors our mentorship रे हम कोन कर चाहू फर्स्ट टू इनिशियली हम तो एते बहुत मेंबर नांते but we can accommodate 4 to 5 students so that they can continue whether it is in NLP हो deep learning हो machine learning रे 4-5 जन स्टूडेंट को नै करी हम मेंटरशिप को स्टार्ट करे अपन चाहू I'm बेसी समय नेबिनी already I have crossed my time so that's all we can discuss more in subsequent session thank you
sir mute रे अछंते आपण sir mute
sorry so sorry we have already exceeded more than I think 5-6 minutes but perhaps I was expecting this will happen unfortunately so all I want to just sum it up that all the global leaders all the global ML leaders we all are in the same platform same thinking we want what Neelima said hand-holding process start from the beginning awareness start and then getting them job mentoring or startups so it is the entire life cycle of learning in OiML and that's what everybody wants and we have to take on after this conference we will be having more dialogue more networking more discussion and with that so with this concluding remark I'm just closing this session now we move on to the next lecture that is we are going to invite Dr. Pratyush Panda to speak on artificial intelligence for Odisha and artificial intelligence for Bharat, synergies and future building locally and naturally. Dr. Pratyush is a senior researcher with Microsoft and adjunct professor with IIT Madras. He has more than 60 peer-reviewed papers and 22 patents to his credit. So, and without saying much, there is many to his CV, but with this, I'll just brief introduction. I'll hand over to Dr. Pratyush with a request to please, as far as possible, stick to the time. Thank you. Over to Dr. Pratyush.
Thank you. Pranav. Jai Jagannath. Thank you for the kind introduction. Connect a forum and I'm very glad to see how it is gaining strength and momentum. I just want to remark that creating organizations of people is a very hard job. So more power to everybody who is involved in this and putting their hard work. I'm reminded of what Swami Vivekananda said. He said, give me 100 young people and I will change the country. So we should never underestimate what a group of very passionate people can do together. So I'm very hopeful that all the great work doing here will be in the service of our state and also of the country. So more topic as Dr. Khaitan just read out, it says synergies and future building locally in Odisha and nationally in Bharat. In a context, I am, as Dr. Khaitan mentioned, having a dual affiliation both at IIT Madras and Microsoft Research. And at IIT Madras, we have the fortune of creating an organization which I've co-founded called AI for Bharat. It is spelled as AI, then the number 4 and Bharat, which has been generously funded by both the government of India and also by Mr. Nandan Nilekani. The government of India has a very interesting project called Project Bhashini. If you have not checked it, please check it out. The website is bhashini.gov.in, which is probably the largest outlay for an AI project in the country so far. It's about 500 crores. And the intention is to build open source AI for Indian languages. So we are part of that in a big way. And also Mr. Nandan Nilekani has supported us both financially significantly, but also in connecting us to various people who can take ideas from a lab and translate them to products that people use. So I will now, with this context, talk about the topic, which is both the national part and the state part. So I'll divide my talk into these two parts. So what can we say about the nation? And then how do we specifically say something about Odisha? So as you know, people like Mr. Nandan Nilekani have championed the cause for digital public goods. Right? Aadhaar, of course, all of us are using. There was a very interesting statistic that in India, 99.9% of people, of adults, use their Aadhaar in some form or the other every month. And I would ask just 2 weeks back, which means that it's a tremendously successful population scale intervention, technology intervention. And we are all aware of what all has become far simpler because we have something like Aadhaar. We have eKYC, we have DigiLocker, and many other things. Similarly, we had UPI. And upon decade statistics, just in a matter of 4 or 5 years, UPI is now the most dominant digital payment, which was earlier held by credit cards, which take large commission fees. So just in a matter of few years, a very well-built technology can displace fairly strong competition. Right? The key is to build a technology which is in the open. All these things, UPI ho, Aadhaar ho, Asuchi, ONDC Asuchi, all of these are premised that the technology is more or less open. People can collaborate on it in an open setup. And it is non-exclusive. You don't exclude anybody from it. If Google wants to run Google Pay, you welcome them, right? Or if, let us say, Amazon wants to use ONDC, you welcome them. But you ensure that the technology has some levers for control where the government can play a role. And that is what has succeeded. So if you think about it, through all these interventions, whether it is Aadhaar, whether it is UPI, whether it is GST, whether it is FASTag, whether it is Diksha. I don't know how many of you know about Diksha. It is a platform that is used to run primary school delivery in India. So many schools actually use this app to have courses for students. And see, all of these things, what do they really do? They create a way in which transactions that we do today, there's also eSanjeevani, Umang, many of these apps have ensured that transactions that citizens make in the country today with relation to the government have been digitized, right? So over the last 15 years, we have achieved this. In fact, we have friends from the US also here, and maybe also from Europe. If you see, India was far ahead in terms of issuing certificates for COVID. We had a very nice digital application like COVID, whereas in other countries, they were issuing paper chits to show that they have actually been vaccinated. So what we have achieved, and we don't recognize this strongly enough, is that we have made many of our transactions at a population scale digitized. So the next step, now that these transactions are digitized, the next step is to build an intelligence layer on top of these transactions. Right? So you have millions of transactions in UPI. They have so much tax collections. You have something called account aggregator today, which can look at your bank accounts through a consent mechanism. All this means that applying intelligence on top, which is through AI ML, becomes possible at a huge scale. That is why people like Madan are funding us and asking us the question, what is the AI for social good stack look like? How do we add AI to the stack, right? And I encourage all of you to apply this lens in what you're doing, which is we may build solutions for a particular problem, but are there solutions that work at a population scale? Because if they are there, then the ability to quickly deploy it in a country like India and make the material difference to people's lives is very high, right? So that is what I would say breaks states barriers. None of the things I said, whether it's GST or UPI or any of this, have any state barrier. It is built for the nation. In fact, India is currently exporting these technologies to other countries in Africa, etc. So that would be the first part, right? If you think about the nation, we should really ask the question, can we apply AI/ML on top of existing world-class population scale digital goods that we have? Having said that, the second part was about state and the synergies between that. The state see, if you really think about it, the state is where the culture is rooted, right? Many of you might have been looking at news in AI and seeing things like DALL-E. DALL-E, you can give a prompt and you can get an image, right? You can say, for example, say something like a chair in the shape of an avocado as a prompt. It will actually generate an image of a chair that is an avocado cutout. Right? See, all of these AI models have been trained on data obtained from the internet or books, etc. And therefore, they represent the cultural context of the web, for example. Right? And as Dr. Parida was saying, the representation of our culture in these sources is not as high as you would expect it. For example, Odia Sahitya Hala, or Odia poems, or let's say Odia cinema, or Odia dance. Right? All of these are not being used sufficiently to train a model like DALL-E. Right? Or we might have also heard about open source alternatives like stability diffusion and so on. So the main thing that we need to do to stay in the race or to keep sync with the fast moving times is to ensure that the data that is locked up in the real world is available for AI models to use, right? So as Dr. Parida was saying, there are languages like Santhali, there's Odia, there are so many books written, so many texts, so many entertainment channels today, so many news channels, so many serials being made. All of this content should be available for AI models to use and to therefore represent our culture, the state's culture in these models, right? And I feel that this nobody will do for us, right? So as Dr. Parida said, Google has just added Odia and the translation models now, whereas translation has been available for a good 15 years through neural machine translation. So we have to accelerate the process of representing our culture in these models. And often the playbook is there. It's not like we have to innovate dramatically. We have to be fast followers. The things are out there. technology is moving fast. We need to ensure that we can work at scale and get these things done fast. We are doing some of this in our own ways. We are building open source models for ODR text-to-speech, ODR speech recognition, ODR translation to all languages in India, ODR OCR, and so on, and putting all of them in the open source. And in fact, even collecting ODR data, and we have about 10 people from the state working with us full-time at AI for Bharat and collecting data, etc. But this is just a small thing. I think the amount of data that we have in the English language on the web and representing the Western culture is so much more. So we need to definitely increase our effort 10x, 100x to make that happen. Right? So summing up, I don't want to take too much time. I know we are getting delayed. At the national level, we really need to think of building on top of things we are already good at. Right? That is very important. You have to play to your strengths. If you are a slog batsman, you have to try to hit a six. Right? So India has already done some things right as far as digital public goods are concerned. And one important question to ask is, how do I put AI on top of things that are already there? And at the state level, our primary endeavor should be to ensure that our culture is getting representation in these places. With that, I will end. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Pratyush Sahu, for making it brief and helping us in maintaining time. A great elaboration on how it can be, ML can be used for Odisha and for India. Thank you very much. If there is any question, a quick one, we can just take one question. Anybody? Okay, I think so. I'll thank you once again for your time, and it is a great. I mean, I'm hearing you for the second time, and it is nice knowing you people. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Namaskar, Dr. Parida. And actually, Pratyush Babu's ପାଇଁ ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ଛୋଟ question ଟା ଥିଲା.
Okay, please ask.
Actually, एबेका टाइम रे हम जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट जा भी एते विषय रे कथा होचे, बट हमको बहुत सारा डेटा दरकार एज ए मशीन लर्निंग इंजीनियर और एज ए डेटा साइंटिस्ट जो जहां भी आपण फोरम को आने को चाहउचंती, बहुत डेटा दरकार हमको शिक्षा ପାଇଁ कि जानिया ପାଇଁ कि कारण गोटे डेटा रा कैरेक्टरिस्टिक और कल्चर बहुत डिफरेंट हेता है. नॉर्मल टू नॉर्मल फॉर गोटे सिंगल इंस्टीट्यूशन और इंस्टीट्यूशन पढले भी बहुत डिफरेंट हेता है तांकर जिंसटा. तो आपन का पाखर एमती किछि प्लेटफॉर्म आपन निजे बनै छन जोठी कि हमको बहुत सारा डिफरेंट टाइप रो डेटा मिल परियो, जेमति कि ओडिसा गवर्नमेंट हो, जेमति कि हेल्थ केयर गोटे जिंस जोटा कि तारा डेटाटा डिफर करिवो. जापान रे जो हेल्थ केयर चलिबो भुवनेश्वर रे चलिबो कि गोटे पहाड़ी अंचल रे सेही ट्रीटमेंट मिलबो. तो ए जो डिफरेंट डेटा जोटा कि हमको अवेलेबल हे परियो, जा हम लर्न करि परिबो, तार किछि सोर्स जदि आपन माने say medium kichi bani pariba mana panki, then it would be great. We'll learn it and we can come up with a lot of innovations from our mind.
Certainly, data is an important component to get the stack going. A few different parts to the answer, right? One is government to Nija Achi opendata.gov.in, where they have been over the past few years putting open source data, right? And please check it out. And there is a committee that has been set up over the last 1 year to relook at how that is done, and most likely it will get a large revamp. That's the government, at least what we are trying to do with the government, we are trying to set up a portal called Data Dan. The idea is that government bhitere hi bahut data between government departments, right? Parliament all the things that are said by all the MPs are getting manually transcribed. Say the data kodi achi, but we don't get access to it, right? So we are creating this portal for the government, and the intention is with the advances in security technologies, there is something called confidential computing. So our data will be inside a confidential store. You will write some Python code, which is your machine learning algorithm. You will move that code into the confidential clean room, as it is called. You will run it on the data, and you will get back the model. And then you can do what you want with the model. Thereby, the data and its sensitivities and the proprietorship of the data remains as it is, but you are able to take a model. So that is something that is building up. Hopefully, in the next 1 or 2 years, you will see something happen. Things move a bit slowly with the government, right? A third thing, even we are making a lot of data sets available. So if you go to aiforbharat.org, for example, I'm All India Radio ru almost 200 hours of Odia data labeled speech data, right? And like that, there are many people. So if you just search, if you go to archive.org, not ARXIV, ARCHIV, they give a बहुत Odia books, Odia poems achi. It requires some intent to digitize it, but it is there. Right? So maybe it's don't lose hope. It is there. Just try, find things, and I think more things are being done in the government in that direction.
Thank you, Pratyush Sahu, and I will again thank you once more. And for the Bhubaneswar and all listeners, Pradyumt Mishra has already put the link to how to get the data and how to retrieve and that sort of thing. So please go through it. Already these information are there. So thank you. With this, we conclude this session. And Jai Jagannath. And now we move on to the next session. We are sorry. Now I'm going to invite Mrs. Kuku Das, who is a well-known name to all the Americans. And she is a versatile leader. She has a very, almost everyone knows as she is the immediate past president of OSA. And she has conducted the Vishwa Odia Mahotsav during her presidency. She has also done immense service to all the Odias and helping the Odia diaspora in USA during the pandemic period. And she has been a community leader, successful entrepreneur, and cultural ambassador of Odisha in USA. And she has also addressed the first 2020 Odisha ML conference. She is the creative brain behind establishing the International Gurukul as its CEO and co-founder. So, she has a lot of credibility. Perhaps it will take a lot of time, but with this short, brief introduction, I now hand over the next session to Mrs. Kuku Das. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Colonel Parida, for the kind introduction. Namaskar. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. आपण माने पृथ्वी रे जोठी जोठी अछंती आपनक समय अनुसार. I am absolutely delighted to be here today. First, let me congratulate this team, this very dedicated team, for organizing this third Odias in ML Global Conference 2022. मोर सौभाग्य मु प्रथम दुईटी मध्य थिली आ सुनी थिली. It's nice to see the clarity in their thoughts and vision and how persistent they are to achieve their goal. Thank you to the team for giving me the opportunity to participate today in this forum. आपण माने तो हमर सबु जो पूर्वतन वक्ता माने थिले सबु सुनिले अल्प बहुते निश्चय AIML उपरे हमर आउ टिके ज्ञान बढ़ी जाइथबो. मोर तो बढ़ीची लास्ट 2 वर्ष सुनी की प्रत्येक थर सुनिले, विशेष करी मनोज मिश्र बाबू को प्रत्येक थर सुनिले आउ किछि मु जाने भल लागे. As we realized by now that technology knows no boundaries. People need to adapt to the changes in technology. Everything we use in our day-to-day lives have something or other connected to AIML. AI is a technology that is transforming every walk of life now. मते लागे आमे जो ओडिया बाहरे अच्छु निश्चय one of the privileged group of people. किंतु ता सहित आम मानकर भी कर्तव्य रहिछि to contribute back to our motherland and to the society. for the betterment of the society. Everyone here will agree with me that we have to create a synergy between our homeland and diaspora. In that perspective, the next speaker we have today will be the best person to give us that information. Let's see who is he. We have with us today Honorable Consul General Dr. Madan Mohan Sethi, the Consul General of Home in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. He is a medical graduate by academic qualification. He had worked in different hospitals of the state government of Odisha for a period of about 4 years before joining the Indian Foreign Service. His experience with healthcare in Odisha and endeavors in ASEAN region, his representation of India in Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and World Food Program, WFP, makes him a speaker of the community who can show us how to open many doors to the diaspora while building growth engines leveraging AI. Dr. Sethi, welcome to the forum.
Thank you, ma'am. I think good evening to all of you. I understand that machine learning, artificial intelligence, now these are the buzzwords actually. And
I'll just, looking at the topic today, I have a question for you. How can the diaspora be leveraged to build the wings in AI? टिके विस्तार करिके कहिबाकू गले ओडिसा रो आगामी पीढ़ी ओडिसा रे एबे पढुतबा पिल्ला माने ओडिसा रे व्यवसाय आरंभ करथुबा व्यवसायी माने बा ओडिसा रे थिबा एग्रीकल्चर माइनिंग एनर्जी इंजीनियर माने बा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स सेमानंकर ए विंग टा केमिति लागिबो एआई जुगरे विशेष करे भारतीय विदेश सेवा एवं विदेश रे रहउतबा ओडिया समाज सेमानंकु किपरि सहाय्य करिवे से दिगरे. I'll come back to my question. How can the diaspora be leveraged to build the wings in AI? And more specifically, what model can be adopted by aspiring Odias to leverage the strength of the diaspora via foreign services?
Yeah, madam, actually, I'll just give you the case of Vietnam. Vietnam has one of the large diaspora. More the Chinese and Indians no pare Vietnamese manker bahut bada diaspora. I'm wait 2 years la roiche kintu the way this country is growing and developing in all aspect is tremendous. Mane maximum products and export products jota Vietnamese mane tiyari koruchunti. It goes to the US market, European market. Only 4 to 5 markets, but large amount, maybe 90-95% of their exports. The same way, like Odisha Ramar strength, on Odisha Ramar strength is mining definitely, and agriculture products. Still yet we have not become a manufacturing based state, but we are trying to do. But now the best part is that our service sector, this IT based institutions, hospitality based institutions are coming up in a big way. So here also we can definitely connect our Odia entrepreneurs from any area to come and do business, to open partnership with countries like Vietnam, where I am representing. But some of our Odia senior officers, just now in ministry, they took up very important divisions where there are more than 31 European countries also, Central European countries, and we can connect to them. What I have seen from Vietnam, Choto country Helevi, they're exploring all possible avenues to promote them. Okay, just now in the last 1 month, Emankar Bharata flight service start kale mane, and I'm surprised that almost 1 lakh Indians have already come. So lucky Indians to Vietnam ko asle, tar impact we amara different industry upre, restaurant business upre padu, ki chota chota mall upre padu, ki bada bada mall upre padu, sab upre padla. Same thing. Amara Odisha jota apan koile culture gote tourism gote amar jo business ये अच्छी जो बिजनेस भी एग्रीकल्चर बिजनेस जो हम स्ट्रांग भी हे परिवा definitely with use of this modern technology we can also identify some of the countries, specific countries, and with the help of our diaspora, with the help of our officers, Odia people जो agriculture foreign service, we can definitely get a connection to that market. बहुत खुशी भी जे तीन जन ओडिया पिला समान भी एठी आसे चेष्टा करूछुंदी हम भी तम हेल्प करछि आईटी पिला एई आरो सप्ताह रे भी 8 जन ओडिया लोक आस्तिले गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिसा रो मिस्टर महांती स्वस्ति ग्रुप ओनर जी से भी आस्तिले मु भी आज बसी कि जस्ट पर कथा पर गोटे ओडिसा पर छोट वीडियो करिया पे चेष्टा करथली एंड हमें दी चारटा कंट्री को जति हम पाखु मानि परिबा तब धीरे धीरे अन्य कंट्री को स्प्रेड कला हो केन जोटा अपन जानछनी गोटे गुजराती ब्रांड हिसाब गोटे केरलाइट ब्रांड हिसाब गोटे तमिलनाडु ब्रांड हिसाब मे बी ड्यू टू लार्ज डायस्पोरा मे बी they got the first opportunity to enter into other countries and step up their connection जोटा हम ओडिया माने करि पानु एते किंतु everything which will start fast once you start it there is no stopping to us and we'll be happy to promote our own people there is no question in that
निश्चय सेटा तो मु भी अनुभव करची एठी रहिला परे जे सेटा निश्चय हमर ओडिसा सरकार कर दायित्व बा भारत सरकार कर दायित्व टू इन्वॉल्व एनआरआईज एनआरओज तांकर सेटा नबा कथा साहाय्यटा जो जो जहार एक्सपर्टाइज अछि they should also contribute back. Thank you for bringing that up. Vartaman apanakar dekhantu we have a diverse audience here. A significant number of audience are ML enthusiasts who are ready to take up the challenge to solve a problem with their superior technology skills. Another significant section, maybe people like me, and of course, another significant section is represented by students and youths who are going to be the future of our nation, community and economy. What advice do you have for them?
मैम देखंतु माने मुझे कहले ओडिसा मरे जो माने अछंती जो लोक माने माने our community, our student, we have also get some kind of branding by our characters, for our characters. We are innovative, definitely. We are honest and we are hardworking, but may not be so much outgoing. Jota Bartan Dunia is actually. Bartan Dunia, everything has to be promoted. Everything has to be promoted through social media because the mode of interaction has totally changed actually. माने मु जस्ट आपन कहले वियतनाम तर जून 15 तारिख परे तंकर फ्लाइट सर्विस स्टार्ट करतले तंकर ट्रेडिशनल मार्केट थिला चाइना जापान साउथ कोरिया अनफॉर्चुनेटली पाइलेनी लोक सेतु आसिया पे then they had also market in Russia and Ukraine so immediately it being a small country they refocused or started refocusing to India suddenly son Delhi Mumbai Calcutta start kale kali ratre Ahmedabad ro start kale आउ 7-8 दिन पर बेंगलुरु स्टार्ट करिए हैदराबाद स्टार्ट करिए स्ट्रेटजी सिंपल बहुत सिंपल कि इस जगह रे द रिच पीपल और पीपल हु कैन अफोर्ड टू कम टू वियतनाम सो समथिंग लाइक दैट हम इंडियन ओडिया कम्युनिटी हो ओडिया स्टूडेंट्स हो एक्चुअली मो पॉइंट ला दिस लर्निंग machine learning or artificial intelligence it helps you to make the things faster better and definitely maybe foolproof also if I can tell lot actually मिस्टर जेके महांती से आसिया पूर्व से मुझे कहले से केबे वियतनाम ट्रैवल करनथि जदियो वियतनाम रे 80% लोक ले बुद्धिस्ट प्रोफेसिंग करछन्ति हमर भी ललितगिरी की उदयगिरी खंडगिरी जो चेकरे भी बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज गुडा अछि बट वी हैव नॉट प्रमोटेड देम प्रॉपर्ली तो वियतनाम रे अपन को कहूची एक्सेप्ट द नेचुरल बीचेस और माउंटेन्स वगैरह ताक बाकी हेरिटेज किछ नै कैन सब हेरिटेज हैज बीन डैमेज्ड एक्चुअली ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड वार सॉरी ड्यूरिंग द वार एक्चुअली the way they make the tourism products in an attractive package and they get people from all over the world actually so my point is that how much student money they have to understand wherever they have the strength actually let the same area is one strength who product kemiti product world market ko patheu chesta karibe in whichever areas apanଙ୍କର agriculture ho ki apanଙ୍କର health care ho apan governance system ho sabuthre to ए नॉलेज टा बहुत जोरे माने व्यवहार होची व्यवहार भी हबा आगो को मते सब एरिया रे and it will be important. And as a community, as you told, actually definitely we have our obligation to the state also, to the country also, and I'm sure जोठी दिजन लोक रहिले बहुत सपोर्ट मिलियो आ जोठी एटे लोक रहिले हमें अधिक जिंस कर परिया will be happy to promote our Indian Odia students if they want to see this market for their products. I'll be happy to support. If our community wants to promote Vietnamese tourists to Odisha through some kind of proper solutions promoting tourism or other areas, I'll be also happy to join them actually. And I'll also like to connect to other countries where our people are also working.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sethi. तो आमर ओडिया भाई भौणी माने पिला माने जे भी देखुछंती आपण देखछन त माने आमे जेटा सुनिले वियतनाम रो किछि न थाई कि भी दे आर ऑलरेडी अहेड तो ओडिसा रे आमर कोन नाही आमर कला भास्कर्य टूरिज्म सब जिंसर भरपूर खनिज संपदा सब अछि तो इट्स लाइक योर कॉल नाउ आउ एठी हमकु साहाଯ୍य दबा पा भी माने प्रस्तुत अछंती बाहर लोक माने हाउ आर वी डूइंग विथ द टाइम अंजन डू यू हैव एनी
we are 6
anyone
minutes.
have any question for Dr. Sethi? मु भाबुची जदि किछि क्वेश्चन अछि फ्लोर रे
फ्लोर रे देखु छु
हमर भुवनेश्वर गोटे बहुत बढ़िया ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल आर वाचिंग डू यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन
Yes, I think from Vietnam, like Mr. What's his name? Madan Mohan Sethi was just talking about Vietnam. So from Vietnam perspective, we want to know what are the AIML initiatives in terms of training AI in AIML, in terms of industry practices and industry adoption of AIML is concerned from Vietnam. कौन से हमको insight दे परिबे? Because India is a IT services country, so Vietnam ro AIML needs कौन?
Okay, so I think just we got example देव चेष्टा करछि माने वियतनाम जेतु छोटा country टा very well integrated, okay, very well integrated and very well developed infrastructure, much better than us actually. मुझे चेष्टा example देव चाहिए just last week Kerala रो senior officer मैंने आस्तले agriculture department रो fishery department रो okay. And they were got surprised actually जेतले वियतनाम रो लोकमान कहले तंगर गोटे हेक्टर रो समाने almost 300 tons of fish items माने produce करंती जोटी इंडिया रे हम still struggling with 60 tons actually 1.5 गुण. It is in fishery item, again in agriculture item also. जदि अपन newspaper पढ़थुए Vietnam always number 1, 2, 3 with either China, either India or Vietnam. Small country, less than size of Rajasthan. Okay. And just today the GDP hela Vietnam ro GDP almost 400 billion. Rajasthan GDP hela 110 billion. Odisha GDP hela 70 billion. So my point is कहर कोन कारण कोन हला कि this country is still not adopting so much artificial intelligence or machine learning, neither in their industrial sector, neither in their agriculture sector, but wherever it is possible, they have started using that. Jemti tankara mu deichi guda jaga ku dekhiya pai, and they are using drone technology to see the cropping pattern, ripening pattern. Seguda so dekhuchandi. Ha, processing part ku jetala asundi, they are doing 40 to 50% of their processing of agro items. But in India, I mean, still it's struggling at 10 to 20%. Okay. About learning part, if our people or our students are interested actually to enter into this market for teaching Vietnamese students, maybe a kind of revenue for all of us. Just last this saptah purbe ame gote education fair kartulu. Sethere amar bi kids astela plus gitam bi astela. Gitam jodi Odisha tar branch chi bata gitam Vijayawada ra gitam samane bi astele. And you will be surprised, almost 700 students came forward actually. कारण वियतनाम रे कोन होची ओनली दीटा मेजर सिटी हानोई और होचिमिन सिटी छाड़ दले अन्य सिटी गुडा एते फैसिलिटी नहीं आउ कंप्यूटर साइंस नॉलेज we are definitely a kind of hub actually जोटा मन करते नहीं but again companies माने आसुचंदी like एठी अपन Apple हो Microsoft हो or auto companies big auto companies in both German company even our SCL company तार भी विराट बड़ा एठी सॉफ्टवेयर सेंटर अछि जो 3000 वर्कर्स काम करछंती तो लो कॉस्ट लेबर पे धीरे धीरे जगह शिफ्ट करिवे इन इंग्लिश ता जेतो हमर एडवांटेज अछि स्टिल we are maintaining but in future maybe 10 years down the line it will rival Singapore, it will rival Philippines, Manila, and it may rival India also. And even already 20 billion export करछंती service sector software export करछंती and we may be around 200 billion, so they are also catching up. So my point is there are two options. One is that they have not used artificial intelligence or machine learning so much, but wherever they're using totally. I've gone to factories which are totally automated, and there is scope for us in education also. If you want to train their student for low cost, and if you want to come here and set up IT center also, that is also welcome.
Great, thank you, Mr. Madan Mohan Sethi sir. Thank you for your insights on Vietnam, and I definitely feel that because in agriculture they are doing so much, they must be using some kind of AI/ML to predict the crops and predict the kind of soil and predict the kind of harvest they are going to do.
Right? They are using Israel technology mostly, I think, what I understand, and it is very intense. And secondly, the same paddy field actually they are using 110 days for shrimp farming, then 200 days for rice farming, which in India still yet we are unable to do because एठी लैंड हला सरकार तनु कार अपोज करियर क्वेश्चन नै इंडिया रे जेतु लैंड हला पर्सनल दैट इज द बिगेस्ट इशू स्टिल एट विथ अस.
Thank you sir, thank you for your answers.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मो निश्चय तो आपन कहबी द वे हमर एठी AIML team aggressively and enthusiastically working towards this. Odisha रे भी मते लागुची we are not very far from achieving this success. आउ किछि क्वेश्चन जदी नथिबो अछि कि आउ किछि क्वेश्चन? बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन थला. थैंक यू फॉर आस्किंग दैट. Otherwise, thank you, Dr. Sethi. आपन को सुनिला परे लागुची जे you know, we are assured that it's possible for the global community to work together. Time has come where Odias have to take active roles. निश्चय समस्तंकु सबु क्षेत्र रे लागे कोनोसी किछि उन्नतिमूलक कार्यक्रम करिबा को हेले आमे प्रत्येक व्यक्ति विशेष जदी सेटा को निजर बोली भाबी कि करिबा निजे से दायित्वटी को नबा निश्चय सेतरे आमे सक्सेस हमर हबो. So Odias have to take definitely active roles in larger numbers in this area. We shouldn't let the moment go without putting a significant amount of efforts towards this field. वर्तमान जुग आपण देखिलेनी AIML जुग तेनु समस्तंगर साहाय्य निहारी दरकार. मु देखुची टैलेंट्स आर देयर. All we need to do identify them and empower them to be successful. Thank you, Dr. Sethi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thanks to all. Thank you.
Joining us. मते लागुची आमे बोधे टाइम रे अच्छे. The next guest we have. Let's see. Actually, we heard from Dr. Sethi about how the diaspora can add wings to the masses from Odisha. And colleges are the places where the most energy of the state exists. The emotional bonding diaspora has with college is epitomized in the form of Mo College. Ajira jugore. आज जमे जेमती सुनिले आजिर जुगरे मेसिन लर्निंग हेउची साधनार एक नूतन शक्ति स्थल. प्रवासी ओडिया समाज शक्तिर उत्स हेउची सेमानक महाविद्यालय बा कॉलेज. एक भाबरे देखिबा को गले प्रत्येक कॉलेज एक शक्ति केंद्र. शक्ति को भावना रे बांधिले सेटा बहुगुणित होई थाए हमर तो से अनुभव समस्तंकर अछि तेणु कॉलेज को मो भाव रे बांधिले हबो मो कॉलेज is at the center of generational energy and at the center of which is the center and the center of that is the chairman of Mo College. After accumulating all the energy from diaspora for building growth engine on AI, now let's welcome Mr. Akash Das Nayak, the chairperson of Mo College, to address this community. Welcome, Akash.
Namaskar.
Mr. Akash Das Nayak is a multifaceted personality. He is a popular Odia film actor. Isn't it amazing? Politician, philanthropist, and youth leader. With a solid appearance in more than 30 Odia and Bengali movies, and of course, bagged a Best Actor award. He's considered as the superstar of the Odia film industry. I don't have any doubt, Akash. The more I know you, I know you are overachiever. He was also the MLA of Korai from 2014 to 2019. Akash Das Nayak currently is the chairperson of Mo College of Hizan Parichalana Sangatana, and which one is a minister rank government of Odisha. He is also the chief advisor of Udra Charitable Trust, which works mainly for specially able children, orphanages, environment, and many other charitable acts. That's nice to know. So, Akash, while wings and blue sky to fly will come from the diaspora, colleges are the runway from which the vehicles of growth will take off from. So, Mr. Das Nayak, can you please tell us how AI in colleges will act as a growth avenue in Odisha, and as it is transitioning from job-seeking economy to job-creating economy using transformative technologies like AI?
प्रथम तो समस्त को नमस्कार एवं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जे आज जो भाई भाव आपण माने विश्वर विभिन्न प्रांतरू ओडियाज इन मशीन लर्निंग नामक ये सुंदर टॉपिक ऊपर हम समस्त एकाठी होइछे आपण मन समस्त धन्यवाद जणाउछि एवं मो कॉलेज संपर्क रे मो अल्प किछि कहि मोर वक्तव्य को मध्य अति कम समय रे सारुछि मो कॉलेज अभियान जेमति आपण माने समस्त मो कॉलेज माने माई कॉलेज कॉलेज सहित हम समस्तंकर यूनिवर्सिटी सहित हम समस्तंकर गोटे सुंदर संपर्क थाए जो कॉलेज बा यूनिवर्सिटी रे पाठ पढ़ी आम निज स्वप्न को साकार करती जीवन में आगू को बढ़ती से कॉलेज बा से यूनिवर्सिटी सहित जोड़ी हवा पई एक सुंदर प्लेटफॉर्म मो कॉलेज अभियान जेमती ओडिसा रे मो स्कूल अभियान चली से अनुक्रम रे मो कॉलेज अभियान राज्य सरकार ओडिसा सरकार आरंभ करिसेंती एवं एथिरे ठीक से भाव जेमती आउ टिके आगु आमे कथा होउतिले विभिन्न रकम आमे मो कॉलेज अभियान सहित जोड़ी ही परिबा इन्फ्रा डेवलपमेंट पई जेमती x अमाउंट के दोउचंती ताले 2x अमाउंट में दोउछु किंतु मेजरली आमे फोकस करूछु केते अधिक रु अधिक इंटेलेक्चुअल कंट्रीब्यूशन हे परिबा पिला मानकर व्यक्तित्व विकास सेमानकर बौद्धिक विकास हे परिबा कारण आमे लक्ष्य करूछु आ टिके आगरु मदन सेठी महोदय कहउथिले जे हमर ओडिसा रो जो पिला माने अछंती सेमानक मध्य बहुत दक्षता अच्छी सेमानक भितर बहुत एनर्जी अच्छी किंतु बेले बेले सेमाने टिके आउटगोइंग नहंती टिके पछे जानती बा रही जानती पछरे किंतु वर्तमान समय ओडिया डायस्पोरा को आगु को नबार बा ओडिया मानक समय मु कहले अत्युक्ति होबनी समग्र भारत वर्ष रे वर्तमान ओडिसा कहले बा ओडिया कहले समस्त सम्मान दृष्टि देखुचंती एवं वर्तमान समय आसीची आमे गोटे बड़ लंफ प्रदान करिया पई आगु को जीवा पई तेणु आपण मानक सहयोग सहायता निश्चित भाव जरूरी मु कहि रखिया चाहे जे वर्तमान नीड ऑफ द आवर होची आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बा मशीन लर्निंग ऑटोमेशन ए सब समय आह्वान हमको वर्तमान हम छात्र छात्री मानू ये विषय रे शिक्षा दवा पड़ो से जणया पड़ो मो कॉलेज अभियान अंतर्गत अंडर रे ओडिसा रो समस्त हायर एजुकेशन रो गवर्नमेंट एंड गवर्नमेंट एडेड कॉलेजेस आसुची ता सहित जते टेक्निकल कॉलेजेस पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेजेस इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस यूनिवर्सिटीज सब मो कॉलेज अभियान अंतर्गत आसुची एवं मोर कहि रखिया चाहे प्रत्येक कॉलेज रे हमर गोटे कमिटी अछि जो कमिटी रे की प्रिंसिपल बा वाइस चेयरमैन माने अछंती तार चेयरपर्सन एवं सेमानकर अंतर्गत एक कमिटी अछि कमिटी रे जने कोऑर्डिनेटर अछंती तेनु गोटे सुंदर प्लेटफॉर्म बा गोटे नेटवर्क हमर ऑल ओवर ओडिसा रे अछि किछि दिन तळे लास्ट वीक रे हमें एक सब्जेक्ट ऊपर एक हाइब्रिड मॉडल एक टॉपिक ऊपर आलोचना करथुलु टॉपिक रो ना थला जे स्किल रिक्वायर फॉर फ्यूचर जॉब्स इन द एज ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड ऑटोमेशन तो एथिरे हमें इनवाइट करथुलु कोलकाता वेंचर्स रो मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर अवेल रॉय एवं हम आश्चर्य हेलु जे हाइब्रिड मॉडल रे पाखा पाखी 3000 रु ऊर्ध्व हमर सामना रे 300 रु 400 स्टूडेंट्स थिले एवं ओडिसा विभिन्न प्रांतर विभिन्न कॉलेजेस रो पाखा पाखी 2 रु 3000 स्टूडेंट्स माने हमकु जूम रे एवं विभिन्न सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म रे जोड़ी हेले ऑनलाइन देखिले एवं सेमान के इंटरेस्ट अछि जानिया पय जे एआई कोन मशीन लर्निंग कोन विशेष भाव में कहि रखिया को चाहिबी जे आपण मन को अनुरोध करिबी जे आपण मन को सहयोग निश्चित भाव दरकार पड़िबो हमर जो पिला माने एबे टेक्निकल एजुकेशन पढुचंती इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस रे पढुचंती सेमान को हमें निश्चित भाव रे एआई ऊपर सेमान को हमें बा मशीन लर्निंग ऊपर सेमान प्रशिक्षित करि परिबा सेमान को अधिक रु अधिक एजुकेट करि परिबा एवं ता सहित नॉर्मल कॉलेजेस रे जो माने पढुचंती बा साइंस स्ट्रीम रे पढुचंती बा आर्ट्स रे पढुचंती सेमान को हमें शिक्षित करि परिबा जे व्हाट इज मशीन लर्निंग बा किबळी भाबरे से माने विषय जानिले से माने फ्यूचर जॉब पे रेडी ही परिबे एवं निश्चित भाबरे आगामी दिन रे भाबुची जेमते आउटिके आगरु कहउथले मदन बाबू कहउथले वियतनाम गोटे छोटिया कंट्री है से माने एग्रीकल्चर रे आगुआ अछंती विभिन्न फील्ड रे माने आगुआ अछंती हमें माने मध्य ओडिसा रे जेतु एग्रीकल्चर गोटे बहुत मेजर स्टेक बा मेजर पर्सन नि हम अधिकांश लोक माने एग्रीकल्चर पर डिपेंड करंती तेनु एई एक बहुत बड़ साधन हे परिबो समानक पई आगकू आगामी दिन रे जदि हमें ताको ठीक भाव विकसित करि परिबा तले बहुत बड़ सहाय्य हे परिबो ओडिसा विकास नै मध्य तो मु आशा करिबी जे आगामी दिन रे हमें आपण मानक सहयोग रे ओडिसा विभिन्न कॉलेजेस रे जो स्टूडेंट्स माने पढुछंती सेमानंकु मशीन लर्निंग ऊपर एआई ऊपर सेमानंकु अधिक रु अधिक शिक्षित करै परिबा एवं सेमानक भविष्य उज्जवल करै परिबा थैंक यू
बहुत 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 धन्यवाद आकाश जेहेतु ओडिसा सरकार का तरफ रु यू आर हियर एठी अपन रिप्रेजेंट करूछंती मु मध्ये मो भावनाटा को कहि दे माने सात समुद्र 13 नई पार हे कि हम एठी थिले भी वर्तमान आपण देखुथिबे द ग्लोब इज फ्लैट ना मु सही हिसाब रे देखिले मते लागे एठी कार भी पिला माने जो सुविधा सुयोग पाउछंती मोर मातृभूमि ओडिसा रो पिला माने सेही सुविधा सुयोग पाइबार हकदार से माने सेमानंकु से सुयोगटा दबा समस्तंक प्रत्येकंकर तो निहाती कर्तव्य किंतु सरकारंकर मध्य सेटा गोटे दायित्व सेही परिप्रेक्षी रे मु एठी तो हमर सब बहुत अछंती मु देखुची कहार किछि जदी क्वेश्चन अछि मिस्टर दासनायक को maybe you will get directly answer from him please go ahead गोटे दीटा क्वेश्चन नै परिबा
गोटे अछि सितांशु मिश्रंकर जॉब स्कूल सितांशु प्लीज गो अहेड सितांशु
आपण जदी पढी भी देबे क्वेश्चन टी मते लागुचे समय
के हैंड रेज करचंती क्वेश्चन करनांती
या गुड इवनिंग वन एंड ऑल नमस्कार समस्त को मते मौका देथियार बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अंजन भाई को एंड आकाश दास नायक मदन को मोर अनुरोध रहइबो कि हमर संक्षेप रे आंसर देबे क्वेश्चन की रहइबो कि जॉब स्कूल बेसिकली अपन जोटा कहले दक्षता प्रदर्शन बा स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड स्टाफिंग ऊपर हमें काम करछु एंड अपन जानिथिबे ओडिसा स्टार्टअप हब जोटा कि वो माने हमर ऑनरेबल सीएम का द्वारा रिसेंटली लास्ट ईयर ही डिसेंबर रे इनॉग्रेट हेची एंड आम स्टार्टअप की सेठी एबे करेंटली अछि क्वेश्चन होची आमे मो कॉलेज हमर जो ओडिसा एमएल कम्युनिटी अछि प्लस जॉब स्कूल मिसी की हमें मिलित हमें केमिति कंट्रीब्यूट करि परिबा आपण उचती मार्गदर्शक के आपण मो कॉलेज रो चेयरपर्सन अछंती निश्चित भाबे आपण ताकू गोटे भलो डायरेक्शन देखाई परिबे आमे कोलैबोरेट करिया पे प्रस्तुत अछु आपण को डायरेक्शन आपण को निर्देश से आमे केमिति आगु को नै परिबा बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
थैंक यू सीतांशु बाबू आपनकर एभली एक सुंदर प्रयास पई निश्चित भाव में आम आपको वेलकम करूछु आपण माने आम सहित जोड़ी ही परिबे एवं आपनकर साधारण भाव में आपण को जगह रे आपण एग्जैक्टली करी काम करिया चाहउछंती कारण ओडिसा रे तो विभिन्न जगह रे विभिन्न प्रांत रे कॉलेजेस मानकर अछंती इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज माने अछंती सो आपण को कॉलेज को फोकस करूछंती यदि कहिबे त निश्चित भाव में आम सेठी ऑफलाइन बा ऑनलाइन माध्यम रे आपण जे पिला मानकू एजुकेट करि परिबे मानकू अवेयर करि परिबे निश्चित भाव में मो कॉलेज अभियान तरफ आपण मानकू हम स्वागत करूछु आम तरफ हम पूरा पूरी सपोर्ट आपण को
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्वागत पदक्षेप पे एंड निश्चित रूपे आपनकर कांटेक्ट नंबर मो पाखे अछि आपण निजे मते देथिले त मो डेफिनेटली आई विल गेट इन टच एंड अंजन भाई को भी हमें जोड़ीबा हम ओए एमएल कम्युनिटी को केमते हम आगु नै परिबा कोलैबोरेटिवली ओडिसा को माने मूल उद्देश्य होची ओडिसा को आगु नै पे as compared to metros definitely हमें भी किछि कम नो कहीं ना ओडिसा रु जाई कि समस्त बाहर काम करचंदी ए ब्रेन ड्रेन को रोकी पारि कि हम ओडिसा को किंतु समृद्धशील करि परिया सेटा मूल लक्ष्य होबा दरकार
निश्चय निश्चय थैंक यू
धन्यवाद
सर गोटे चिंता करूछंती आपन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आमे बहुत थरा काम करचु मो कॉलेज अभियान सहित एतिकी त निहाती कहि रखुची बहुत गुड रेस्पॉन्स मानकर संगे संगे से माने आंसर करंती जोटा कि देखले लागे हाँ काम करिवार से मानकर भी आग्रह अछि एंड जदि आमर थबो आमे समय मते लागुची टिके देरी रे हमको आसीथिला ए पर्यायटी आरंभ होइतो अछि
गोटे क्वेश्चन हम
गोटे क्वेश्चन नंबर निश्चय
भुवनेश्वर टीम
नमस्कार सर समस्त को मु नमस्कार मु भवतोष महंत सर मु 4th ईयर अच्छी ट्रिपल आईडी भुवनेश्वर सर मो कॉलेज जो चैनल अच्छी एटा गोटे बहुत भलो कैंपेन बट आम कम्युनिटी रे एबे आमठी स्पेसिफिकली हाई एंड मेंटर्स अछंती जो माने कि निज निज इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक रे से माने सेगुडा रे भलो करूचंती तो आमे ई मेंटर्स मान को हेल्प नहीं की why not mo college amo जो करिकुलम को अछि each area specific रे कन्वर्ट करू और जोटा स्पेसिफिक स्किल रे जो जो रिक्वायरमेंट हबो से हिसाब रे करिकुलम बने की समस्त को ट्रेन करू सब स्टूडेंट्स मान को इररेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द प्लेस से रूरल हो किंबा अर्बन हो एंड ताकि हमें टेक्निकल कैपिटल बने की माने ओडिसा को काफी आगु नहीं परिबो थैंक यू
बहुत सुंदर कथा आपण कहिले आमे मध्ये से दिगरे चिंता करूछु जे कि बढिया बरे कथाटी को आमे आगे परिबो एवं विगत किछ दिन तळे मध्ये आमे बिल्ड ओडिसा तरफ एवं हमर मो कॉलेज अभियान एक मीटिंग हेतला डिस्कशन हेतला सो ए विषय मध्ये आमे चिंता करूछु आगामी दिन रे काम करिबो एवं मोर अनुरोध रहबा आपण मानक समस्त को जे कोट ना कोट गोटे काम आरंभ हवा दरकार मे बी आमे 2-3 जगह काम जदि आरंभ करिबा बा किछि कॉलेजेस रे आमे ऑफलाइन हो किबा ऑनलाइन हो पिला मानन को एजुकेट करिबा आरंभ करिबा बा पिला मानन को किछि गोटे कार्यक्रम करिबा आरंभ करिबा एमएल ऊपर एवं ता परे सारा ओडिसा रे सेटे को आमे इंप्लीमेंट करि परिबा सो गोटे आरंभ हवा जरूरी एवं आम तरफ पूरा पूरी आमे सपोर्ट दवा पे राजी अछु जहां ग्राउंड लेवल ले सपोर्ट दरकार पड़िबो निश्चित भाव आमे तो
थैंक यू सर
Thank you, Bhavtosh. Thank you, Mr. Das Nayak. वर्तमान जाए तो आमे शुणुले जे AIML कौन तापरे तार केते अच्छी दरकारिता हमको केमती ग्लोबल सपोर्ट दरकार एंड समस्ते आमे इंडिविजुअली केमती तार दायित्व नबा कथा तापरे हमर मो कॉलेज चेयरपर्सन मिस्टर दास नायक तो कहिलेनी जे he is going to support us and he is supporting and basically he is seeking help from us also ए पर्यायर जो शेष हमर वक्ता अछंती आमे तांकोटु भी देखिबो वर्तमान आसला जे आमे सहाय्य दरकार वर्तमान डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक अछंती से कोन सहाय्य करि परिबे सेति पई बिफोर welcoming him निश्चय उत्कल नायक को कहबी to introduce him. Utkal is here.
I'll fill in. Utkal bhai achanti?
Yeah, he's joining now.
So, I think I saw him. I can see him, right? Yeah.
background
Utkal, tame
mo voice subuchi
voice maybe turn off the background. Maybe the color you are wearing, it's not going with AIML.
I don't have the background. Mo tenu janni kenti background asuchi.
हाँ नहीं सेटा बोधे सेटअप हेची कृत्रिम
अच्छा अंजन एटा गोटे अलगा सेटिंग हेची कि मोर वीडियो रे काहे केनते आछी बैकग्राउंड
आपनकर green screen on हेथिबो. So till you set it up Kukunani, I will introduce Dr. Patnaik. Utkal bhai, you can set it up.
नहीं Utkal ra बोधे background ta just take it off so that he will be
we can turn off the background.
Feel comfortable to introduce.
The stop video.
Utkal, we can hear you. Just ignore your appearance. You are a handsome person, we know. Just ignore it. Just go ahead and introduce Dr. Patnaik.
Okay. So I think right now video is good, right? So no background?
Yes.
Okay. ठीक अच्छे. Technical glitch ପାଇଁ क्षमा प्रार्थना. ଏବେ ଆମେ ଅଛନ୍ତି. डॉक्टर पटनायक को इंट्रोड्यूस करिबा. डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक को इंट्रोड्यूस करिबा मो पई गोटे सौभाग्य. तांको पर्सनली आउ ए जो ओडिसा पई हमें कोन करिबा ओडिसा थारो एते दूर रे रही कि ए जो थॉट ता सबले रही आस्तिला किंतु ताको गोटे फुल ब्लोन पैशन बनेबारे डॉक्टर पटनायक बहुत हाथ रही तेणु से प्रति पर्सनली बहुत थैंकफुल. किंतु किए डॉक्टर पटनायक किए डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक he specializes in theory and experimentation of fundamental laser matter interactions. He comes from the physics background, he's a professor in physics. He works in this laser matter interactions both in the realm of classical and quantum regime and their applications also, not just research part of it but how to actually apply it. He has worked on wide range of topics in quantum physics, non-linear optics, laser-based diagnetics, and state-of-the-art artificial intelligence applications, leading to about 190 publications and presentations globally. He has had several academic and visiting positions at various prestigious institutions such as Princeton University, Texas A&M, Purdue, and Max Planck Institute for Quantum Optics, Garching in Germany. And one of his highlights of his career is that he has worked directly with Professor Glauber, who is a Nobel laureate in quantum optics and also very popularly known as father of quantum optics. He has worked with him on fundamental laser matter interactions. He has been actively involved with many professional societies such as APS, AIAA, and in his recent endeavor is in the subject of general nuclear physics, where he is working with many machine learning experts. So we will hope through the course of this conversation, we'll hear more about this topic from him. But what brings him here is his humble beginning. He spent his early childhood all the way through education in the southern part of Odisha, where he has seen the underprivileged aspect of Odisha, grew up there. So he always carried on that thought that once I have achieved all this from Odisha, we should give back. He's my personal mentor. I always admire him. It is an absolute privilege to invite Dr. Anil Patnaik over to the stage.
Thank you so much, Utkal. And thank you, Kuku. It's after such a humbling introduction that Utkal gives, it puts the onus on me. It's really an honor here to be talking about AI/ML, but most importantly, talking to people who have similar mindset. Okay, we want to do something for Odisha, and that's why we all are here. And all the talks that we have heard till now has touched upon various different aspects of it. And what I'm going to probably talk a little bit. There are experts in AI. I would not claim that I'm an expert in AI yet. At least I'm working on it, and I will share some of my learning, and then I'll share how we will, from whatever my experience is, how we will take it to the building the growth engine for Odisha in different ways. So let me, if I can share my screen, let me share the screen and I'll start from there. Okay, you can see my screen, right? So, okay. So Utkal introduced me as one of the person who is passionate. Yes, I am always passionate about Odisha, because every time I look back my background. In fact, yesterday midnight I came back from Oxford, but I met my friend over there, one of my friend from college. When we were talking about it, the question that I was asking him is that, did you ever imagine that we will be here in London, driving together, talking to each other and so on? And his answer was like, yeah, never in my dream, right? And well, it was never in the dream to say that. I never imagined myself in the dream to be in where I am right now. But at the same time, I used to consider that being in a position to reach at the level of like talking about advanced technology and doing research in that is probably something, it's like the best that you can do in your life. Yeah. And what I want to approach is, then if I could come from such a background where I didn't even know what are the opportunities, from there to where I am, it is definitely possible for each and everyone, particularly if there are students in this forum right now. I would say it is possible for each of you to get to where you want. Specifically with the world of technology, we didn't have these technologies at the time. With this world of the technology, it would be possible for you. And now I'm going to talk about how this AI can help us, or help you guys to even come up here. And so students are one of the set of people I would want to address. And the second one is the entrepreneurs. There are entrepreneurs here. It's great to see Mr. Mahanti and other entrepreneurs over here. So what I want to talk about is the AI is not as far as away as we may think. It's really like you to pick up your phone and you talk to your Siri, or you talk to your Google, hey Google, or Alexa. It is already working on AI. It is already collecting the information that you speak, your language, whatever language you are speaking, and your interests, what kind of search that you're doing. Even when you do Google search, also it is an AI. Well, AI and machine learning is something that term is coined over time. It appears like it's a buzzword now, but reality is it has been there, and it has come to a level now that it's not just machine learning, which is like from step 1 to step 2. How do you go there and get a feedback and then get it better and so on? It's machine learning is one part of it, and the second is now you let the machine think like the way human thinks. That's the AI, artificial intelligence. Well, artificial intelligence also has been there for some time now, for decades at least. But now it's really, with all the computational power that we have, now it's picking up to the level that it can even talk, move the senses, like it has as if like sensors, and it can talk and walk and do everything like human. I don't know how many of you have seen. There are robots that talk almost like human. When you see them, you don't even feel like they're machines. Well, so my goal would be just to tell you that it's there right next to you, as well as it is there at the highest level of advancement, technological advancement that we are talking about, right? So it is close to you. Now, how do we take that to the next level to help ourselves or help Odisha grow and then make it the growth machine for us, right? So the growth in the engine potential, if I want to just talk in general, if I divide into two parts, this is one of my favorite. Every time Utkal gave this fantastic introduction for me, I mean, sometimes I feel like it just humbles me. But Utkal is a guy who works on the in not just IT industry, but also his vision and thinking in terms of managing it is always something I always appreciated as a part of the OSA, Odisha Society of America colleague. We work together, and he always points out it's like producer consumer. Think in terms of producer and consumer. Yeah. Well, who are the producers? Producers are the entrepreneurs, the students who are working on it to produce something, and the research that happens, and so on. Well, there are so many different areas we can touch upon as a producer. I mean, machine automation is something that probably most of you have come across in your life at many different moments. And let's say, for example, even at a lowest level of like printing press, right? All you need to do is just automate it, and it'll just print it on its own. That's the lowest level. And now think of like putting an algorithm where machine can learn and then say, well, how much ink should be used? How do I optimize the economy of my printing and so on, right? I mean, there are so many steps that it can take, so that a human, whatever a human would have done there, now the machine can do it. So the humans are now free for thinking something bigger, right? That's the way the humanity is evolving, right? And similarly, the agriculture. We already heard about how in agriculture, like in Vietnam, how it is helping there, right? Soil, irrigation, crop type. So all those as a data, when you get in, then you feed into the machine, and then do the learning algorithm for it, and then what you get out, how to optimize the agriculture. Similarly, like animal farming, food, and what are the kind of food that is needed. How do you optimize that? How the produce will come out? Weather prediction, monsoon patterns there. I can go on and on and on. Similarly, industry, healthcare, we'll hear in the next segment, we will hear about it. We heard about a little bit about tourism. I don't want to get into any of those details, but then all those developmental possibilities are there in Odisha, right there, right? So we have to somehow build our base for that. How do we build that base? How to get there, right? So in the consumer side, it is I put Odisha economy there, right? Odisha economy is something that includes everybody, right? And over there, I mean, I'm passionate about the students part, where the students, the few, I mean, tomorrow's, I mean, they are the future for us, right? They are the one who are going to build the next infrastructure for Odisha, or for any, I mean, for India, or for the world. And they need to be educated, trained, right, to produce everything else that I talked about, right? And the best part is that if we can train them, if we can educate them, their job prospects become far better, and that helps them, get their get their foot into the most advanced part of the world, as at the same time economically that helps them, at the same time they are contributing to the society, right? So there are so many different level there can be a growth there. Just to give an example, like Utkal introduced me as one of the physicists there, and in fact in physics what it could do is, I mean, this is something, while I was learning what machine learning is, one of my student, he used machine learning in in a nuclear diagnostic analysis, and he made it work to the level that tiny impurities in a compound, he can find it out, and then that helped. I don't want to get into detail; those are the details. Even I cannot speak a lot of them, but that helped in one of the national lab over here, Los Alamos National Lab, saving millions of dollars there, right? And because of that, in fact, they gave him an award, and to my surprise, it appeared in one of Odisha Expo. When I was looking for his name, Google searching, I found this, and it was amazing to see that people are even noticing in Odisha, and I was very proud of that. And this is something that the future will look like for Odisha when we move there. But how do we contribute to that? The way we are planning is through Build Odisha. I'm one of the volunteers for Build Odisha. It's an initiative by people of similar thinking that we came together. We are working with more school and more college initiatives. This is one of the model that there is a library initiative, and in the similar way that now we are talking to Mr. Akash Das Nayak. Akash already talked about like how we can help evolve the curriculum for, let's say, machine learning and artificial intelligence in Odisha. We are trying to work with more college, as well as probably even give guest lectures and kind of leverage the expertise that are there in this part of the world, and then connect so that we can educate and train the students over there. I think with that, I would just say that, I mean, there are all these different perspectives and all that we are talking about. The way we can help in building it up in Odisha is something that we are working on right now. But there are it's not anything that happens quickly, rapidly, doesn't ever happen freely, right? It has to happen with something that may also create some disruptions, and a lot of things that comes to my mind. I would, since Utkal is there, I would even tell Utkal, being like one of the expert in this field. Let me ask Utkal. In fact, maybe Utkal can clarify this. Sometimes the question asks, like, is the software industry, the whole industry, or people who are working in it, can they be replaced by AI, and what will happen to everything, right? So all the humans will be out of job then, or maybe we will become slave to AI. I mean, there are even ethical questions that we need to address. But Utkal, if you want to jump in and then try to answer this question, then probably we can open it for everybody else.
Absolutely, thank you. I wasn't expecting a question, but बढ़िया question. ये विषय हमने बहुत थोड़ा कथा हो लंबा समय जाए. तो artificial intelligence, let's get to the crux of it, right? We have to address this elephant in the room. Artificial intelligence होची natural progression, जोटा कि already mathematically predictive analytics केमिति कौन करी हो जोटा भाबी होतला, किंतु जोटा चिंता करी होनतला, human brain ताको process करी पारु नथला. एटा गोटे ताको गोटे कंप्यूटर को मनकर आम मन भितर आम 4-5 देखि परिबे आज वर्षा हबो कि नहीं जेतोले आम भाबुचे आम कोन देखुचे मेघ पवन केते ह्यूमिडिटी ये सब भाबी कि आम गोटे अंदाज करी कहि परुचे तापरे आसला राडार ये सिस्टम आसला किंतु जेतोले एमके सिस्टम आसला जे नहीं सेटा भी अनप्रेडिक्टेबल हो जाउची हमको 70-80 टा वेरिएबल देखिया को पड़िबो सेई गुडा ह्यूमन ब्रेन प्रोसेस कर पलानी सेई जगह रे मशीन माने आसिले एंड मशीन विथ मोर ऑफ आज जो सकाळे हम सुनिले जेंती हमर a lot of good research going on in Intel jotere hardware kemti develop karuchi support karuchi so that machines are doing more progress so this is a natural progression jo adu computing edge ta jauchi ta mane no je software industry will be replaced with the AI industry something this is a natural progression there will be space for everyone so it's not like acha mu to AI sikhini tahale mu kon obsolete jibe 5 varsh pare nahi samti nahi this is a natural progression particularly jo mane database jo mane web application so develop kari astile those are the same folks who have moved on एबेर जो माने स्टूडेंट माने जो माने कंप्यूटर साइंस पढुचंती जो माने इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रे पढुचंती they will gradually move into this is a section or a subsection which is moving faster which has a lot of market viability market traction जोटा कि आगुरु जो प्रॉब्लम गुडा सॉल्व करि होनतला हम पाखरे थ्योरी थिला मैथमेटिकल थ्योरी थिला किंतु जोटा सॉल्व करि होनतला करि होचे तेनो दिस इज द डायरेक्शन वेयर वी आर शिपिंग व्हेन इट कम्स टू द एथिकल क्वेश्चन हमर आई थिंक पूर्वरु हमर डॉक्टर मनोज मिश्र बढ़िया के बुझितले बढ़िया एग्जांपल ते दितले जेतबेले ट्राइसाइकल लोक माने चलौतले जो रिक्शा हमर रिक्शा पुलर थिले जेतबेले कार आसिला हमें भाबिले तो लक्ष लक्ष लोक आउट ऑफ जॉब हे जिवे तो कार बसी 5 मिनिट पळेबे रिक्शा के करिवो काहे कि but gradually they are the folks who are now driving Ola cabs all those things so it actually that made them productive आगुरु जोटा रिक्शा चले कि समाने घंटा को 10 टका रोजगार करथले एबे समाने घंटा को 100 टका रोजगार करछन तेनो कंप्यूटर बा टेक्नोलॉजी सब बळे मनुष्य को अधिक प्रोडक्टिव करे आछि ओवर जनरेशंस तेनो that's how we have to take it it is not like a threat let's keep the AI out of way it's not like that let's ride on the AI so we become more productive आज यदि हमें घंटा को 100 टका ऑन कर परछंती let's use AI so we can build the entire economy on 10 times 50 times more
Thank you,
Utkal.
so Utkal, and thank you, Dr. Patnaik. Knowing both of you young men, I know if both of you start talking, मोर गोटे सेशन भी कम पड़िबो and आमु निज भुक्तभोगी 2 वर्ष काम कला परे एते बढ़िया दीटा उद्योग मान युवक मानक सहित मु जानिची हमर केते राती खाली माने पाठ पढ़ारे सरी जाए से कहिला माने गोटे कथा भितर पाठ आसे तो थैंक यू सो मच हमें आम पाखरे क्वेश्चन आंसर अच्छे किंतु आमे समय रो स्वल्पता जगु आमे ताकू रखिबु पछकू एई पर्याय रे आपण माने तो देखिले डॉक्टर सेठी थिले डॉक्टर मदन मोहन सेठी थिले हमर आकाश दास नायक थिले डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक थिले आमे तांकोटो बहुत किछि सिखिले आ लागुचे से मानकर जो जहां भी आमे जानिले ताकू नेकी आगेबा एई पर्याय को आमे एइठी शेष करबा किंतु आपण उत्कल नायक को सुनुथिले से तो जस्ट खाली आरंभ करछंती किंतु नेक्स्ट पर्याय को आपण उत्कल बाबू एते बढ़िया कहिले जे आमे छाड़ी न पारि कि आपण को रखिबो नेक्स्ट पर्याय को मु अंजन पंडा को कहबी हमर रेस्ट ऑफ द पीपल दोज हु डोंट नो हु इज उत्कल नायक आपण तांको विषय रे दुई धाडी कहंतु त समस्त को पुणी धन्यवाद मते ए सुजोग देथिबारु धन्यवाद नमस्कार
Thank you all for a great session. So talking about Mr. Utkal Nayak, so technology ku ame bina technology bhasare kemiti व्यवहार केमिति कथा वार्ता रे पकेई ताकू नै आनी थोई प्रोजेक्ट करई ताकू से भाषा को से भाषा रे धुरंधर होचंदी उत्कल भाई if you have noticed the agenda the community organizers who understands technology and know where the implications are in this so Utkal Bhai is one such individual. I'll give you a couple of instances of my conversations with him. Today in the We Did It section when Sambit presents Hangsa, the genesis of Hangsa was in terms of getting an artificial intelligence agent cross the social media and get the contacts we were trying to build for us. And that genesis of that conversation has gone through many paths. And that conversation has come from a Twitter conversation between Utkal Nayak and Anil Patnaik, and there were much involved. I believe Manos was involved. So now what I'm trying to bring in here is that community organizers, socially smart, intelligent, not the jargon-seeking people. If somebody talks me LSTM, no, I would listen to him in a one-to-one settings. But if somebody tells what is the use case, we should know how to grow it at scale. To grow it at scale, we need this community, and Utkal Nayak is someone whom I have had interactions to observe the ideas and taking it to execution. So he would be coming to moderate this session. Utkal Bhai, this is, we know how to do it at scale. So us in your panel, we have I believe Dr. Debra is there. So all yours, the floor is yours, Utkal Bhai.
Thank you. Namaskar समस्तको आउथरे एटा तो टेक्निकल ग्लिच पे टिके समस्तको नमस्कार कहया को मौका मिलना थिला टी बहुत जण चिन्हा जण चेहरा भी अछंती सान्ना बळु मो सांग सत्यजित तांको भौणी तत्वरे नमस्कार आयुष्कांत भाई जस्ट उठी गले म देखुची तांको भी नमस्कार कह देबे डॉक्टर हमर ऑनरेबल काउंसिल जनरल मदन मोहन सेठी सर नमस्कार आपनको स्पीच सुनी भल लागिला Samanaj bhai, as always, it is great to see you. Anjan, amazing. Anil bhai ka sath katha heli and Kuku pa, we are always always leading and guiding me. Tenu ethi ke asila pare laguchi jenti gote bodo reunion hela bhali. Tenu that is interesting and sabutar badhiya hochi jo jinsa pai passionate. Am mane samaste je Odisha ku kemti samaste misiki gote global brand banai pariba and everybody can identify. So to move on with the next section, I am very privileged to introduce yet another mentor of mine. आपण तांका प्रोफाइल सुनिले जेति की सरप्राइज न हबे you will be amazed कि once he starts dreaming he doesn't sleep. It's very ironic नहीं जैसे ड्रीम करंती चाहिए कि ड्रीम करंती तापर जो सोइबा को जिबेनी जे पर्यंत that dream becomes real. So let's welcome Dr. Devashish Ray. Now, who is Dr. Devashish Ray? He has a dream start. Possibly आपण academically जति भाबी परिबे आपण हमर पिला माने अछंती ये अछंती if you possibly can think of a academic start, this is what you will think like exactly movie style. I don't know how much struggle he has done, but the outline looks amazing. But a dream start jaho कहते on a coveted career. He has top ranked through his studies in the field of medicine, and in his career of 3 decades he has scaled many professional summits. By the age of 30 itself, he had established himself as a medical professional in 3 different geographic and cultural settings: India, Saudi Arabia, and US. Now, he was a top graduate and chief resident in internal medicine's residency program in New York. And he has been senior practicing physician and healthcare executive in Veterans Hospital. Now, currently, he is also academic associate professor in Department of Internal Medicine in Emory University Medical School. It's currently situated in Atlanta. Now, that is a brief about his professional background. But what brings him here is his amazing vision towards his philanthropic activities. His passion for healthcare accessibility to all drives him every day beyond his profession. So he has no ending. When he finishes profession and then hits the gym every day and then gradually shifts into this part that what can we do for the entire community beyond just boundaries. He's founder of Team Odia, which is a organization connecting all the healthcare professionals around the world coming from Odia native background. He is also chairman of the Odisha Society of the Americas Health and Wellness Group. He is the key mentor there who contributes into planning, executing of various healthcare projects news during COVID time and during otherwise also before COVID also many more projects such as providing the pulse oximeter, providing ambulances, providing all these things, not just financially, rather providing that know-how and also associating with many NGOs such as Rotary Clubs in Odisha, Smile Please, Adruta, and so many to count. Right? Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Devashish Ray to the podium, and let's hear from him about how artificial intelligence is going to fuel the healthcare industry. Namaskar, Devashish Ray. Welcome.
Namaskar. Thank you, Utkal, for the wonderful introduction. And it's more than what I am, and I humbly thank you again. And I thank the organization for holding a wonderful seminar across the globe. And this is your third convention, I think, and you guys are doing a wonderful job. And I'm sure you guys will move forward much fast. I can see that. Then I would like to thank all the panelists and all the esteemed guests and investors and students who are interested and have joined in and given their valuable time. And so what I would say is, I am nothing, my idea is nothing unless you are there. I am who you are. And who you are is what we are. So that's what we believe. And so saying this, I would like to talk about this artificial intelligence. And there are two things I want to explain. What is artificial intelligence in healthcare? And how is it working now? And what are the opportunities available for artificial intelligence in healthcare? But how we are going to do the fourth step, that is a brainstorming session, we can do that later. So saying this, I would like to request Utkal to present the first slide so that you can see while I'm talking, so you understand visual and audio input is much better than just talking. And let's go to the first slide, Utkal. Thank you so much. Yes, I think Anil Babu had touched briefly on what, and Utkal, I think, had touched briefly on what is artificial intelligence. But I'll just tell you in a medical term and I'll simplify in a simple term. Artificial intelligence in healthcare is an umbrella term to describe the application of machine learning algorithms and the cognitive technologies in medical setting. For example, in simple term, when computers and other machines mimic human cognition, capable of learning, thinking, making, and taking actions on our behalf. Yeah, next slide. So here, how is artificial intelligence applied in healthcare? One is management of medical records. Now, we have electronic health records. And throughout the developed countries, we have advanced electronic health records, fourth and fifth generations. And in India, we have started, though a little bit late. As you know, Sam Pitroda, one of my mentor in OSA Health and Wellness, he had introduced electronic health record 20 years back, 25 years back. But still now we have not implemented universally. And I hope one day we should. Then there is a virtual health assistant. So now with artificial intelligence, we can do video appointments in remote areas where we don't have doctors, where we don't have healthcare staffs. They can access you through the video connections. They can send you emails to the video connections, and automatically, suppose somebody is running short of medications, it automatically flags the doctor, hey, he needs medication, and they renew the medication. You just have to sign off. So there are so many facilities. We'll talk, I'm just talking briefly. The other one is a targeted treatment. Suppose somebody is coming, the doctor is there, and he does not use the electronic health records or artificial intelligence. How are you going to target the treatment? Suppose the blood pressure is 140 by 90. I'll give you a big common example so you understand. So a doctor says he does not have access to the electronic health record. So he says, oh, 140 by 90 is mild high blood pressure, take medicine, or just cut down on your salt, exercise, and all those things will repeat. But what artificial intelligence does is it analyzes your blood pressure for the last 2 years, 3 years, and puts it right in front of you. So if somebody's blood pressure was 110 by 80 or 70 continuously, now it's 140 by 90. So that is very alarming, and artificial intelligence alerts you to that. Otherwise, a provider, a doctor can lose that, may not be able to figure out what happened in the past. Second thing is treatment of rare diseases, genetic diseases that we are having. I'll show you a brief slide. Now is the new hottest topic, how we altered, make genetic treatment therapies, gene therapies for paralyzed patients, people with paraplegia, spinal cord damage, brain damage, how we can use gene therapy in trying to improve the quality of life of the patient. Then the other aspect, important aspect, is early diagnosis, treatment, intervention of routine, urgent, emergency, and terminal ill cases. All of these things are very important. Routine situation, means patient comes to the office. If you have artificial intelligence along with electronic health records, that will flag you, okay, this guy is a high risk for lung cancer or a high risk for colon cancer. Karana document heichi electronic health record, family history of dad having colon cancer at the age of 50. But if he comes at the age of 42, he is young, he doesn't have a high risk for colon cancer. But artificial intelligence can alert you, hey, this guy is a high risk, sending for colonoscopy. Same thing with terminally ill cases. There are brain dead patients, they have been in ICU, a lot of expensive treatments, doctors going in and out. We can't make a decision what to do. What is the probability of this patient surviving or not surviving? So there, artificial intelligence again comes into picture. Same thing with emergency situations. I'll tell you later, a study in Copenhagen had said that artificial intelligence can do better than human emergency medical service through voice recognition software, and send emergency medical service faster. And in the interesting thing is, and they're planning to send also, the artificial intelligence can send drones with automated defibrillator to resuscitate cardiac arrest patients. So these are very interesting things that are coming. Third thing is, the last thing is automation of redundant healthcare tasks. A lot of things the doctors are doing, they're doing a lot of clerical jobs. Patient date of birth, address, all those things that which we are doing, those things can be done by the artificial intelligence. Once you put the data there, artificial intelligence will spread it out for you. And so you don't have to do the unnecessary stuff, like scheduling a patient, a lot of things, the non-medical stuff that is taking away a doctor's time. Now you see those, what I described, like early detection of ailments, I told, improved decision-making, help in treatment, all these are, you can look at it later, but let's go to the next. The only challenge for artificial intelligence in healthcare is because of our traditional approach. There is, number one, lack of widespread research on entrepreneurship support. We need investors to come and invest in artificial intelligence in healthcare. And the other thing is the lack of trust. People as of now have the lack of trust for artificial intelligence to decide your healthcare conditions or diagnosis or treatment. But artificial intelligence is just a supportive tool for the doctors. So that thing it should slowly go away once the artificial intelligence is universally implemented in this healthcare. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, so now you see how artificial intelligence is impacting on the current healthcare system. Then we can think of the future or the opportunities open. 72% of the non-clinical procedures are now supported by artificial intelligence. From tomorrow chatting to aram kari, address to aram kari, emergency contact number to aram kari, allergy to aram kari, tomorrow everything, appointments, a lot of these things are now being done. And this is in the developed countries, not in India yet. India, the numbers will be much less. So the numbers are much less means we have the potential for growth where we can step in and get involved with this artificial intelligence in healthcare and make the life better. Then virtual patient care, which is like video appointments. Video appointments in developed countries now 41% after COVID, both body. Aguru, we never had a concept of virtual appointment. The patient mane, doctor mane, office ko asibe appointment nebe, basibe appear and they have to see. But these virtual appointments have taken by storm, and it is 41% in developed countries, and you see the growth potential there. Then the third one is diagnosis and predicting outcome. That is 40% only. So 60% of the playing field is open for us to come and capture it. And because this will help the life of the patients, accessibility to all the patients in rural areas and inaccessible areas. And then the other one is medical image interpretation. 36% of artificial intelligence is helping in medical image interpretation. Bhabuntu, we have 64% of the playing area where artificial intelligence is not helping us or cannot help us. For example, computerized. Artificial intelligence takes the pictures, feedbacks from the CAT scans, from the MRIs, and predict, okay, this is going to be a tumor. This is an aggressive tumor. Within 3 months follow-up, the tumor has grown and is aggressive. And nowadays what they're thinking is, instead of going for a surgery and biopsy of the tumor, normally if you have a growth, people go there to the surgeon, take a biopsy of the tissue, send it to the lab, where microscopy will tell, okay, whether it's cancerous or not. But now with artificial intelligence, we are planning for non-invasive virtual biopsy, where आपको biopsy को दरकार नहीं, surgery को दरकार नहीं, infection हवा दरकार नहीं. But artificial intelligence from the images and the feedbacks and the data can virtually see and biopsy karibo, this is the tumor, the growth rate, the doubling rate of the cancer cell is this needs to be removed, or this needs to have radiotherapy. So very interesting things are coming up, and we are late. We're not too late in the game, and let's discuss further. So all these blank areas that you see are the areas for potential growth. Next slide. So, okay, now, like I told you before, I'm just going to briefly tell you, not got into too much details. So the top potential for growth of artificial intelligence is, one is the predictive analytics. It collects patients' data and uses algorithms to predict individual outcome and trends, like I exactly told you before. I don't want to go further, but if you tell me, I can give you some example. Like one patient has that electronic health record or khala. Bappa had a heart attack at the age of 55, right? 55 is still young. So this guy, our doctor देखिबो कि अच्छा थिला तमर चेस्ट पेन होची नाही, blood pressure ठीक है, cholesterol ठीक है, medicine. But that doctor, he may be busy for patients. They may not have a predictive analysis that this guy has high risk for heart attack in 5 to 6 years because of a strong family history of cardiac problem, like hereditary high cholesterol level, family history. So there, artificial intelligence steps in and tells, no, this guy has a high risk for cardiac heart attack, send him for studies. So then you send them for study. You do echocardiogram, do a stress, find them out early, start the treatment, gone, and the quality of life improves. Then the other is clinical decision making. Like I said, a decision to be made by the doctors. It may be in the office, it may be in the emergency medical service, it may be the radiologist room, it may be in the surgeon's office. Artificial intelligence can help you, guide you, and tell you where the tumor is, where you need to take out, what needs to be done, what portion need to be evaluated. Both artificial intelligence plays a great role in clinical decision making. Then the risk scoring, like I said, the risk scoring, so your examples I gave, that is one of that. Then early alert of routine and terminal cases, which I had explained to you. The most important also is targeted treatment. Now, artificial intelligence, what it does, it scans through all the unstructured data in the records. I mean, the electronic health record, artificial intelligence can scan through all that, and it can interpret fast, accurate, and tailored treatment plans of medicines for the patients. And example, Copenhagen, artificial intelligence was better in responding to emergency calls, alerting emergency medical services, better than the real human people. Yeah, next. Okay, medical imaging analysis is one of the hot button where the artificial intelligence is being used. Here, cardiology and radiologists, when they see the CAT scan, they can immediately. The reason why I'm telling you is, a radiologist sees hundreds and thousands of CAT scans, right? They see in the hospital, if they're attached to a network, like rural, right? Rural, they have health tech there. People go take X-rays or CAT scans. The images are transferred online to the radiologist sitting 500 miles away, 600 miles away, or in a different country. New York रे मुथला बळे Germany ru ratire radiologists were reading the CAT scan MRIs. So you see the accessibility and you see how artificial intelligence is helping. So man phatki dekhi kini, they can tell you what is the critical case there. They will alert. There are thousands of cases to sanction a red light haba. This case is high critical alert and need to be notified. So this is how artificial intelligence helps. And now you call virtual biopsy. Plus, how it helps medical imaging can be used in rural setting where there are no established medical facilities or healthcare. Amara gaare, Sambalpur ote gaare. Hospital 9, you can get a room, you can have a PA or a health tech or a nurse, and you have a computer, and you take the pictures and send it online to a doctor or a specialist sitting in Bhubaneswar or Cuttack. And immediately within 30 minutes, the answer is there and the treatment option is there. And this will be very helpful specifically in India and Orissa. Now, mostly artificial intelligence is doing a lot of good work in ophthalmology and skin conditions. Amaro gaare lokonkar cataract, vitamin A deficiency, right? So what the computer can do, they can take picture of your eye. In different sections, they will guide. They send the pictures to the ophthalmologist sitting in Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, London, UK, USA. And they will tell, okay, he's early diabetic retinopathy, send him to a retinologist or a glass tube. Same thing with skin conditions. So there are a lot of things that can be approached and increase the accessibility and specialty care along with routine care through artificial intelligence. The most important is artificial intelligence has decreased the cost and the time to provide medicine and vaccinations. This is an interesting thing I think you guys should know. For example, Ebola virus. 2009 Ebola virus, artificial intelligence stepped in and analyzed Ebola virus kimti pasuchi cell bitere. What area that needs to be blocked to prevent the virus from getting into the cell. And they developed the treatment. Third thing is COVID vaccine. There are a lot of hue and cry. COVID vaccine ite jaldi kimti human trial no hai ki nahi, stage 3 no hai ki nahi, they offered. That is where artificial intelligence again came in. Artificial intelligence asiki kohela COVID virus or empty dena achi ei jagar attack kurji, you block it there. And that's how the vaccines were created. So you see the beauty of artificial intelligence. Next, I think let's wrap up quickly. I have very few. I
will also pitch in the idea ki eita ko ame gote special webinar kari ethre details kariba, because this story is so amazing ki mo moderator ki time check kariya katha kan mo hi mugdha hoiki sununchi.
Exactly. I mean, this has so much of potentials. Let's not go deep into that. Same thing. It helps us in cancer research and treatment. Yeah. Next. And genetic medication gene therapy be artificial intelligence will help you. So, and the other most important thing is which you guys will connect is artificial intelligence is supporting us in monitoring health through wearables. Cardiac monitors, Apple Watch, iPhone. Sabu upon the Apple iWatch the EKG helani. iPhone they're tracking your heart rate, they're tracking your blood pressure. So all these are artificial intelligence. At upper health equity, artificial intelligence does not bias based on race, caste, creed, or income inequality. Samastang by same platform based on the gene, data, and age, and artificial intelligence is very fair in that. And artificial intelligence can remove the bias by promoting data transparency and diversity. Yeah, next. Good. So conclusion is, I'll give you an example. 2018 World Medical Innovation Forum on Artificial Intelligence, presented by Partner Healthcare, leading research and faculty members, showcased 12 different technologies that will major impact due to artificial intelligence. So healthcare industry is ripe for major changes from chronic diseases, cancer to radiology and risk assessment. There are opportunities to leverage artificial intelligence technology to produce more precise, efficient intervention at the right moment in patient care. And you see there on the left side, I just wanted to show you how artificial intelligence has jumped every year. 45% it is jumping. See the growth rate and exponential growth projections for artificial intelligence in healthcare. So AI is posed to be the engine to drive innovation in healthcare industry across the world. So now saying this, I conclude, and then how to do it, that will be a total different session. It's a brainstorming session, but I have ideas how we can do and make Odisha as a back office for artificial intelligence, implementation of the existing softwares that we have to access every rural nook and corner of Odisha, and how to modify it and make it better, plus research to develop new software and technology. And that way we need investors and interested professionals and IT gurus like Utkal, Anjan Babu and others. Saying this, I'll close here. If you have any questions, if Utkal Babu allows me, if there is time, I will take, otherwise we can do it later.
Dhanyavad Devashish Ray. That was an amazing. So I think the first, more than the question, suggestion hochi, this itself, let's plan a global webinar so we can talk more about it. For any other things, let's for all the participants, I would request put your questions out here, and moderators and the organizers of this event will definitely help you reach out to Dr. Ray and the larger organization.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, I'm Samanaj Bhai for next section. Can you please take over? Thank you.
Yeah, धन्यवाद उत्पल. ମୁଁ ବି ବେଶୀ ସମୟ ନେବିନି. ଆମର ନେକ୍ସଟ ସ୍ପିକର ହେଉଛନ୍ତି डिजिटल इंडिया सबुआडे. एमती किए इंडिया रे नहीं जे जाननी डिजिटल इंडिया कौन, तार जी टेक्नोलॉजी को ड्राइव करूचंती एज दी सीटीओ ऑफ डिजिटल इंडिया. सी गोटे ओडिया, सेटा हम मान पे गर्वर विषय. टुडे वी हैव विथ अस मिस्टर देवव्रत नायक, CTO of Digital India. Though formally called CTO since less than a year, he has been playing this role for close to 5 years. An open source champion, he is one of the rare technology experts who actually evangelizes what he believes in and goes well beyond tech to make things fall in place. Something that, you know, even in corporate India, CIOs and CTOs are still struggling to, and they aspire for. By the way, he is the man behind building the DigiLocker app, which all of you, probably a lot of you use, and scaling up the CoWin app, which is created a world record and making it work smoothly. I usually call him by his nickname, but we'll stick to Mr. Nayak here. Actually, he is was my classmate in and very good friend from college. But I'll stick to Mr. Nayak here. So without wasting too much of time, let me go. And this one you can answer very briefly so that we can go to the actual subject. Is see, everyone is talking of digital transformation. In my job, I am a technology editor. All that I hear is digital information from or of enterprises. Now we come to digital transformation of a nation which is so diverse, so heterogeneous, with very different kind of development. So when you sit at a job, planning for technology to make that digital transformation of the country happens, apart from the pride and sense of responsibility, what are some of the, tech challenges and things that come to your mind?
Thanks, Manoj, and namaskar to all the participants, and thanks to all the panelists also. I think it's a great lecture. I think I was in for the last 1 hour. I think it's a great learning for me also. Yeah. Yes, Manoj, that the point is, yes, if you think small, like the country, if you think big, you can't not achieve anything. If you think small and think to achieve something, in the small things to achieve. I think when we started DigiLocker, we don't know that where we'll be there, but we have a clear-cut problem statement that yes, this is the problem statement of a digital document. We are talking about for the last 20 years. It is the digital translation, I always say. It is the digital translation means the department being computerized, the type machine to the desktop to a online platform. This is the how the translation happens. But when you're talking about the digital service delivery, then we thought about, okay, now it was mostly towards the department computerization or something to do, like the organizations computerization, organization services. But for the last 7 years, mostly that what we are looking at when that now the citizen have the power, that you have the technology with the citizen. So it is not with the government right now or the departments, it is the delivery. So that is why that you can look at that the problem statement is, yes, now the time or that country like India that we see as a part is what the citizen demand and you want to deliver. So that is what that looking at. So that's why that we looked at the transformation in the every sector. It is not the education, it is on the healthcare, it is where that every aspect as a citizen have the power, you can deliver right now. So the technology with them, when we were talking about the technology divide for a few years back, it is not there. So in the country like India, you think some way the problem statement you can deliver right now. So like that DigiLocker we deliver and COVID we deliver for the in the COVID time. If you look at the COVID, what that did in the healthcare system, I looked at some way amazed as a part, if you can build the database of a 12 years above of the child, and we have everything at the you can find out, okay, that how many ladies are the 18 years above, and what is the pregnancy ladies. We have the database of the pregnant ladies also right now. So you have everything of the 90 crores of the citizen registered in the COVID platform, and you think right now the topics we are talking about, you can push anything with them. Okay, now you require this healthcare, you require this education. What about the way you can look at that way? Yeah. So going to the COVID and building the COVID vaccination, why not we can the digital transformation, the universal vaccination program? Why not we can look at the whole the platform to be HMI systems, right? So the recent time that the whole health department is talking about the ecosystems, that hospital computerization, everything that we're talking about. But recently that I am working with that also, that project that is called that. Why not we can have the doctor and the patient the same way they can run, they come to the COVID platform, the same way the patient requests a doctor, okay, I need an appointment or I want to come to you. So that is why the electronic health record we can generate the way for the last few years we are trying, but we can't achieve the same achievements. But if you can change the whole thought process, country like India, we can do the whole crores of I think it will be some crores of records we can generate within the quickest of the time. So that is why that we say you have the platforms, we have to think as a part of but I think it is much more easier what we could have thought in 5 years back.
So can you just quick straight question, can you just give some brief outline of what are the new things, new projects that you are working on?
The first thing I'm working on as a COVID to take it the forward. That is the first thing. It is one area that I am being into right now, that my thought process is why not we can take forward COVID to the next generation for the country. Why not that health platform we can build for the doctors, like the Amazon sellers are there and buyers are there. So why not doctors is one side and the patient is that the doctor should come seamlessly. If I say doctor will buy a software, now people are talking about why not that in the Amazon marketplace will provide a HMI system. I say, if you give, whether the doctor will take it as a part of, will use it? No. So doctor don't require anything as a part. Just say you just have a mobile, you just logged in, you just prove you are a doctor, then patient should come, they can connect on a platform. If you say doctor and clinic will buy a clinical software for them, they will never do. A country like India. So rather than why not the COVID can be the next generation platform of the HMI system for the country, or that patients and the doctor, because when you are talking about the doctor, that the horizontal space will create for the doctors who are being private practicing as a part. So that is why that one area that I'm being into working. And also if looking at the all HMI software I'm looking at, it is not the product friendly, it is not the totally you say the doctor will use. In my family I'll say that government doctors look at the patient ratio, they will never use this type of software. That is why that we say the software can we bring that can make the doctor lives easy. That if I say that the product should be like this, can it be in the 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, doctor can generate the prescription for the patients. It's not that some way just looked at, okay, doctor will write their name, date of birth, and so it will never work like country like India, because we have the ratio of the patients are more, and the doctor don't have the time to do it. So that is why that AI, voice recognition, whatever the way the technology can top of it.
Any other, apart from healthcare, any other?
Then another area is we are being into the educational systems. We are into the educational, one is educational record depository. That is why that we are being into around 50 crores educational documents with us, and we are being connected to the almost all the universities to provide the data. It is really going well. For the last 2 years, we are being into, I think, 50 crores educational records. Every day, organic growth of educational records in our data, which is 1 lakh around something is coming up. Then also the next national educational policy, we are building the academic credit banks, where that the NAD is a previous records, like a CBSE is now planning to have 94. In our generation mark sheet, they want to going for a digitization, and they will contribute to the academic national academic depository. That the same way we are looking at the forward looking, where that your credit scores will be onto the platform, so that you can leave one college and you go back to the another college, and your credit will be transferred. So that is one area I am working. Then another is the WCD, working with the Anganwadis. I think that is one of the great, I think that will be the next changes in the country. If can bring it to next stage. Almost 13 lakhs Anganwadis are connected, because that is the only way we are being connected to the village. Then we are having the whole the child birth and the nutrition plannings, the monitoring the child health from 0 to 6 years, and the vaccinations as well. So that is one of the area that I am being much more passionate to work with the governments. We did it currently, and it is being going to the next stage, where we are looking at that why not the citizen will have that app. We released for the Anganwadi. Now the next part is that app will be released for the pregnant women and lactating mothers, so that they can track their nutrition parts, they can track their health checkups, they can track their vaccinations, they can take out the nutrition guidelines. So that is the one. Then another part is what I do drive right now is the Umang. That is what that we say all government services can be part of the one app. You don't have to go to many government portals just to have it is the one government platform. Where I say it can be the next generation Amazon marketplace type. It's the government service marketplace. You go and you define some way that I am Mr. X. My age is 24 and I am disabled. So what is the government is giving me? What is happening right now, which you don't know. Somewhere somebody is coming to us, okay, government is giving the services. If you think about the other way, why not government should reach to you rather than you reach to the governments? You have something called, you prove yourself in the systems. The systems will identify, systems should give the, government should give the benefits, what you are actually eligible. It's not how the systems is right now working. Some people, powerful people into the systems, they are getting the benefits in the village, whatever the benefits are coming to them in the village. So that is why that reverse it, rather than you are the best person suited on the way, so that government should give you the benefits. So that is why that we are being working on as a part. Yeah. So mostly that my work is now mostly I am being focusing on is the platform.
Okay, so these are all the things, examples that you took, then where you are working, and I think we have discussed that earlier also. Are this is of course but how citizens would get benefited, and that is what the government should do. Now, what is the scope for the ecosystem? I mean, the industry, the startups, the academia, the people, the community in general, to work with the government, because you are creating platforms. You must be generating a lot of data and a lot of good quality data. So one is that there is an immediate objective which you achieve, but beyond that, the use cases, the application can only be restricted by imagination. So how do you, how can the community work with you?
Okay. So when you are talking about the AI and ML, whatever we are talking about, is recorded data, right? when you are doing data, then we have some path to that point, right? If you look at that way for the last 7 years in the country, when we started DigiLocker, we don't have a path to the government database, right? It is not open. It is all closed doors, and the babus are controlling the whole things. Now, what you looked at in the DigiLocker and Umang and API Sethi, what we are trying to build in the current scenarios, we are now opened the floodgates into the government database.
Can you just talk about this API Sethi?
Okay, I'm going to that.
Yeah, you also.
If you look at that current scenario, the citizen own the data. If whether it's the DigiLocker, you are owning the data. When you are talking about the Umang, it is the services you open for the privates. You can come and you can be a partner to the government to build your own applications, right? So DigiLocker is the same way. The citizen is own the data, and you are being the partner to the DigiLocker, and citizen will have the consent to share your data to the private parties. They can build their solution top of it. So for the last 7 years, what we did, we are opened up lots of APIs from the government databases, because that is the only the basic need we did, that opening of the gates so that data can come out from the government databases. Right. So what the data we are bringing, one type of data is, yes, it is the person citizen centric data. Then another data type is the service type of data. But what the other side of the data is, yes, that what the industry require. One is, yes, the road to the data. You have to reach to the data. Then you have to bring that data. So that path needs to be clear. That is the one. Then the destination of the data, what you require. That is the one aspect of the thing is, yes, government is working as a part of, yes, that policy is opening of the data and other sides. But what we are working on is now give that path to the data by opening of the databases. API Sethi is doing as a part of the data exchange.
COVID project mein deyithulu.
So what the API Sethi is doing, that publishing the APIs and the specs so that others can see and they can build their solutions. Now coming to the data sets of the large scale data sets, you don't require APIs to give you the data. Rather than they should provide the data sets to a repository where the data can be taken by the different providers. I think that is the one area that I am working. My CEO is also the heading the data governance division. So what we are talking to him, because API is not suitable. API is the individual data to be gone. It is the end use of the AI/ML systems, because you define a model that I will take the API and I will pass the API value to you, and you give me yes or no, or whatever the decision on the ML you can pass on to me. But when you require the large scale of data, that is why that mostly the data you can't bring from the current user databases. Rather than you have to keep data anonymized, and you should have a continuous pipeline to put the data in the data somewhere so that others can take the data, and also policy who will take the data. It's not that XYZ somebody will take, rather than you define that who will take which data. So that is the one area that the government is working on. Yes, for me as a part of opening the APIs, the data exchange as a part, that is more critical for us, because when you want to build a country like India, you require much more the data exchange happening, how the API is functioning. That is what I am looking at. Yes, why not this, the same thing can be happen in this tribe, because this is where the problem lies. RBI governs the EPI, right? They have the regulatory body, but here there is no regulatory body. That we have to bring the regulatory body in place. Okay, now this data set is required by the industry, that to be defined.
Absolutely. So, thanks. I think we need a session with the community to discuss those things. But one last question before we complete this is, as an ODIA, so what is your this you are doing for the entire country? So what is your tech vision, or what do you want Odisha to achieve, and so that if you can share, and what we as ODIAs in ML, a lot of techies and academicians and entrepreneurs around the world are part of this group, how they can help the same thing to drive similar things for Odisha, economic growth of Odisha, driving the development of Odisha.
The problem is not the technology, ODIA or non-ODIA, but problem is same for everybody, right? Only point is, yes, that community as we belongs, only point is what that the focus to be. If we say that we have the 100 focus area, then we may not achieve. That is why that we see what is the focus area. If we say that AI/ML is our focus area, and which sector the focus to be. So if we define that, then we'll see that what is the problem inside the government and where we are right now. Yesterday, I am having a discussion with the Ninja Card. The Ninja Card is the lots of big companies have been putting their money into the Ninja Card, like Flipkart, and lots of. So I don't know that in the government that what is the use case of the AI/ML in lots of areas, right? So we have to identify which areas. I told Ninja Card, you give me what is the farmer's requirement as a part of processing the loans, as a part of what we are looking at. We look at the technology to benefit the citizen. If we are to benefit the citizen, what are the problem areas, which data we require? If the Ninja Card required, okay, they told me that they required the Mondi data as a part of something, the Mondi trading data, right? That farmers, what are the trading is happening in the Mondi, and that data requires to the Ninja Card, so that Ninja Card will arrange a loan from the banks to the farmers, right? So that is what we have to look at as a part of the government. Where are the problem statement, or which data we are looking at, and where that is.
Okay, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining and sharing your perspective. It is good to know that, someone from Odisha is driving the digitization of entire digital transformation of entire India. And thanks for taking time to join. And we'll engage with you specifically on this data, what are you doing as a community on a dedicated basis. Thank you. And I hand it over to Utkal.
Thank you. Such an inspiring speech, Mr. Debabrata Bhai. Okay, moving on to the next section. I have another privilege to introduce you probably to the oldest living person being. No, just kidding. She has done so many things as a young professional. It probably will take us multiple births to achieve this. So let's hear what she has done. She's the CEO of Das Tech. My apologies if I'm not pronouncing. It's a Swedish company. And she's the CEO of that. Digital as a Service Tech is a passionate global leader in the areas of data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, who worked and lived in more than 40 countries. In her previous roles, she has led preparation, incubation, and verification of data and analytics-driven programs for companies such as Cognizant, Microsoft, Pitney Bowes, Accenture, and Centigo. She has consulted many Fortune 500 companies' policymakers on strategic, operational, financial issues. With more than 20 years of multi-industry experience in the data and analytics domain, she has interesting stories to share about leaders who have leveraged analytics and data to enable customer centricity, to create a new business model, to optimize cost, to automate process. She is very passionate about ethical practice of AI. In her current role in Das Tech, she advises startups, scale-ups, and large organizations on strategy and execution of data, analytics, AI, and ML. We welcome Ms. Neelima Mishra here to the podium. Her focus is going to be about how women in the AI area can be empowered, and can contribute to the society. But with that, I will always continue to look at the implicit question: how did you achieve all this in such a small time? Okay, all yours, Neelima. Welcome.
Dhanyavad, namaskar. I think not small time, 22 years of experience, and I think बहुत जन लोग कहले जे मु भाबुची पर्सनली जने ओडिया है कि जे जेते हम्बल स्टार्ट करथिबो सेते ऊपर को जीवो मनिष. I think आम ओडिया माटी हमको सही हम्बल स्टार्ट बैकग्राउंड ता दउची, सेति पे हमें समस्ते ए जो फोरम रे लोक माने कहउछन समस्त को एक्सपीरियंस समस्त को नॉलेज देखिले ते इंस्पायर्ड फील करूची मु, probably because of the fact आमे eventually आमे समस्त in our own ways trying to solve सेई सबु गैप गुडा जोडा आमे जेतो निजे पढुथिले बड होउथिले सेतबे जो गैप गुडा देखिथिले जे एई जिंसटा मते नाही, मते अचीव फैसिलिटी नाही, मु एटा करिबी निजे निजे जेतो सुविधा हबो I will build this. Say जो mindset टा ने क्या मैं आज बाहर रहूचे समझते. I think that is why we have been, all of us in this forum has achieved so much, and I'm really inspired today. It's a great forum, and I'm very proud to be Odia. जेतले मु देखुची कि जेमती प्रकार हमर अचीवमेंट अछि बट यस आज गोटे मु स्पेसिफिक टॉपिक नै कि आछि आ से टॉपिक ता होची वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड एम्पावरमेंट बोथ द सिनेरियो इन एआई ता पछरे गोटे स्पेसिफिक रीजन अछि मोर पर्सनल रीजन अछि एज ए गर्ल जेतले मु पढुथिली एंड आल्सो दैट आई हैव सीन व्हाट बट ए सेशन ता को मु as for introduction apne कहले I'm a storyteller, so I'm going to do fun and some interesting stories about how did I land on this topic being my most important topic, right? So first of all, why women empowerment? I think mote basic kichi कहया दरकार नाही काहे कि ना already कहै सची 46 million population ओडिसा रा वर्तमान 2022 सेंसेक्स रे आ सेतरे 20 million are women. जदि half of the population is not participating in enabling machine learning, AI and such technology, जदि ओडिया झियो enable हेई पारिलानी ताहाले आमे केमिति जो आजी बढ़िया बढ़िया जिंस बडा कहिले मनोज मिश्र सर कहिले जे लेट मेक ओडिसा द एआई कैपिटल ऑफ ईस्ट इंडिया सेटा केमिति अचीव करबा जदि हाफ द पॉपुलेशन इज नॉट there, right? Now interesting या भी गोटे सुनिली आजिरो सेशन रे जे झियो माने आर्ट साइंस लाइन को बहुत चूज करूछन दैट वाज वन लाइनर गोटे सेशन रे एंड इंटरेस्टिंग भी कहिया को गले मु रहूची स्वीडन रे जोथरे वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट दिस आर द कंट्रीज वेयर वुमेन आर ट्रीटेड रियली वेल, राइट? सबो एग्जीक्यूटिव रोल सीएक्सओ रोल जेते अछि प्राइमरीली आर वुमेन, चीफ डिजिटल ऑफिसर्स आर वुमेन, हेड ऑफ डेटा साइंस आर जनरली वुमेन, सीईओज आर वुमेन. से माने केमती से माने अचीव करले से माने को टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट समझते ना आमर गोटे जिनस रे जोटा सबुटो फन फैक्ट मु आसी कि ए कंट्री रे जतबे लास्ट 8 वर्ष हला नॉर्डिक्स रे काम करची रियलाइज कली जे गोटे पॉइंट एवरीबॉडी टॉक्ड अबाउट आमे ओडिया माने आउटस्पोकन नो आउटगोइंग नुह आमे टेक्निकली ब्रिलियंट, राइट? बट आमे आउटस्पोकन नुह मु जतबे गोटे एआई सेशन रे गूगल लेड एआई सेशन रे कथा कहतली 100 टा जियो दौड़ी के आसिले लोकालिटी मते पचारले आमे भी एआई काम करे चाहू मु सेन पचल को टेक्नोलॉजी सिखिचो से माने हसी हसी कहले नाही आमे लिंग्विस्ट आमे लैंग्वेज एक्सपर्ट्स आमे फ्रेंच को स्वीडन रे ट्रांसलेट करछु स्वीडिश को इंग्लिश रे ट्रांसलेट आउडी झडा कहला मु से पूरा पैनल रे जो मु स्पीक करली आई वाज द ओनली हार्डकोर प्रोग्रामर. सो एआई जो वर्ल्ड अछि सेथिरे आर्ट्स लिंग्विस्ट प्रोग्राम मैनेजमेंट जियो मानकर जो सबुठु बड़ स्ट्रेंथ होची डिजाइनिंग स्किल्स प्रोडक्ट डिजाइनिंग स्किल्स दिस स्किल गुडा को भी सिमिलर अमाउंट रा रिप्रेजेंटेशन दरकार वर्तमान मार्केट रे आमे खाली टेक्नोलॉजी रिप्रेजेंटेशन करबानी जदी आमे रियली प्रोडक्ट एआई प्रोडक्ट कंपनी लीड करिया को चाहूचे आमे जदी नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग बेस्ड सॉल्यूशंस बिल्ड करिया को चाहूचे देन ब्रिंगिंग दोस लिंग्विस्टिक स्किल्स ब्रिंगिंग दोस डिजाइन स्किल्स would actually make a large difference, and it is a fact that women in these areas excel. Now এটা কেবল আনটু বায়াস কথা কହୁছি মু এটা কেবল লোকাল বায়াস নিও এটা গ্লোবাল বায়াস there I don't know how many of you heard that Amazon actually shut down AI which was without supervision. It's unsupervised learning, and it ended up assuming that every male data scientist is a better candidate than a female data scientist just because Amazon रे internal employees माने सब male थिले data science. So ताको कहा गला ताको feed करा गला data जे internal जेते data science अछन साने best सेमानकर जो प्राइमरी कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स अछि से गुडा बेस पर कि नवा कैंडिडेट सोर्स करो एचआर डिपार्टमेंट though everybody was male so not a single female got selected because unsupervised thila. Say every female candidate the moment they saw she is female she was rejected. Then Amazon has to shut down the AI engine. So the second dimension is not only just enablement darkar chiyo manuku ya women manuku. The second dimension is amar jo existing bias achi years of biases, let's not feed it to the AI. Let's not bring it to the machines also. Let's stop there and be very cautious about removing that bias that we have. The more fun so this is the fun fact that actually machines are already getting biased the way we are culturally aligned, right? So eventually more point of view is still there are around in the global market, if you look at it, you would see 72% of the scientific research are done by man. However, in recent past, India is the one who has substantial increase in women studying in STEM area. So what is more important for Orissa specifically at this point of time is make girls the part of the ecosystem and try to together address the skill gap. जो हमें कहूचे ओडिशा को हमारा AI capital है, machine learning capital बनेगा. So in summary, when it comes to women, मोर तीनटा point अच्छी. जो women मान को खाली support खाली education level तक दरकार नहीं, education पौरे बाहा हे गले कौन सी देशरे जाए कि settle हेले. Most of the female compromise on their job thing. सेमानों को career guidance देवा, customized mentorship देवा, active support देवा to get job and internship in the area of AI and ML. Educate करिवा सेमा मु मोर लाइफ रे को एजुकेशन रे पढ़ी छी, बट वुमेन स्कूल रे भी बहुत पढ़ी छी. एनकरेज करिवा स्पेशली डेडिकेटेडली schools वे गर्ल्स स्कूल रे that they should think about a career in AI machine learning. That doesn't happen. There is nobody who's going and inspiring a girl to be a AI product expert. I'm sure in remote areas and all are still not happening right now. It should happen. So and finally, bias taku bahar kariwa. Neither human nor machine should learn the biases that will lead to consider a woman a less capable person than a man. That is pretty much the summary when it comes to women. Now let's look at the same thing, jumping into the next topic, child empowerment, right? Now, अंजन गोटे बहुत बढ़िया पॉइंट करथरा कथावार्ता एमती हला बेले कहिथिले जे जेतबे हमें बिल्ड करछे एआई हमें बिल्ड करूने काली पाई नेक्स्ट 2 वर्ष पाई. वी आर बिल्डिंग इट फॉर जनरेशंस और फॉर 100 इयर्स. सो जेतबे हमें किछि भी डिसीजन दोउछे आजि का दुनिया रे, इट इज वेरी इंपोर्टेंट जे हमें हमर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को माइंड रे रखिबा. नाउ सेही जिंसरा एते इंपोर्टेंट जे हमें केमते एआई यूज करिवा, दैट विल चेंज. यूरोप रे एजेंसी रे बहुत बड़ो ए व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज देयर इज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कॉल्ड एआई फॉर गुड, जोटा कि एक्चुअली फोकस करूची यूनाइटेड नेशन रो सस्टेनेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंट गोल्स ऊपर है. एंड सेमान को फोकस होची जे एआई को केवल गुड पर्पस रे यूज करो. एंड द डेफिनेशन ऑफ गुड इज नॉट द डेफिनेशन ऑफ गुड इन द करंट कॉन्टेक्स्ट. द कॉन्टेक्स्ट इज from now to next 50 years, what is the definition of good? Sustainability goal kono AI को hunger करिया control करिया पे use करिवा ना AI को automation control करिया पे use करिवा. choice दिया हले कोटा करिवा. AI को माने जो AI को कस्टमर सर्विस बेटर कस्टमर डेटा कलेक्ट करके प्रेडिक्ट करिवा बेटर कस्टमर सर्विस केमती देबी ना AI को एक्चुअली एमती यूज करिवा जे हमने निजर फॉरेस्ट गुडा को प्रिजर्व करि परिवा फॉर नेक्स्ट 100 इयर्स. ए चॉइस टा जो आमे नउचे टेबल रे बसी चे बे लोक माने जो जनरेशन आमे नउचे डिसीजन टा राइट. बट हमर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को जदी टेबल रे बसेबा सेमान को डिसीजन कोन हबो. सेमाने AI ऑटोमेशन पे यूज करिया को चेष्टा करिवे ना सेमाने AI यूज करिवे सेइंग दैट नाही मते कार्बन एमिशन रिड्यूस करिवार अछि. देयर इज अ डिफरेंस इन थिंकिंग. So basic problem, the young generation are not having a seat on the table to take decisions how AI for good is going to be used. सेमान फर्स्ट टेबल नै आस के सेमान को थिंकिंग प्रोसेस टा को इनकॉर्पोरेट करिया पड़िबो. सेमान को आउटगोइंग हवा को पड़िबो. सेमान को कहिबा को निजो व्यू पॉइंट दबार अपॉर्चुनिटी. नाउ एस थेरे गोटे बढ़िया इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी मु सुनाउची. रिसेंटली न्यूयॉर्क पोस्ट रे बाहरतिला जे वन ऑफ द आर्टिस्ट basically AI यूज करके गोटे इमेज को अपग्रेड कला एंड गोटे फोटो कंपटीशन रे पकेला एंड देन गॉट द अवार्ड, राइट, द बेस्ट फोटोग्राफी अवार्ड. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज एवरी आर्टिस्ट गॉट स्कैर्ड. It was not violating the regulations of that photography competition. But should we use AI for art, or is that one area that should stay with us, not with machines, right? So it's in summary why my point of view is outspoken haba, not only for our generation, for the coming generation. Awareness and जो माने use करिबे AI for next 100 years, सेमान को awareness very early basic जो मुआ आदित्य कहते हैंड होल्ड करके से मानको ऑलरेडी वेरी अर्ली स्टेज रे अवेयरनेस एंड एनेबलमेंट क्रिएट करबा जे से माने एआई गोइंग टू एआई एमएल केमती यूज करिवे इन फ्यूचर से मानकर इंपैक्ट कोन होवा लाइफ रे से गुडारो कंप्लीट ट्रांसपेरेंट अवेयरनेस दवा नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को से माने सब जेमती कि सेडा को यूज करि परिवे इफेक्टिवली जेमती कि साइबर बुलिंग बंद हे परिवो देयर आर सो मेनी वेज एआई कैन हेल्प देम right now young people take a seat on the table, take a decision, be part of this whole discussion and make the right choice. What is AI, which AI is going to be good for them, and that should be the focus. There are 100 use cases jehetu part of the countries where I'm rochi jotre ke already greta bhaliya जियो अछंती जो माने काम करूचंती दे आर वेरी आउटस्पोकन आमे ओडिया लोक को एई जर्नी रे जॉइन करी की हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को मध्य से सुविधा देबा जस माने कहि परिवे विद दैट आई स्टॉप हियर
Thank you, Neelima. That was so inspiring. Laguche imte sunuthu au kichite bi story. You should definitely consider writing a book of this short stories. Amazing, inspiring. We can keep reading you, keep listening to you. हमर जदि किछ क्वेश्चन अछि ऑडियंस करो प्लीज चैट रे करंतु हम मॉडरेटर माने वी विल सेंड इट इफ इट इज अ क्वेश्चन स्पेसिफिक टू नीलिमा वी विल रीच आउट टू नीलिमा जदि इट इज अबाउट दिस इवेंट और दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन शी इज आल्सो एन इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सो शी इज ऑलवेज रीचेबल थैंक यू अगेन फॉर फाइंडिंग time for us in your busy schedule. Having a CEO is not an easy. Thank you. All right, moving on to our next segment. I have yet again another privilege to talk one of my dearest friends. Amazing, like, you know, people will pay to listen from him. But I would say that I am amazingly privileged that he buys me coffee and I listen to him. But before I undermine him further, let me tell who he is. Now, he's an engineering director at Google, where he leads teams working on search and artificial intelligence. He has led the research and development of AI technologies that power billions of user products. Not one or two, billions of user products, including search, Chrome browser, Gmail, YouTube, and Android. He was one of the founding leads of Machine Intelligence Organization when it was created in 2013. Prior to Machine Intelligence, he worked on Google Search, where he built technologies spanning the entire search stack and played a key role in the development of Google Knowledge Graph, was one of its early members. More recently, he is working on using AI to solve humanitarian aid problems in partnership with the United Nations World Food Program and the World Bank. The partnership was announced at the United Nations General Assembly in 2018. And the key highlight is that that program won the next year's Nobel Prize for solving the world hunger. And he was part of that technology group. Amazingly, he has a degree in computer science from Stanford University. However, the route that connects to us is that he has also a degree from NIT Rourkela, our very own from Rourkela. Let's give it together for Pranav Khaitan. Pranav.
Namaskar Utkal Bhai and the entire audience. It's a privilege to be here. I'm so honored to be here and feel even more connected to my roots. My roots is like everything I am today is because of the roots and the learning I've gotten from everyone. It's a real privilege to be here. I think talking about technology and artificial intelligence, Odisha's contribution to this field has been enormous already, and how we are all as Odias coming together to build technologies in this space, incubated not only in our state but through diaspora across the world. I think it's amazing. I feel honored to be part of that community, and I'm privileged to be here.
Thank you, Pranav. So Pranav, why don't we, you have amazing, every time we chat about, you have amazing perspective. So if you had to put together a presentation, it will end up becoming novel. So how about we scratch the presentation part? Let's just have a little bit talk, because I think we have heard so far, what I'm getting is that we have heard so many from the industry experts, things like that, and you can be the cherry on the top of everything. But how about let's little bit back up. A lot of our audience are from their students. If they are not watching live to us now, we are live streaming on YouTube, so it is going to be as an intellectual property out there for everybody's consumption. A lot of us are actually into academics, want to organize. So maybe I will ask about your start, that how did you start with this ML? This your resume looks so impressive. How did you get started with this?
Yeah, I would love to talk about it. And before that, I'll mention that Utkal Bhai here has been my inspiration, and also like my elder brother who I contact when I need guidance. Recently, we've been brainstorming how can we use some of these technologies to help our state, and we'll talk about it more later on. Coming back to how was I able to get into this field? So as Utkal Bhai very rightly mentioned, I started off my engineering career at Rourkela in Odisha, in NIT Rourkela, learning computer science fundamentals. And then even though this was early on, this was 2005-ish, back then AI wasn't as prominent or well known as it was. I had this intuition with guidance from my professors that AI has the potential to significantly improve human lives, significantly automate some of the mundane parts of our lives. And that's what prompted me to explore deeper into this area. And the engineering background there and the research that we were able to do there really helped help build more of a foundation in this area. After that, I was able to come and do grad studies here in California at Stanford, and there my specialization was also in artificial intelligence. Got to do some research on how both fundamental AI techniques and also how do we apply it to the field of medicine, to the field of physics and other domains. And that was very exciting as well. Soon after that, I joined Google, which is obviously, it was well known for search, and I worked initially on the search side, but then I had this feeling that AI can meaningfully advance user experiences across the board and automate many of the difficult parts or time-consuming parts of our lives. And so that's when I started going much deeper into this, build engineering teams of scientists and engineers working on this, and was able to incorporate these technologies in many Google products, which we use on a daily basis, like search, YouTube, Android, etc. And while that was happening, through conversations with my family members, through conversations with friends, another feeling I had was, yes, AI is able to benefit these huge products so much, but can we also use it to benefit segments of the population that often need it the most and may not be benefiting from it the most? And that prompted me to start this effort called Humanitarian AI, where the first problem we picked to solve was, can we reduce hunger using AI, especially in the aftermath of a disaster where entire regions are cut off from food and shelter. We built very strong partnerships with the United Nations in order to build this technology. We used aerial imagery to detect which regions need the most help and then automatically deploy aid to that region. So that was a very fulfilling experience, and that prompted me to think even further how AI can be used for betterment and for solving some of the difficult humanitarian problems. And here I am. I would love to discuss all the different ideas and the potential that we have here.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that makes you the perfect candidate to talk about this specific area that the audience is here to listen from you. This is about, now that we know, how do we scale it, right? Now that you have done that in a large scale, many of us often wonder, we have the academic background, we know what is artificial intelligence. I know different ways of applying these algorithms, things like that. But if this has to become a growth engine for Odisha, how the students or entrepreneurs or startups in Odisha should think about scaling this up?
Yes, that's a very important point. And the first thing I'll mention there is, I think, like often people end up thinking that, oh, AI is a specialized field, so I need to have some deep background in AI or computer science. And that's usually not true. With the recent growth we have seen in the last few years, we have seen very strong, stable, mature platforms that have grown up. And that makes it very easy for anyone across any industry to start working on this technology and use this technology for their business, no matter what their business is. It could be education, it could be healthcare, it could be manufacturing. And that is something I think the bar for using AI has gone down significantly in recent years. And so that allows many more people to come in and be able to apply this technology to their products or applications. Specifically talking about scale, I think, so one of the unique things about AI or machine learning is that it can very quickly learn from lots of data, right? Like for humans, we also learn from data. We also learn from our environment. And in fact, AI models its behavior very similar to the way humans learn. That's how AI also learns. But humans often need like multiple months or years of time to learn something because they are seeing these patterns repeatedly in their environment or in their educational material, whereas AI can quickly go through millions and billions of examples in a matter of minutes or hours. And I think that's what makes it so empowering. And so then the challenge comes down to how do we get the right training data to teach this AI to do what it needs to do. And any good AI technology is only as good as its data. And so getting representative data, often the data can be generated from our particular application itself. Sometimes maybe it's not there in the application, and then we use like some proxy kind of data. For instance, like if we are building some text understanding models and our application is just getting started, we can train our AI model on all of Wikipedia because Wikipedia has lots and lots of knowledge, lots and lots of text. So we can take our model, bootstrap it on top of something like Wikipedia where there is a lot of data, take that model, then improve it for our application. So that's another way that it works really well. The other thing I would point out is any model is, as I mentioned, representative of its own data. So it's very important that the data that we use for our technology is representative of the world we live in. As Neelima ji mentioned just before me, oftentimes we see there are some biases in our world that we subconsciously or unconsciously, we all accentuate over time, and that's something we shouldn't be doing. So it's very important that we look at our data, we correct for the biases that are inherent in some of the historical data so that we don't advance those biases. We want to build technology that's fair, that works for all segments of the population, and that is meaningfully helping everyone and not biasing towards any particular demographic.
Absolutely, thank you, Pranav. And as you know, we can never stop it. And the audience must have experienced why this is so thrilling to always hear from you and hear about this topic. Just that we have loads of such topics. These are like nuggets, if I would say. The entire sessions through the day you will see are nuggets. But these by itself are such good vast areas. Each of these can become a separate conference on its own. I thank the organizers for arranging such an event. And thank you, Pranav, again. If we have questions, audience, please put your questions on the chat and question answers. Pranav is connected, deeply connected, and we are always proud for him representing us and having our name, having his name, and having the root NIT Rourkela, Odisha's name in the amazing Nobel Prize podium. So thank you for the presentation. I now pass on the baton back to Anjan. Anjan, take forward to our next sections, please. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Utkal Bhai, and thank you, Pranav. Community will be looking forward insights, so thank you. This section will be, thank you. This section, upcoming section would be moderated by Mr. Debu Panda, who is amazing in terms of bringing technology and tapping into poetry. So towards taking AI to the literacy, that's where his session will come in. But I'll call upon Debu Bhai to introduce Professor Prasant Mohapatra, who has been inspiring us for his continuous address to us. In the first address, yeah, I see Debu Bhai here. So in the first address, Professor Prasant Mohapatra has suggested the areas of focus, and community has focused on that. In the second address, Professor Mohapatra has brought in the idea of intelligence in the edge today, intelligence in the edge, interconnected with probably in the interconnect, what I would say brag that it would bring a new kind of science. I'm not sure about that. So handing over to Debu Bhai to introduce Professor Prasant Mohapatra and take the session forward.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, you are.
Namaskar. Gote NIT Rourkela student Pranav, distinguished student ru. Ao gote NIT Rourkela student Dr. Prasant Mohapatra. Mojire mu bhi gote NIT Rourkela ra alumni. So, it's pleasure to introduce Dr. Mohapatra. Jaku hame janichu Prasant bhai bhavre. And recently I got time to work with him during the OSA convention. He was a co-convener for the convention. But he has been the vice chancellor of research for University of California, Davis. He has been also a distinguished professor in the Department of the Computer Science. Before that, he was the vice provost and dean of the graduate studies at the University of California. And he has been talking about AI research, all the things. Recently, he went and met our president of India, Dr. Draupadi Murmu also. So he must have a lot of ideas, how to take AI and ML research to the infrastructure. So his topic is, AI research and academic infrastructure for building growth engines. Prasant Bhai, welcome to Odias Annual Conference.
Thank you, Debu. So as Anjan pointed out, during the first edition, we talked about what are the various AI areas we should put more emphasis on in the context of Odisha. And last year, I mentioned about moving the intelligence to the edges and its impact on the overall AI engine. So this time, Anjan suggested something different, and he said that, can I talk about the future of the impact of AI on education as well as research? And having been in the forefront of those two aspects, I didn't have to spend much time in preparing, but let me share a few slides. I know we are running late. I'll try to make up some time. So I'll spend a couple of slides on the future of AI related to education and a couple more on research. So basically, again, I'll not redefine AI in any way to this audience. You all know what AI is all about, but I want to highlight a few fundamental capabilities that AI that we can leverage from AI. Those are perception through sensing, representation and reasoning through building models and inferencing, then learning also meaningful pattern, natural interaction through various modes, and the societal impact at scale. So if you abstract out most of the AI related fundamental issues, they are kind of, subsumed under these few bulleted items. And again, I wanted to put that up front in there because that's where we need to enhance the learning aspect. And the impacts, as you have heard from many speakers, AI impacts industrial production, supply chain management, financial issues, consumer behaviors. And, I have always in my talks, I have always highlighted agriculture and healthcare. These are two big issues, and many speakers have also spoken, and these are very relevant to Odisha. Process management, traffic management, utility management, all are very important. But today we will focus about education and learning and how AI is creating newer impacts and how it will impact in the future. So, first start with the education, and then I'll spend a couple of slides to talk about the research impacts. So if you look at the current trend, now, for students, internet has become the primary source of information. Back in our days, we used to walk down to the library to find, go through the shelves, eventually find the specific shelf where the book should be. Then we find the book was not there, and we come back and repeat the process eventually to get some information in there. The current or the modern generation of students, they don't do that. Internet is the primary source of information, and that will stay like that. The other thing is, the other trend is average time spent looking at the screen for the kids. And this was from a study, very recent study, from age 8 to 12 years, they spend 5 hours per day. Teenagers, they spend 7 hours per day. If I remember when my kids were of this age, their numbers were much higher than that. So maybe they raised the average that's projected over here. Technology and society, they are evolving and they will continue to evolve. Okay, these are some parameters I'm throwing out. The manner we learn needs to change. We cannot, with all these changes and the new trends, we cannot stick with the same approach of learning that we have been using for years and years. So both learning as well as, the teaching approaches, they need to be envisioned and how we can do that. You cannot say that, okay, go back, get a book and, find out the solution of physics and then do it. Things have changed and people want to leverage the expanding technology, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the question becomes, how should we adapt to this dynamism? And in today's talk, I will not give any solution. I'll just be throwing out a lot of questions for thought. Okay. So here, given that there are new trends, new learning pattern and all, and we need to adapt to the dynamism. The educational institutions are a little slow in adapting to the dynamism. And AI will play a significant role in the adaptation to this new mode of effective learning. And this is something that we can really start nurturing from elementary school up all the way up to higher education. Some observations are the technology advance often amplify and accelerate impacts. So, it'll take some time for you to also realize that with COVID really made us, in terms of technology advances, COVID really made us jump ahead 2-3 years. We skipped 2-3 years. What we would have in the world of certain scope of technologies where we are now, we should have been there in 2025. But because of the pandemic, we got pushed, or we got jumped, and we skipped some of the years in between. So again, as we know, AI brings in all these new exciting capabilities, sensing, recognition, and knowledge representation and reasoning in a different way. We should leverage AI through toolkits to imagine, study, and basically I want to focus this that we need to discuss about the non-envisioned future and concept. We don't know what we don't know, but AI might help us know what we don't know. Okay, so if we can leverage that, then we can, if we can vision the future, we can make our next generation of leaders prepared for that. So when I say next generation leader, that means current generation students. And again, this is an important point which Neelima brought up and Pranav to some extent. AI should be adopted in ways that are equitable, ethical, and effective. So equitable and ethical are very important, that if you don't use AI in proper way, if you don't adopt AI in proper way, you might be creating a lot of inequity, or you might be magnifying inequity, and there are ethical questions always in there. So all these above issues need to be factored in to analyze the impact of AI in education. AI support, AI will help in orchestrating complex learning of activities. And again, you can augment human abilities in learning concepts. And a lot of these things needs to be integrated right from the elementary education part. And we need to expand the naturalistic interactions among learners and artificial agents. So, just talking to a bot the way we are doing right now, that's not very effective. So we need to expand on that. We need to broaden the competencies that can be assessed, because without the proper assessment, it will be hard to evaluate if we are moving in the right direction or headed in the wrong direction. And there might be a lot of hidden correlations and connectivities that AI will let us expose those. So going beyond the known design concept, and again, the future would be an individualized, personalized, and adaptive learning at scale. That is another phrase I'm missing over there. When you talk about individualized and personalized learning, the first question people raise is, okay, that is not a scalable model. But that is the challenge, that can we come up with scalable model, and AI will be a good solution for that. So again, I'll not go through reading the next slides, but some of the things that recently National Science Foundation have come up with a recommendation for the education for next generation, and they pretty much jive well with some of the insights that I provided in the previous few slides. But let me jump over to research, and again, most of this visioning are my own visioning. I could be wrong. So here is what I feel. The low-hanging fruits related to AI research are mostly picked, this big data analysis and leveraging for, simple predictions and all, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, all these things, they are mostly picked up. When we talk about research, we are looking at a longer horizon. So in the near horizon, things are already picked and they're moving pretty well. We have made excellent advances in that. A few things that I want to highlight is AI can be good and equally bad. There are many examples of AI creating negative impact on society. For example, if you and we did some analysis of the entire YouTube data, and it shows how YouTube creates biases in your political views and all, and you can easily get sucked into it. And there are many such ways that AI, especially for police surveillance and all, that creates a lot of not so good outputs there. So we have to be very responsible in using AI. And again, this is a trend. Not everything has a solution through the use of AI. The current generation students in higher education, they think that everything can be solved with AI. No, AI and AI will always have certain limitations and constraints. The societal, for example, the societal and human relationship cannot be leveraged through AI. You cannot build an AI engine where you'll say that, okay, now help me pick who are my good friends or who I should establish as a family relationship or not. Those are, human relationship. The number of parameters and features are way too large for AI to handle. And the bottom line over here is we should not lose sight of other innovation in pursuit of AI. Many in higher education that I see, everybody wants to work on AI because that's the coolest trend to follow. By doing that, we may be losing sight of other technologies or other innovations, which might be equally or even better than AI in terms of effectiveness for societal advance. So again, as I want to repeat the middle line over there, not everything has a solution in AI. So I want to have my last slide to leave you with a bunch of questions to think about for the, for the generation N+1 issues related to AI. So the questions are, can AI aid the deficiencies in natural intelligence? AI is for artificial intelligence. So it is supposed to catch up with natural intelligence. If so, okay, and if so is something that I pause there to highlight that. If so, can AI help people with neurological disorders to live a normal life? Can you add, if people neurological disorders limits the standard acceptance of natural intelligence, so can we use AI to fulfill those gaps and deficits in order to have someone lead a natural life with neurological disorders? Can AI engines be developed to learn and grow on their own and produce clones and offspring? So you build up an AI engine like a baby, and the baby grows, learns and grows and becomes quote unquote an adult and produces or clones offsprings, and the whole cycle continues. Can we do that? So there will be a parallel world of real world versus virtual world. Is that feasible? Is that useful? Should we look at that? Both in terms of positive and negative way. So we should not avoid looking at something which is feasible but is not good, because then in that case we will be thrown that situation and it will be hard to defend against. So these are some things that we should look at. Semantic AI is a big issue. Learning the emotional and mental state. So analyzing the emotional and mental state of people as well as for physical areas. So that brings us also into this multimodal AI in a multidimensional world. So for example, if you're watching a scene in a sitcom or a movie, a scene could be a sequence of several frames of images. What are the emotions attached to it? Well, both in terms of the humans in there as well as the physical environment in there. What is the emotional state of your house with people and with the things that you have? And add the mental state of people at different age. It creates a very complex world that needs to be handled through semantic AI, where we have multimodal issues like different modes, audio, video, images, sound, all the sensing data. And it's a multidimensional world of time, space, and changing mental attitudes. Okay. And the last and the thing I always have highlighted is we need to focus on 5 things, and anything else in the world can be subsumed under those 5 things. Food, which includes water, energy, health, environment, and social infrastructure. Social infrastructure includes both physical as well as people relationship. Those are the 5 things that matter for the sustenance of human beings in the world. So we need to explore how AI can influence these fundamental or how AI can avoid making any negative influence on these things. With that, I want to stop, and this is a wonderful initiative, and I really acknowledge the team which is building up and continuing this forum. Thank you.
Thanks, Prasant Bhai, for a very thought-provoking, talk. Definitely, I'm about all this good and bad about AI and how to take AI forward. But a few things basically, I got excited about is that whether we should lose focus or not about any other technology while just focusing on AI. AI can be just an application of building other things, but you should not just focus on AI. Thanks very much for your thought-provoking talk. Next section. The another thing I got from Dr. Mohapatra's talk is an expand, naturalistic interaction among learners. Sethiru, for the next section ku jiva purbaru, the speaker ku introduce kari debi. आमे अबाउट 5-6 मास तले गोटे आमे गोटे ओडिशा शास्त्रीय दिवस पई गोटे आमे गोटे 40 अधिका टेक्नोलॉजीज अमेरिका रे मिसिकी गोटे गीत बनेथिलु होछ मु ओडिया एंड सेते मु ओडिया गीतटा मु लिखिली सेते शास्त्रीय दिवस विषय और क्लासिक ओडिया क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज केमती स्टार्ट असला आई स्टार्टेड डूइंग सम रिसर्च सेथुरु बेसिकली आई came to know about Padma Shri Devi Prasanna Patnaik, whose contribution has been immense for getting Odia into the status of a classical language. Devi Prasanna Patnaik Babu was born in 1931. He is an Indian professor, linguistic, social scientist, and author. He was the founder director of the Central Institute of Indian Languages, Mysore, and former chairman of Institute of Odia Studies and Research, Bhubaneswar. Dr. Patnaik को 1987 रे Padma Shri दिया जाइथिला for his contribution to formalize and adding Bodo language in the 8th schedule of the Constitution of India. मु तो आगरु कहितली तांकर अवदान ओडिया एक शास्त्रीय भाषा हिसाब रे अधिकृत हबार तांकर अतुलनीय अवदान आउ तांकु मु एबे निमंत्रण करिवि ओडिया माने केमिति हाउ डू वी do NLP research for Odia and the growth perspectives. Dr. Patnaik.
वही टिके टेक्निकल ग्लिच रहुची डॉक्टर पटनायक एबे तांकर जूम कॉल रे जॉइन करि परलेनी हमें तांको रिले माध्यम रे कनेक्ट करिया पय चेष्टा करूछु ता भितरे आपनकु रिक्वेस्ट करिवि से जो awareness पय जोटा करबार थला सीटा हे जाउ दैट्स बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड सरप्राइज फॉर दिस कम्युनिटी
Okay, thank you, Anjan. Kemiti ame how do we get ML को माने ML और AI को हमें पॉपुलर करिबा से सब माने हम बहुत दिन चिंता करूछु तापरे भाबिलु हमें गोटे गोटे गीत की लेखियो बोली माने and although I am in a technologist, most of the people actually know me that I am a poet or an author. I don't know anything about technology. Even OSA conference jane mate pacharile apana ei program kole kete tanga niyanti boli. So fortunately or unfortunately I wrote more technical articles than poems or stories last year and published but anyway in order to popularize ML and AI, we started to write a poem or basically a rap song. We tried to find a singer but couldn't find a singer. So mu se gita da ebe just entertainment pai apan manku ebe prastut karibi. AI ML pai e pruthibi pagal re bhai pruthibi pagal शिखिबाई नुआ विद्या चंचल तार उपयोग करी हेबा सफल रे भाई हेबा सफल शिखिबाई नुआ विद्या चंचल तार उपयोग करी हेबा सफल रे भाई हेबा सफल जागो ए माटीर जुब शक्ति जागो उत्कल जागो ए माटीर जुब शक्ति जागो उत्कल आसो आमे शिखिबा AI परी नुआ जंत्र कौशल रे भाई नुआ जंत्र कौशल ML उपयोग करी आमे हेबा करिबा आम भविष्य तो उज्जवल रे भाई भविष्य तो उज्जवल आम सफलता रे हसिब माता उत्कल हाँ हसिब आम माता उत्कल सुजला सुफला होई हसिब आम माता उत्कल AI ML पाई ये पृथ्वी पागल रे भाई पृथ्वी पागल AI भरिची नुआ उन्मादन ए जगते AI भरिची नुआ उन्मादन ए जगते मशीन लर्निंग आनिची नुआ केते सुजोग केते रे भाई सुजोग केते कृषि ठारू शक्ति जाए वाणिज्यरु जोगाजोग कृषि ठारू शक्ति जाए वाणिज्यरु जोगाजोग स्वार्थठारु अर्थनीति सबुठारे यार उपजग स्वार्थठारु अर्थनीति सबुठारे यार उपजग हाँ AIML पाई ये पृथ्वी पागल रे भाई पृथ्वी पागल शिखिबा ए नुआ जंत्र नुआ विद्या चंचल रे भाई विद्या चंचल तार उपयोग करी हेबा सफल रे भाई हेबा सफल जागए माटीर युव शक्ति जागु उत्कल जागए माटीर युव शक्ति जागु उत्कल आस आमे शिखिबा नुआ जंत्र कौशल रे भाई जंत्र कौशल शिखिबा जदि ML पाइबारु वाणिज्यरु अंतर्दृष्टि शिखिबा जदि ML पाइबा वाणिज्यरु अंतर्दृष्टि उपयोग करी जदि हेबा सफल हेबा टंका वृष्टि रे भाई टंका वृष्टि उपयोग जदि करी हेबा सफल हेबा टंका वृष्टि AI उपयोग करिबा बेसी शस्य अमल रे भाई शस्य अमल स्वार्थ सेवारे विनियोग करिबा संसारर मंगल रे भाई संसारर मंगल जागए माटीर युव शक्ति जागु उत्कल आसो आमे शिखिबा ए नुआ जंत्र कौशल रे भाई जंत्र कौशल AIML पाई ए पृथ्वी पागल रे भाई पृथ्वी पागल शिखिबा ए नुआ विद्या चंचल तार उपयोग करी आमे हेबा सफल रे भाई हेबा सफल धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद देव भाई पद्मश्री पटनायक कनेक्ट करिवारे असुविधा होची आपनकर जो सॉन्ग टा यू नो वे तो gave a hint of past achievers to new generation of achievers like किछि comments अपेक्षा करिवि कि जदि पैनल भितर जदि किछि जो गीत विषय कहया पई you know any comments जदि किछि होबो let's make it. It's a very important aspect if you are noticing a point of view from mass psychology. This is a very important point where I'm responding to a question earlier came up during literacy. So how are we going to go to the places where AI is a fear? And Pranav just said that the bar to entry has low down. We have to raise the bar. We have to, you know, lower down the bar by not lowering down, but bringing in literature. And this song, which we try to bring in as a vehicle, that people who fear about AI, we feed them with jargons, they fear about AI and then they go away. So
in the other part of my life, you know, I actually want to democratize AI to all our business users. Like we have a feature, like for example, I'm responsible for a feature called Redshift machine learning that allows customers to build machine learning model, just write SQL commands. So, you know, and then we are trying to take to the next level. You know, you can ask computer, okay, or your system, like a product a masare khete revenue hala. You just ask that question rather than, you know, typing a SQL. So, you know, that's like, for example, our QuickSight product has already this, you know, so we are trying to do all those things. How we can, you know, democratize AI? It's like bar is now very low to enter. With that, should we transition to Bikas or?
Yes, we will transition to Bikas Rai, and we'll try to schedule a follow-up session with Padmasri Patnaik.
Okay, welcome Bikas Panda. So he's the Director of Information Technology and Systems and IMD Path, and is, you know, very much involved in many of the community activities. Bikas.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. जय जगन्नाथ सबू सुधीबृंद आ बुद्धिजी को मोर नमस्कार बहुत बढ़िया rap gaile Kavita Debu. You are very well known and passionate Odia poet in California re. And you know, other than being a top technologist and, you know, tech writer, आशा करे कि जने आपनकर ए जो कविता ने की गोटे viral video बनाई परिवे बोधे, maybe Akash Das Nayak babu may help. It's amazing how such a diverse group of audience and speakers, you know, we have students, entrepreneurs, academicians, professionals, government bureaucrats, actors, and anything else you can think of across the globe in many time zones are meeting here to share knowledge, It's our passion and belongingness to our motherland, Odisha, that brought us all together. I personally learned a lot. I really congratulate the hardworking leaders and volunteers of Odias in ML, Anjan, especially you, for managing this in such a successful event so far. As we get into our ending part of today's convention, let's retrospect on where we are heading to as humans. And we'll have some talk on that in the ending part, where we will be in, let's say, 2023, 20 years or 50 years from now. So there is a school of thought that machines we build will eventually take over us or even wipe out humanity. Hollywood has been portraying this in a crude way. So whereas a human-created machine, robot, or zombie reproduces itself and is almost ready to destroy the world, and of course, our superhero saves all at the end. So I'm sure many of you don't agree with this school of thought. Human mind has no boundary. Nothing that we build will ever overtake us, ever. Of course, there are bias in AI models. Neelima Mishra nicely gave an example in Amazon. Pranav Khaitan and our dear Prasant Bhai actually nicely reiterated. So there are, bias, privacy issues, and unfair outcomes. That all of these are actually detrimental to the society overall, and each of us have a responsibility, to keep this in mind. Anything we build in future. So I pass on the baton to Shri Pratyush Mishra to discuss the concluding remarks, Ode to the future. Dhanyavad.
Pradipta has been a silent driving force, being the convener of this year's conference, and the immense amount of work that is going on is awesome. So Pradipta will take us concluding this particular session. So in the meantime, while Pradipta is probably taking us with his notes, we'll welcome a few comments. I see Sudhir Bhai joining, and maybe I'll use this few minutes to talk about the what is coming up. The next is after Pradipta's ode to future, like how we look future or how we build future. A little bit of talk on way to 2023, and when we are actually debating and discussing, Bikas Bhai and everyone in the panel here, there was a conclusion that we need to go to the ground today. We need to go to the ground, and ground is via a district chapter network, like where we have a connection between people who are there, who needs at different levels of preparedness. Like some of us needs awareness, some of us are aware what is AI, but need to be a little literate about it, and then in different stages of value creation from literacy. So I'm just waiting for Pratyush Mishra to bring in when he is up. So Pratyush, please feel free to chime in as you are ready. I'm filling in the silence. So while I was saying that, awareness, literacy, and different stages of value creation, a lot of content which is going on. And so I will probably ask Sudhir Bhai for 30 seconds, and then hopefully Pratyush will take over. Hey, you are on mute, Sudhir Bhai.
Namaskar. Anjan, thank you very much for introducing me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Sudhir Bhai.
Namaskar.
30 seconds.
Namaskar. Bikas, are you still there?
Sudhir, so nice to meet you after
So nice to see you here.
2 decades. Let me put it this way.
2 decades, yes.
Thank you.
So before talking about anything else, I wanted to just give kudos to Anjan and the volunteering team. So people talk about, and because you also mentioned that there is fear that artificial intelligence is going to take over the world and is going to do everything, and humans will be losing their jobs and will not be able to do certain things. I just don't believe that would be possible. And one example here is what Anjan and team have put together to bring all Odias from all across the world. And I challenge anybody to write a program that can replace the human effort to bring people together, to create a platform where a common goal, we are all from Odisha, we are all very proud to be here today, but no program can replace what a human touch can do to bring people together from all across the globe. Anybody has any opinion about that?
Sudhir bhai, we will listen from different district chapter leaders so that they are in the field. We learned diaspora, we learned in academia and intelligentsia. Am I using the right word? Or academia and thought leaders. Next we will actually get into the district chapter leader meeting. I would call upon Manoj bhai, would you want to comment something while we get to the district chapter leaders?
As earlier also was discussed, I think Mr. Mishra said, is that any automation, AI will not replace humans, it will just make them more productive. We would also like AI to help us do the same thing that we are doing a little more efficiently, in a little more resource efficient manner. But I agree that no, it is not an alternative to social bonding, social organization. So we love if it can help us to some extent.
Yes. In the meantime, anyone from the media panel, if you want to have any questions, please raise your hands. We will bring you in while we are getting situated for the district chapter leaders meeting. And the district chapter leaders who are doing real work, please be ready. We will add you into this. I think Pradyupta is waiting to listen from us to be able to, give us his concluding thoughts. How can we have conclusion without listening to the people in the field? That's his point. So please, I would suggest both Sudhir bhai, Manoj bhai, you can continue the conversations, and while we'll see if there's any raised hand from the media.
Yeah, what I see here is a lot of comments. See, apart from questions and generally some praise for the speakers, what I see and which is very heartening is that there is a lot of suggestions for taking it forward. There have been right from very broad idea to very specific ideas. See, if we can, as a next step, if we can again with help of community, we can kind of we cannot, as Debabrata also said, we cannot do all the things. So we have to select and we have to probably club, put into common buckets. And healthcare is, of course, which is something has come. This taking AI into schools, teaching them basics of the AI is something, an idea that has found a lot of favors. Something around working closely with government for startups, that's one idea. Then something which you have already started doing to some extent, but it has to be intensified much more, is this connecting. See, here it is, we do once a year and we do some specific initiative, but connecting. And this is something which every year we discuss, and my pet idea, not a great creative idea, it is a basic thing everyone would agree, is that we have so many engineering colleges, their faculty, their administration, somehow getting them together with the expert from academia outside, expert from industry, and people like us who are not experts in anything, but play some role in, I'm part of media, to take it to each other. So if we can create that, that is a very, and that's something which can easily be done. It just not easily, nothing can be done very easily, but which can be done. Unlike talking of a big dream where you have to take steps. This is something which I think it's just that some things needed to be put together so that it can just take up. I think we've discussed Anjan a few times, and we have started in a small way. We did a faculty development program sort of things. We did a summer school program, but this has to be a little more continuous, and part a common group should drive it, where the ownership is also with the people who would actually do, and not just people like us.
So thank you, Manoj bhai. I mean, we see Subhadarshi, Somendra, Abhijit. So I think it will be a right point to bring in time. The genesis of this movement has happened. We are trying to Google amku support kornatla, Odia translation support kornatla. So we ame Sua tiyari kariya pai chaitulu. So Sua pai Somendra Subhadarshi. So Subhadarshi. So we have a section, so the way we have a section called "We Did It." We did it section, right? So so just want to bring in a few things, saying that when we say, we just don't say we did it. So that's where Subhadarshi may want to take us, if he's willing to, what he has done for SUA. Like we said, I used to call Subhadarshi has written the brain for SUA, right? So he's an NLP scholar himself. And we have Dr. Santipriya Parida. He has executed the summer school program in such a nice manner. So, so slowly we are transitioning into "We Did It" section, because with your permission. So we are getting into "We Did It" section, and then we are trying to assimilate "We Did It" with chapter leaders section as it. So Subhadarshi, will you be able to tell us a few words about SUA?
Yes, sure. First of all, thanks for bringing that up. Thank you. Jitale SUA start hitila, I think बहुत ही कम resources थिला आमा पाखरे. Basically, SUA is nothing but a machine translation system from English to Odia. And we also did it from Odia to English. So the main idea was that how we can build a machine translation system which can translate from one language to another, one of the languages being Odia. So the first thing at the time, actually, Somendra bhai and I got in touch to find out what are the ways to start this project, because setole Google Translate support karnotla Odia language ko. Now it supports. Now actually Odia is supported in many more platforms also, but at that time it was not supported. So ame first step जोटा नेले सेटा हला कि डेटा कलेक्शन करिवा parallel text English to Odia parallel text, and we were not really we were not annotating data ourselves. We were just finding out from online sources jadi kichi already existing data sets achi कि even those are not formally released data sets, just kichi data sets some GitHub repo रे अछि ame सबु को gather करके we tried to get some data. We also had this challenge of what is the quality of data, will that be, is that data clean or not. We did not know exactly how it will look like if we just train a machine translation system on that. So initially both challenges thila, both questions thila, but I'm glad that with the support of all the members that I was in touch with, still move forward. Ame initially ame jete data thila taku basically just by splitting it into train, validation, test, ame gote proper machine learning pipeline fit kariki we trained both statistical models and neural machine translation models. So say that was the starting point. I'm pretty sure right now, say in terms of research also, more even better quality machine translation for Odia is already done. Some of those projects I have been part of also directly, but the initial phase was always SUA, and that I will just like to say a few things, Mane, without going to too much of details in that. One thing that we realized is that when multiple people come together, and for example data collection time maybe we are looking at different sources, and some of the sources were not as good as other sources in terms of data quality. So we had these different challenges of how which data sources to select. So even if I was very much I had a little bit of expertise in building the machine translation model, training it, but I always needed somebody else to take care of the data part. So it is all about the joint effort of the group, which actually makes such projects even a possibility, I think. So that is what I would like to mention, and give the mic to back to Anjan Bhai.
Sure. Somendra kichi jodibe ethre?
Yeah, thank you Subhadarshi. Subhadarshi जो कहले तापरे कौन हला निस्वा स्टार्टिंग में जते गूगल आउ बिंग रे गूगल आउ बिंग रे आसला परे हमर मशीन ट्रांसलेशन प्रति एते अनेटिक हमें ध्यान देलनी अलगा जिनस रे हमें कंसंट्रेट करलु. फॉर एग्जांपल मो स्क्रीन देखाउ तो
देखाउ छी.
हां जल्दी फर्स्ट गोटे डिक्शनरी पे हमें डाटा कलेक्शन स्टार्ट कलु. ओडिया टू ओडिया डिक्शनरी एंड ओडिया इंग्लिश डिक्शनरी सेटा प्राय अराउंड 2,33,000 वर्ड फ्रेजेस पेयर्स हमें कलेक्ट करता छु. सब ओपन सोर्सली सब प्रोजेक्ट हम ओपन सोर्स जे के भी चाहिले कंट्रीब्यूट कर परिवे. टेक्स्ट ऊपर ए सब काम होइछि. ता छडा हमर स्पीच पर जदि काम कहया कॉमन वॉइस बोली गोटे प्रोजेक्ट हमें आगु नेलो जो थे मो मैनेजर अछि आ सुभाषिन को सहित मिसिकी सेथरे ओडिया पई हमें ओडिया रो ऑडियो डाटा कलेक्ट करलो. पर्यंत हमें 9 आवर्स रो 247 एमबी रो डाटा कलेक्ट कर सारलोनी. ऑलमोस्ट किते 88 जन लोग कंट्रीब्यूट करछंदी. 76% मेल 16% फीमेल. और ए डाटा रो कौन है ना और आपको यूज करके हरविन चड्डा बोली जने ये माने बड़ी हबिंग फेस रे वेब टू मॉडल यूज करके से गोटे ओडिया लैंग्वेज डिटेक्टर एटी होस्ट करछंती. फॉर एग्जांपल मु एटी धर लाइव रे कहूची आपन को सहित कथा है कि भल लागिला ताको जदी मु कंप्यूट करी एटा सेटा ही आसी मॉडल तर सी मुझा कहली सेटा से डिटेक्ट करके स्पीच रू से टेक्स्ट डिटेक्ट करके काढियो. देखा जो कौन से प्रेडिक्ट करछ कौन कहली
पूरा ओडिया बुझ जाउची.
देखा जो जल्दी आसिला नहीं
नहले एठी हमें पूरा so filling in the silence again. So ebe ya pore Sudhir bhai and Priyadarshi bhai we'll have a conversation, a 2 to 3 minutes of conversation about money and building organizations. Okay, Somendra is ready. Somendra.
रिजल्ट आसी गला. रिजल्ट तार आपन सहित कथा है कि भल लागिला.
Okay, that's a great demo, Somendra. That's a great demo. Yeah.
आउट गोटे खाली मो ऐड कर दोजी. ତା ଛଡା ଆମେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଓପନ ସୋର୍ସ ଓଡିଆ ବୋଲି ଗୋଟେ ଟୁଲ କରିଛୁ ଯୋଉଥିରେ ଆମେ ଓଡିଆର ଆପଣ ଯେତେ ଚାହିଁଲେ ତାର ନେମ୍ ଜେନେରେଟ କରିପାରିବେ ଅଟୋମେଟିକାଲି ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ନେମ୍ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ନେମ୍ ସବୁ ଫେକ୍ ନେମ୍ ଯଦି କୌଣସି ଟେଷ୍ଟ ଡାଟା କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ କରିବାର ଅଛି କି ସେସବୁ ପାଇଁ ଏଇଟା ୟୁଜ୍ କରିହେବ ତାପରେ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ ଡିଟେକ୍ସନ ୟୁଜ୍ କରାଯାଇଛି ୱାର୍ଡ ଟୋକେନାଇଜେସନ ୱାର୍ଡ ଫ୍ରିକ୍ୱେନ୍ସିରେ ଦେନ୍ ପାରାଗ୍ରାଫ ସମରାଇଜେସନ ସେସବୁ ବି ଏସବୁରେ ଅଛି ତା ଛଡା ଶୁଭଦାସୀ ମିଶିକି ୱାର୍ଡ ଏମ୍ବେଡିଙ୍ଗ ବି କରିଛନ୍ତି ଯେମିତି ଗଛ ସଙ୍ଗୀତ କଲମ ସେଇଥିରେ ଗଛ ତା ପାଖାପାଖି କ'ଣ ୱାର୍ଡ ଅଛି ସବୁ କ୍ଲଷ୍ଟର ହିସାବରେ କିନ୍ତୁ ୱାର୍ଡ ଏମ୍ବେଡିଙ୍ଗ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ୱାର୍ଡକୁ ନେଇକି ହେଇଛି ସେ ସବୁ ଶୁଭଦାସୀ କରିଛନ୍ତି ତାପରେ ଲାଙ୍ଗୁଏଜ ମଡେଲିଂରେ ଯେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ୱାର୍ଡ ଦେଲେ ତା ପର ସେଣ୍ଟେନ୍ସ କି ଅଟୋ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ କରିଦେଉଛି ଯେମିତି ଏହି ତାରିଖ ପରେ ଏଠି ଦିଆହେଲା ସେ ଅଟୋ କମ୍ପ୍ଲିଟ୍ କରିକି ଏହି ତାରିଖ ପରେ ଗୋଟେ ବାୟୋପିକ୍ କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ ହେବାର ଲାଗେ ସେଟା ମଡେଲ ପ୍ରେଡିକ୍ଟ କରୁଛି ଏସବୁ କିଛି ଆମେ ତିଆରି କରିକି ଚାଲିଛି ଏବେ
A little bit of money talk, right? So we techies become uncomfortable, or linguists become uncomfortable when it comes to money, and money drives everything, right? So to do that money and organization talk, so Sudhir Bhai has a few pointers. So Sudhir Bhai, and I will bring in Sudhir Bhai, you can make, so I'm making it a conversational mode so that I want to see how this money conversation goes at a global level, because we need right kind of money, right kind of structural organizations to manage it. So Sudhir Bhai, you can start the conversation, and Priyadarshi Bhai will, join in.
Sure. You want me to talk about the bot idea? Or
so basically the platform idea where the innovators, the investors, innovators, they come in.
Right, yeah. So again, thank you, Anjan. Namaskar. Eta gote idea bahut barsaru mu bhabuchi je jodi ame gote bot tiyari kariba, let's say gote POC kariba, kichi young engineers volunteer hi ki kaam kari paribe, kichi senior loko taku guide dei paribe, domain expertise provide kari haba, गोटे फिल्टर क्राइटेरिया से भल भाव यूज हम सब इन्वेस्टर्स माने are also looking for that next startup that can become the Google, the Apple, the Facebook, or all the big companies. So semane देखुछन्ति को startup successful हबो, startup माने को पैसा दरकार हैना, idea टा to convert the idea to become a corporate, it takes time, money, effort, and without money a startup founder will struggle at some point of time. Engineers mane tanku job darkar, but they also want to contribute, like what Sumendra just showed, or Subhadarshi just showed, that how proud they feel that they have created something, right? Something that is now the Odia language is now available, and Google can take that and say, okay, now you can convert it into Odia. So an engineer needs a job and an opportunity to contribute towards a startup success. Startup needs money to be able to take their idea to become a corporation, and investors are looking for that company that they can invest into that will give them the returns that they are looking for, or they feel like, we did something to grow a company and created jobs. So if we create a platform where we can continuously feed it's called a factory model. In that model, you continuously feed, every 3 months, you feed an idea to do a POC. And we bring in people and say, okay, here is how this product can be developed. Here is how here is what the outcome of this product should be. And we provide the know-how on how to develop it. This will help in creating the platform where people, engineers, and other domain experts can join together. Maybe even the colleges and the universities can participate. Their faculty can also benefit from it. And if it grows, this will create a ripple effect across Odisha, across the globe, where Odias can be involved in helping build this platform that can support the ecosystem. So with that, I'll stop and see if anybody has any questions, and I can elaborate and go further deeper into it.
Response, Priyadarshi?
No, I agree to that. I have a few more suggestions which can supplement to whatever you are suggesting.
Sure.
See, it's 4 a.m. in Melbourne, right? But I am so engrossed in witnessing this event. And while I was listening, I was remembering B.R. Chopra's Naya Daur, which was a conflict between humans and the machines, right? So machines cannot take over us. We will work with each other. So there is no fear for that. Now, coming to monetization of ideas, having worked in the industry for almost 22 years or 23 years, I myself never designed my career to be in the technology industry. ମୁଁ ନିଜେ mass com ପାଠ ପଢିଥିଲି BSc chemistry पर. So I have always behaved like an outsider or a generalist in any technology discussion. And I have worked in almost all industries, from airlines to government to healthcare to education. So much so that today, any customer, any government organization that we talk to, there are no specific idea. They just give us a use case, a paragraph. Amra AI problem much. And then the vendors go out and reach out to small startups, not the big ones. Big ones are the hyperscalers. Big ones are the Microsofts or the Oracles of the world. But then apart from that, the big ones will put the foundation, but on top of whatever will be run by the smaller startup, whose valuation is as good as what Google had probably 10 years ago, or Yahoo, or any other prominent platform that we are fancy about today. My vision is to have this community constructed on the lines of NASCOM or TIE, with not just with a geo-specific chapter-led initiatives, but also industry and function-specific initiatives. For example, what I understood, I was very interested to, I was very happy to participate in the discussion or the talk given by the gentleman on healthcare. Healthcare, so much, so we are actually collaborating with the biggest telecom operator who have actually created a healthcare company, and they have acquired a lot of healthcare products. And as an IT service provider, how do we take it further to the market? Education sector, I am working with the state government education department, driving the technology initiative for 22,000 schools, 2,200 schools. Everywhere there is from one word, a use case erupts, and from one use case, a unicorn can happen. Upon the platform, there are multiple platforms today. Any startup guy would know that you have a startup idea. There are several platforms where you feed your the information about your idea, whatever you have done. They will try to connect you with an investor, which we can also build, where basically people will come and handshake with each other. But what I am envisioning is, we already have people. बहुत लोक जहाँ शुणी तो बहुत बड़ बड़ ज्ञानी लोक अच्छा, बहुत सक्सेसफुल लोक अच्छा, बड़ नेटवर्क अच्छी आमर जो माने स्टार्टअप रो आइडिया रे काम करूचंदी. फॉर एग्जांपल सुआ, व्हाइल सुबोदर्शी, मोर संगादर ना भी सुबोदर्शी, when he was presenting, one idea came to my mind. Narayana Murthy's son has built up a massive library, converting most of the Indian literature into Kannada, and he has branded it very well. And a lot of use case plans can come out of this small concept. All of us can shape up this idea. Of course, the platform will be built, but all of us have enough resources right now as we speak to shape up such ideas, one or two, and then take it to our contact. There are bankers in the community. There are investment bankers. There are venture capitalists in our community. There are technologists, literary people, all kinds of people who can shape up. The idea is, can we have a target of achieving one unicorn in the next maybe 24, 36 or 48 months? Just one unicorn. That's it.
Yeah. Yes.
That sets the game. And it has to be made in Odisha for the global economy.
can we make at least one unicorn, right? So the way you remember that conversation and Pratyush way. So now can we make one, you are saying make one unicorn. There is a lot of things goes in it, right? To make a corporate $1 million deal, you have to prepare for a year. And then similarly, to make one unicorn, it needs a lot, right? So that is where probably it would not be solved in 3 minutes.
Certainly not. It will have its own gestation period. Okay. So we are right now for, at a we are just ideating. Okay. So because the
that's exactly where I want to go. We want to, what's in the empty words? It has to be real work, right? So let's give a target. Let's build a unicorn.
So Anjan, let me take 30 more seconds. I will answer what Priyadarshi said, just talked about. बहुत bankers अछंती, बहुत venture capitalists अछंती, global level रे सब जगह रे अछंती, right? किंतु गोटे startup company जदि गोटे बड़ company पाखु जाउची, right? FT capital तांकर fund होची $10 billion fund, से माने series C रे invest करिया पई चाहउछंती, $150 million to growth capital से माने provide करंती. किंतु startup तांकु $1 million दरकार, बा 500,000 दरकार, बा 250,000 दरकार. Seita hochi difficulty, sabutu boda difficulty for a startup is to go find who will invest in me, who likes my idea. Ngote healthcare product develop karuchi, kiye healthcare division re invest kariya pai chahuchi, kiye 100,000 invest kariya pai chahuchi, kiye 250, kiye feeder capital kiye. एटा फाइंड करिया पे स्टार्टअप माने गोटे होची आइडिया को कन्वर्ट करिवो, टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिमम मनी R&D करिवो, डेवलप करिवो, बहुत बिजी, राइट? लोग से माने पूरा तांकर फोकस सही थरे. किंतु गोइंग एंड फाइंडिंग एन इन्वेस्टर इज अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट एंड टफ टास्क. बहुत लोग इन्वेस्ट से माने भी देखुछंदी जे को कंपनी तांकर भी तांकर निजे से माने रिसर्च करछंदी. किंतु स्टार्टअप को हेल्प करिया पई जदि स्पेसिफिकली बाय यूजिंग फिल्टर क्राइटेरिया, स्पेसिफिकली 5 companies, 5 venture capitalists who are willing to invest into a startup in the healthcare space, who is using AI/ML technology, then the ability or the time taking for the startup founder to go convince that investor reduces significantly, and then they can focus on building the product. If it becomes easy for them to find the investor is ready to invest, they will go forward much faster rather than struggling for years and years to raise money. Now, many of them get lucky. Many of them who have had prior exits, they are successful. They already have contacts. They just call somebody and say, Anderson Horowitz, I am ready. I'm starting this new idea. They say, okay, I'll write a check tomorrow. But most of the startups where they are starting new and they have not done any, prior experience is not there, prior history is not there. There's no successful criteria that people already have something. Okay, what have you done in the past? Show me, right? They have nothing to show. These are the startups. If we want to truly support them, we have to help reduce their timeline from years of effort to raise money to bring it down to 2 to 3 months time. To be able to do that, we can help by identifying the right investor who is looking for a company like this, early stage investor who is comfortable investing 500,000 or to $1 million, or will give them the guarantee, today I'll give you 250. If you meet these criteria, I'll give you 250 more, I'll give you $1 million more. That's what will give the startup the kind of the mental peace that, okay, now I have financial support. I can continue to grow. I can continue to focus on my product. That is my intent.
No, absolutely. My ideas also totally converge with what you have said. That 500K will be invested by a selected vendor who will be selected from our network or network's network. Okay, so that will be worked in that direction only. Okay, so anyway, we will move towards the next discussion. Okay, thank you very much. Nice to talk to you.
So here is a demonstration from Sambit. He has been building Hangsa and trying to open source. So as a part of we did it section, right? So Sambit, floor is yours. 3 minutes.
Namaskar ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋ panel रे काफी टाइम रो conference ଶୁଣୁଛି, and it's very enlightening to know all these new areas where AI can pitch in. तो मु share करूची हंसरे हमें कौन project करिया कुछ मानछु. Okay, I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes.
So okay, so just to introduce actually, थरे एमती अंजन भाई का सहित कथा हेला बेले हमें कथा होतलु कि about a ओडिया थ्रेड कि हम पाखरे एते सारा ओडिया जो छंती अमेरिका रे but आमे तांको where to find them, right, and how to invite them and how to make grow our community and make it bigger. So while discussing that, what we thought is how to do that. Then what we thought is why not do that through the social media, because that is the this generation way of communication, and that's where people are building community. And why not use the social network and try to find out the people, and we can build our community according to that. And so while doing that, what idea came to our mind is the world, it's a small scale world. Everybody is, by a theory, everybody is maximum 5 to 6 degree distance from everyone, right? So you consider any person in the world, I might be knowing him through 4 or 5 degrees of separation from me, right? Like I know someone, that guy knows someone, that guy knows someone, and that is the person that I'm trying to find out. So आमे ट्राई कलु कि सोशल नेटवर्क को लेवरेज करिवा आमर कम्युनिटी जो ओडिया माने यूएस रे अछंती तांको फाइंड आउट करिवा सो दैट हमें आम कम्युनिटी ग्रो करि परिबा. And how to do that, how to put this filter, because social network is used, and that's where we try to use the AI. So what we started with is we first tried to explore the network of Twitter, because that's where the tech community is very active. And then our objective was to find two kind of network. One, the person should be a ODA and he or she should be from USA. So what we targeted is we will spot the techie ODA influencers or the ODS influencers who are in the US, and we will traverse through their social network and find out in the connections, because they will have large number of connections. We'll find out who will qualify to our criteria, basically the persons we are trying to find out. So we try to spotlight the influencers, get their connection details through different APIs and all. Then we use the the machine learning models and all to put the filter, right? And then we try to find out the connections and where we can reach out to them through the DM or any other means. Now, आम पाखे दुईटा ही क्राइटेरिया थिला सर्च करिया पई कि आमे ओडिया फाइंड करिया चाहछो जो माने यूएस रे अछंती, तो सेथि पई आमे दुईटा क्लासिफायर बनेइथलु जो थरे कि से ट्विटर कनेक्शन र डिटेल्स which is publicly which can be publicly available through Twitter, ताकु नै कि केमिति भाबरे आमे डिसाइड करि परिबा if that person is of our concern or not. And just to mention here, आम पाखे किसी लैबलिंग डेटा नथिला ए क्लासिफायर्स बनिया पई, तो आमे बहुत सारा डेटा ऑगमेंट निजे तैयारी करितलु विथ डिफरेंट मेथड्स एंड सोर्सेस. तो आमे सौमेंद्र जो प्रेजेंट करूथिले फेक ओडिया नेम जनरेशन, राइट? तो ताकू भी यूज करितलु एज पार्ट ऑफ दिस. I just wanted to mention. तो आमे just गोटे वीडियो देखिया चाहूँ एथे आमे जहा बिल्ड करिछु एट दिस करंट स्टेज. तो मु ट्विटर यूजर नेम सर्च कली, तो सेथरे से कनेक्शंस एक्सप्लोर कला और से थ्रू जो कनेक्शन हम क्राइटेरिया फिल अप करछंती तांको सिलेक्ट कला एंड आपने एथरे डीएम कले, डीएम ट्विटर रे जीवार. Now if we go to the next phase, so this is the phase where we are now. We started it a little lately, and so now where is our plan? The plan is हमें कहीं के if we are following this framework, why only to limit ourselves to search ODS from USA, right? Suppose if this framework can be used in different ways. Suppose you are moving to a new city and you don't know what to do. You like traveling, you want to connect to the travelers there. Suppose you are you shifted to a city and you are so interested about hackathons and meetups and all. And then you are trying to find people with your similar interest, right? And anything. Suppose we are making a OSA convention. Now we are trying to reach more people to build more audience. And why not to use this framework there? So that's what we are planning to do. I think in the coming time. This is basically currently we are only leveraging the Twitter social media. We will try to add more social networks where people will be more visible. And then we now have built only 2 filters, right? This is where a lot of efforts go for the processing and model building and everything. So we have only 2 filters, whether whether the person is Odia or not, and whether he's from US or not. So we can put more filters, right? Which will make fulfill the requirements that we have. Like suppose you want to go to a new city and you want to find travelers there, then maybe there will be some filters which you can apply to get those. And then you get the list who are the users who are filtered from the vast network that we scanned out. And then if you want to send a DM or anything to those, then you can do that. You put it here and you send them, and you can reach out them so easily, right? Rather than trying to find out here and there. And this is, as I said, this can be on Twitter. The way of reaching out might be a little different for other social networks, which we'll explore while we add more. And so these all are because of the diversified team. So the Rotik is a class, he is a school, he is going to school, and then Prasant is there, then Biswajit and Abhijit, Subhadar C and Amjan Bhai, they are very helpful in the ideation. They are very helpful throughout the ideation and how to execute that. So now this is our idea, right? So what we have kind of tried to build a small prototype, and we are trying to explore it more, because community is what matters to spread things, spread awareness, and help each other. So if we have a lot of plans of adding like these new social medias, build more filters so that we can go to different diversified more communities. So if anybody wants to feel this can be customized and used in their use case, or try to sponsor it, or if anybody wants to be the part of the project where he can be part of the team, and he or she can be part of the team and contribute to how we are doing out. We are waiting for your emails or anything. And yeah, so that's all. And I believe, yeah, thank you, Anjan Bhai, for giving me the chance to present this.
Oh, so a little efforts like this would take us a long way. Anyone who wants to actually mentor and build this team, I hear a lot of talks, but this is a talk which this is a project which can be open sourced, and Samit himself is a data scientist. He can. So basically, as he says, he needs 2 things, right? One, to be an open source contributor. And if you have a customized use case, I see some of you in marketing, in the field of marketing, you would want to use this. I mean, if you can write me to so we can actually write a lot of business cases based on that. But yeah, you know that there is an open source project, Odia open source project called Hangso, that can be used as directory mining for a community scale up, and can be applied in many different places. So with this, thank you, Sambit. I will call upon another success maker who has built success by running summer school program very well for Odias and machine learning program. And he himself is has been our first speaker since long, but summer school program is something that keeps him apart. So maybe you can turn off your virtual background, Santipriya Bhai, Dr. Santipriya Parida.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like in
Okay.
video, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
can you
okay
please
without video.
allow me to share my screen?
You are a panelist, so yes. We are seeing the agenda. Okay, maybe, you know, if you're getting ready. Okay, cool.
Yeah, hopefully my screen is visible. So I'll not take much time, maybe 5 minutes max. As already it is being late. ଆମର ଯୋଉ ସମର ସ୍କୁଲ ହେଇଥିଲା ତା ବିଷୟରେ ଟିକେ ଖାଲି ଏଥିରେ କହିବି briefly. Actually ଆମେ ଯୋଉ not only summer school, actually ଆମେ କିଛିଟା skill development activity time କରୁଛୁ. Actually ଆମର ଗୋଟେ discussion ହେଇଥିଲା ଯୋଉଥିରେ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ road map କରିଥିଲୁ for 12 months. As per that map, so ଆମେ time to time we organize webinars, summer school, mentorship, faculty development program is in the plan, and we are working on that closely. And webinar रे mostly actually ଆମେ जो focus करथिले कि एबे जो ଆମେ discussion करते mostly entrepreneurship उपरे. तो entrepreneurship टाको actually ଆମେ focus रखी करी we try to invite entrepreneurs who has their own company. So माने research करूचंती plus निजर company करिचंती. So एमती time to time ଆମେ डाकुतलो एमती Dr. Atul Kumar Oja, he has his own company as well as he is a researcher. So research को देख से माने केमती company करूचंती, he is having a linguistic research. तो एमती हमें आउथरे डाकितलो माइल को जो माने attend करते हुए जानते हुए he has a company biped.ai. So जी भी time research कर परिवे, it will be he's building some product for visually impaired person. So he just dropped his PhD. He was working with me at Switzerland, but he dropped his PhD and started focusing on this product, and he got a lot of funding from Microsoft and other agencies, and his product is ready now. They are selling it. Even Swiss government also so funding them. So similarly, I mean, each time the webinar already we are doing time to time. Talking about the summer school, actually, I mean, initially we just started that, okay, why don't we do something for summer school? It actually, jadio mu present korche eta mane more on ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର collective effort. तो ସମସ୍ତେ ଆମେ idea ଟା initiate ହେଲା ପରେ ଆମେ start କରିଥିଲୁ, ଯୋଉଥିରେ you can see different participant institute. तो ओडिशाରୁ କରିଥିଲେ ବହୁତ, even ବାହାରୁ ବି କରିଥିଲେ, IIT ଚେନ୍ନାଇ ଆଉ mostly झारखंड. तो these are the participant institute जो माने समर स्कूल रे participate करथिले. आ sponsorship mostly it was done by OCF and OiML, and also this iDream group of institution, and from Finland, Engineers Without Borders Finland and Sans of Tech. So they are the partners and sponsors, so thanks to them. And mostly it is a collective effort. So program committee, these are the members, the part of the program committee. So I may decide all the schedule and everything. I mean, I may decide koruthlu. Courses are designed basically. It is starting from basic AI machine learning basic to hands-on programming plus main highlight part is that as a mini project, only it should not be only theoretical. Pila asantu kichta code lekhantu, then they will come to know. तो सही आइडिया रे हमर थिला जो जेमते हमें कोर्स करथिलु आ मिनी प्रोजेक्ट जेमते कहली बहुत मिनी प्रोजेक्ट थिला. सो दीज आर क्वाइट रिलेटेड टू ओरिजिनल माने रियल लाइफ प्रोजेक्ट भलिया ही थिला, जोतरे आइडिया दी मेंटर माने तांकर आइडिया देथिले, एंड पार्टिसिपेंट दे हैव टू डेवलप. Even some of the participants develop college, participants they could not complete. Even we asked them they can continue more if they want. Them the recommendation for face recognition model for face images, or key plagiarism checker, or traffic violation detection. So these are all mini projects. So ideas and description, everything is available. Then the GitHub link ta mu deichi ethre porjanto achi. So if anybody is interested to work on that, se jaikri bi dekhikri kam kar paribe se idea re. And as usual keynote re yeah I'm fortunate ke Dr. Pratyush Kumar, he was the keynote speaker. Lectures mostly most of the people from OiML community they are the lecture, and apart from that many are from I call some of the my known colleague from India, Switzerland. They are also agreed, and also from our Odia community, the Professor Pitavaspati or Dr. Sudhir Sahu, they are also there. They had semane भी किछटा lecture नहीं थिले, and most of the faces may be known to you. So माने एटी अछंती ओडिया community रो, and mentorship जेमति देखेली जो हमें project गुडा रखिचलु mostly hands-on करिया पे, so they are the mentors. So each of the mentor, they have their they define their own project से माने कहथिले हमें project तार timeline, and they are able to guideline through our channel. हमें channel गोटे भी establish करथिलु जो तेरे से माने they can communicate with the mentors, and mentors मान को कहथिलु हमें दे at least जेमति CPU use करिकरी किछटा से माने they can do some logical end. गोटे छोटो product से माने it will be within some week, in few weeks they can build. So and it will be starting from different domains, speech hela, NLP hela, computer vision hela, so domain ro different one deithlu. And these are the persons I think I'd like to thank jo mane ki am session chair thile, and they supported us, even if many volunteers are there, so which supported us. And yeah, it was going smooth, and सबू लेक्चर रिकॉर्डिंग गुडा को अच्छी हमरो OiML YouTube चैनल रे अच्छी, ये चाहे ताको देखि परिवे सम स्कूल रे सम स्कूल रे जेंती कहिली हमरो इट इज ए पार्ट ऑफ ongoing activity. So next time जेंती प्लान करछु कि faculty development program, because during the summer school also we got requested from many faculties, why don't you do such a program for faculties. So that was the idea, and जेमती मु कहली we in touch जेमती हमरो जहाँ भी activity हमरो होउची, so you can come to know. And yeah, some moment where the summer school, I think somebody can unmute, and so whatever the feedback तो जेमती कहली, it will be various different background ru student thile, jo BTech thile, masters thile, and researcher thile. And after the summer school also we try to collect some of the feedback, and about everything highlight karchi, but everything about the course, about the individual session, individual topic, and also we got some appreciation even from many other institutions and persons about the summer school, and those have attended. And after the summer school also, some of the participants, they said although we could not due to some of the semester exam or something we could not complete, but we are very much interested to associate and do. So the mentorship by be asile kich jono koru bi chonti. So I think yeah, that's all from my side.
Thank you, Manoj Bhai. So officially, I think we are running a lot late. So we will have Pradyush Mishra giving us his concluding remarks as of to kind of bring this bring his thoughts, and then after which we will move on to the Gopasapa and chapter leader section. So over to the convener.
Thank you Anjan bhai. I think last year ए वर्ष भितर बहुत फरक अछि conference proceeding रे. Last year conference re, I think major theme thila ki you are running this Odisha ML conference, which is good, which is fine. But if you want to really make it at a ground level work, what do you need? You let us know, right? So you point out that, okay, these are the 2-3 things that we need. But today, if we look at this year's proceedings, this year's proceeding is that we have seen a lot more things has already happened, right? And as an evidence of it, so Dr. Omkar Rai was talking about there are currently 1,300 startups which are working with the startup Odisha today, out of which there are like 9 startups which are into the AI/ML space currently, which means there are a lot more work already has started at a ground level. And I think these startups still they are based out of Odisha, means there is some degree of a skill set which is already available, whether it is organically grown or organically they have learned the skill sets, or it is being delivered by some universities or some colleges, but there is some degree of a skill set availability or evidence is there. The Startup Odisha also has been, very supportive, and as Dr. Omkar Rai was talking about, let's build a strong relationship, and let's engage the OiML community in terms of hand-holding and helping each other, and let the startup ecosystem from Startup Odisha get benefited from the OiML group and all the OiML group. Now, after that, we heard about Manoj Mishra, sir, and sir was talking about the AI/ML based upskilling, and he was pointing out there are 3 things that has happened in recently by government of Odisha. The first thing is about the physical lab, establishing the AI/ML COE, which is in collaboration with Tech Mahindra and others also. And currently the intake is around 120 to 150 intake of students, and this physical lab is enabling producing more resources and skill sets which can cater to the needs of those startups in Odisha today. The second initiative they have started, I think government of Odisha started, which is the AR, augmented reality and virtual reality initiatives with collaboration with IIT Bhubaneswar. And the third initiative is about emerging technology COE, which is in collaboration with BPUT Rourkela. And they have also undertaken 9,000 schools that will undergo various transformations in terms of establishing labs and in terms of making the schools digitally equipped to learn the latest technologies, the STEM technologies, etc. So I think this is tremendous effort from government side also, which is happening to make the skill sets that would be required, that would be needed by the startup ecosystem. And Dr. Debendra Das Sharma also talking about the data center as a computer, which means interconnections or interconnects are the key to driving the scale or the efficiency at a like warehouse level scale or warehouse level efficiency. And Dr. Pratyush Panda also talking about, or I mean, as the mandate has been given to them, is like what is AI for social good would look like, how it is going to transform or how it is going to work in the real life. So which means there are a lot more initiatives which are happening, and AI is no more a new thing, and it's no more also a talk. There is a lot of work happening in this space. So just to add on top of it, Mr. Akash Das Nayak also, he was talking about the colleges that are the center of generational energy, which means now the colleges have people or kids who are actually they have hunger for learning new technologies, new tools, doing more experimentations, and they are becoming digitally savvy nowadays. So which provides ample opportunities for us, and also tremendous energy we have seen across the board. It is be it government, be it administration, be it startup ecosystem. So just to conclude, I think we are at the right stage, and so let's build the growth engines for Odisha. Now, if we talk about what are the growth engines, to summarize at a high level, there are 4 things. 1, platform. So government here is providing a platform, that is startup ecosystem or startup for Odisha, which is OHub. Collaborations. So collaborations with government and academic institutions for solving the cutting edge problems, complex use cases, etc. Third thing, employment opportunities, because as we upgrade and upskill more people, I think Ayaskan Bhai also was talking about this. If we can upskill and upgrade more people in AIML or cutting edge technologies, then it will provide more employment opportunities. It will create more avenues so that people get engaged and more employment generation can happen. And fourth thing is about translating the ideas into action. So with this, I'm going to conclude the session or the third edition of Global Odias in ML conference. So let's build the growth engines and let's get started. Jai Jagannath.
Let's build the growth engine, and you said let's get started. Mane padigala Pratyush Rayଙ୍କର ଇତିରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭରୁ ଶେଷରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ. So या ପରେ ଆମେ chapter leader ମାନଙ୍କର discussion ଆଡକୁ ଯିବା. ଆଉ ତା ଆଗରୁ ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ସୁଧୀର ଭାଇ ଆପଣ 15 seconds ଯଦି କିଛି conclude କରିବେ. Anil bhai, thank you for your messages. It's getting late. So Sudhir bhai, 15 to 30 seconds you can conclude, after which we will go to the chapter leaders meeting.
Thank you, Anjan. Pradipta, I agree with you. You were very descriptive as well as very detailed in terms of how you think Odisha can benefit from this initiative. One more thing that I would say we need to add is to apply AI to a real use case. So a lot of academia can happen, but it will get lost. Meaning we all know it, right? When we studied, I probably did 200 different things. Did I apply any of them? Maybe one or two. How do we increase that application of the research or the knowledge that we are creating, or a specific subject that we are working on? How do we take it forward, right? Many of them get left behind because the resources are not there, money is not there, finance is not there, support system is not there, platform is not there, infrastructure is not there. And that is what, truly, if we understand, that is what stops a initiative from going forward. So to bring all of that together, it will take everybody's combined effort. All of us have to contribute towards it. And that will help us in achieving what we are envisioning, what we are striving towards, or making an effort to achieve. So with that, I'm going to wrap up, and Anjan, back to you.
Thank you. So thank you so much. Right now, there are, if any district sector leader is in the panel, I see Tushar is in the panel, you can go ahead. So at this moment in time, I would take all our thing and give a big thank you to everyone. And that thank you go to, if you believe in God, that thank you go to the Lord Jagannath. And if you do not believe in God, that thank you goes to you. Thank you. So Pradipta's last word. Pradipta, last word. Say sentence ta vari out thare koi diyantu. It's a beginning again, right?
Let's build the growth engine.
Let's build the growth engine at the beginning. With that word, we will stop recording of this particular thing, and we are officially, recording this part of the conversation. This is going into infrastructure building, capacity building section, and that's where Tushar, I will start with you, Tushar Pal.
We have stopped recording, right, Anjan bhai? I think.
Yeah, let's stop recording. If recording happens.
No, Abhijit is not there. Shall I do that from my side?
Yes, let's stop recording. Okay. Because we are still forming infrastructure, and then some of our talks haven't matured enough to be able to match the, so let's stop recording. So please fill in the silence while that is going on. All of us are, it's not fun to be silent. So please tell if you're ready. And amongst the attendees, like if you want to speak through, please raise your hands. We will move you into the panel, and then Tushar, you ready? Yes. Then, so if you are amongst the attendees, please raise your hand. Yeah. So Manos Bhai, I'm adding you. Thank you. Tushar Bhai.
Yes. So Namaskar. I was there with this conference throughout the time, from 5 p.m. to till this last session. So it was very inspiring, and it's good that we all are in the same page or in the same line of thinking that let's build something for Odisha. It's good that we listened a lot of people who are achieved a East position in a lot of organizations, and there are few students are also developing new things, and which can be at the next level of unicorn. So on that note, so on the district wise, I represent Nayagat. Nayagat to represent Karuchi, but I want to know what should be the path to follow for the next 12 months, so that these things can be applied on the ground. So how to achieve that implementation of these ideas in the reality by integrating with the local schools, locals, to improve their, to solve their problems.
So Tushar Babu, namaskar. आमे बहुत समस्ते प्राय आईटी इंडस्ट्री रे अछु, किंतु आईटी इंडस्ट्री बाहर बहुत लोक आसंती हम पाखु जे कहते हम पाखरे गोटे आइडिया अछि। शार्क टैंक रो अवनीश ग्रोवर जेतर बहुत गुडे वीडियो आछि जोठी ता कहउछन हम पाखरे आइडिया अछि, हम आपन पिच करिवु। मु गोटे कथारे सबोले विश्वास करे जे तम पाखरे जदि आइडिया अछि, तम जदि प्रकृत रे पैशनेट ता विषय रे 5 पेज की 50 पेज लिखि परिबो की। So where I am coming from is, we need to start documenting our ideas, then further crystallize those ideas, have a very structured approach. A porjanto we were all target. I got involved probably 1.5 months ago, thanks to Anjan and Bikas. Event has been successful, as we all realize by now. But still, I'm far more excited than I was in the beginning of the session. Further down on, probably next couple of weeks, we should put in our heads and minds to put up a strategy document or a plan in any format. I'm happy to collaborate or collate the ideas, give it a structure, and essentially the fundamentals should be, okay, we have chapters, okay? You are a chapter leader in Nayagat. There are certain chapter leaders who are not actually based on the location, but they are working somewhere else, but their roots are in, for example, my root is in either in Barampur or in Paradip. So despite of that, we are trying to contribute something back to the state or to our place. If there are ideas or if there are something that we can do, let's put it in perspective. Tapare we will discuss ki chapter leader gotel, chapter specific structure gote. Second होची जे आपण फंक्शन स्पेसिफिक स्ट्रक्चर करिवे, जोटा को गिल्ड मॉडल रे कोन ना हमरो किछि लोक अछंती जो माने कर एक्सपीरियंस अछि इन्वेस्टर्स मानक संगे कथा हवा को कि जो माने जानि चंदी किछटा इन्वेस्टर, बट दे नो दैट अनलेस वी हैव द राइट आइडिया दे कैन नॉट पिच इन. Let them be part of an investment group. There are communicators in the group. Let them manage the overall global communication and branding. That will amplify our pitches. There are people who are actually working and there are people who are mentors, who can be mentors. एकेडमिक्स रु हो कि इंडस्ट्री लीडरशिप रु हो कि टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट हो जो माने मेंटरिंग करि परिबे जो माने स्टार्टअप बनाउचंती shape up करिवे so that's how we need to structure district wide leader करिवे you will get confused I will also get confused fine that structure was discussed that's what that has been designed let that be there but guild structure needs also needs to be implemented we'll put all these ideas into a document that let that be that evolve then only we can take some active steps on certain activities and we may achieve something we may not achieve something but at least we'll have a reference piece of work.
Yeah, I agree, right? We should create a journey. So if you start a startup, what is that journey? How do you start? How do you take your ideas to create your executive summary, which is a 1 to 2 pager that you have to go and pitch to an investor? And how do you create your investment deck, which will be 10 to 12 pages of information, competition, what challenge you are solving, why your product is unique, what is the marketability, what is the market cap. There's a lot of research that has to go into it. But there is a journey. That journey can be created. We can create documentation. We can create a path. We can show them that if you start from here to reach here, what will it take? First 12 months, what is it that you have to do? Or first 3 months, what is it that you have to do? First month, what is it that you have to do? And that path, if they like, they can follow that path. They can create their own path. They can evolve. They can innovate. They can be creative. They say, okay, step 7, I don't need to do it, but I can jump to 9. It depends. But we can create a base path for them and give it to them, and whoever wants to benefit from it can benefit from it.
Very good points. So, I noted all those points. Yes, Anjan bhai, you are saying something.
Thank you for bringing in. So to my mind, Sudhir, I'm trying to connect these dots, and the last piece of dots is in reality in the ground in Odisha. That's where is our target. So Sudhir Mishra, I think CEO of Job School, he suggested that he would lead the Malkangiri, and then let's try to listen from him, like how he wants to pitch in and then transform that scenario in Malkangiri. So Sudhir bhai.
First of all, Jai Jagannath, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ନମସ୍କାର। बहुत बढ़िया लगिला 5टा बेलू पूरा अटेंड करी आसुचे बट स्टिल लागुची जे एबे स्टार्ट हेछि we are still at the same level of energy and in fact startup कथा मतलब लास्ट पार्ट टा बहुत बढ़िया लगिला जेतले सुधीर भाई एंड प्रियदर्शी भाई नेकी आसले जे इन्वेस्टमेंट इज that is the fuel which is required. The runway you have to run it for a startup. That is the biggest point I can feel and I can realize in from a startup's point of view. More background hochi, in fact more engineering college रे professor भावे काम करि सरछि तापरे मु चिंता कली जे बहुत जण माने प्लेसमेंट एंड तागुरु माने ट्रेनिंग रे भी थिली बहुत प्रकार जिंस कला परे सर्टिफिकेशंस इंडस्ट्री एकेडमी उभर माने रहिला पर एक्सपीरियंस मु चिंता कली जे why not to come up with something. So then I joined T-Hub रे startup in Hyderabad. Then it was all related to tech. I was leading the business development as well as recruitment, training, everything. So say it through, but again after a few months I realized that this is not what I wanted. Always my interest lied in like education, something related to training, placement, and all those stuff. So more or less coming to mainly challenge how we can relate AIML to education, the change how we can like objective we are going to set. And ultimately how we are going to do the linkage with the corporates so that finally se jo product guri ko ame ready kariwa in terms of human resources, how we are going to place them or give them the right platform. So similarly we came up with Apogee Consulting and Training Services, and initially during COVID again we had to pivot a bit, more or less whether we wanted or not, situation demanded we had to move into staffing from training. Kind of both jagah kichi ho notla se time re, so we had to do a lot of brainstorm and we had to pivot. We were getting plenty of work-in staffing. So ultimately end-to-end solution for this industry academia bridging. So finally, what we want to do is industry reverse competency mapping. Jota ki Anjan bhai ka sahita katha hala pore, although I am not related to Malkangiri anyhow, but still I suggested that I should try from the hardest station where the need is much more than in the urban area. So Sethi Malkangiri ta mu choose kar liya out of the list that he had suggested me 5 to 6 locations for the districts through. Malkangiri ru chahivu je ame kemiti setup ku ame hands-on experience dei parivu students koro enhancement kari parivu instead of them moving into Bhubaneswar, Cuttack or even any other urban area ku ame taku seiti rakhi ki seiti kemti train kari parivu, how we can create awareness among them, because I have been conducting boot camps on behalf of Startup Odisha, entrepreneurship related. I am also based out of Odisha Startup Hub. Question for hint just and our is important. Niti Ayog Innovation Mission. I am also mentor of change over there. So whatever best possible solution we can bring in for the Malkangiri, then that is Mukicheta roadmap be write up Akarre Deichi Anjan Bhaiku. I think in due course of time he is going to share it with the entire forum. Samaste dekhi pariye what is a exactly ame kon kariyau chauchu vision mission kon achi by October 2023 judge D line no kayaku chaimu at 40 to 50% enhancement of skilled manpower ame kemti kari pariba se area. And as Tashoda, Khali skilled manpower Kalabani, entrepreneurship upper AIML upper awareness camps Kalabani, how to put in a lot of effort to do the hand-holding support. Not only to place them, but also to create the zeal for entrepreneurship. Let them choose what they want to become, whether they want to become a job seeker or they want to create their own companies and become job providers. So agents of Odika, so we will be requiring a lot of guidance from all the eligible experts. Supervision definitely will get to learn a lot in this process and contribute while learning on the go. That's all from my side. Thank you. Namaskar. Anjan bhai, how kichi achi aji apna add kari paribe if you're feeling like
getting Malkangiri onto top of AI roadmap and making it tangibly visible is a great goal. Apno janithibe amaro Anil bhai jo physicist thile CA Koraput, and then his journey is a very inspirational journey. So apno jodi Malkangiri ko AI roadmap re kari paribe, I think history is going to remember you for that. So thanks bhai.
I have accepted the challenge provided by you. Let's see how far I can go with blessings from everyone and support of everyone. And baki jinsa to achi I am training placement sabu jinsa entrepreneurship tinta jinsa jota koile, and I am also looking forward to investors, to meet investors, and hopefully Priyadasi Bhai and Sudhir Bhai, the way they have narrated how they are going to utilize the community or provide us the best of the possibility. We are really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kichi.
Yeah, Anjan, this is Manas. Video turn on, not a good background, but I'll do with this. So, hello everyone. First of all, yeah, great conference. I've been trying to stay on as much as possible throughout the day. So I'm based out of Canada. Muna Manas Kara, and quick background. I know born brought up in Cuttack, Stuart School, Ravenshah, Rourkela, NIT Rourkela. I did my masters in machine learning, USRU, and last 20 years I have been working, leading various teams, consulting engagements, and development of products across health, insurance, financial services. So 21, I just wanted to talk about one aspect from my experience is it's been almost 10 years now, just with my focus on building products in AI and ML. The key difference, with any other track of IT development is the funnel is very narrow, and the funnel for talent. So what I mean is, it is tough to train people, it is tough to retain people, and training itself is tough, right? So Sethi move, the way I'm trying to contribute to this group is providing my inputs in building reliable, focused training pathways where we can build experts in small sections of AI, because there is no AI expert. The field itself is so large, and it's growing so much. We'll need people very specifically focused on specific pieces, and those will be the feeders to enable any startup, any unicorn that we're trying to build, right? And one thing is Canada Ray. Another just aspect is, Canada is transforming rapidly as a global talent destination, and it provides, especially for people from India, it is providing a very reliable pathway to get that global experience, especially in the North American market. So those are the two touch points here. I'm there with this group to support them in any way. Grounds up building talent, as well as, if you need anything in Canada. It's my 2 cents, and yeah, Godspeed to this group.
Vice Chancellor sir, ଆପଣ ହାତ ଉଠେଇଛନ୍ତି, welcome. ଆପଣ କଣ କହିବା ପାଇଁ ଚାହିଁବେ? You are welcome to speak.
Is Professor Maji here, the Vice Chancellor of the VSSUT. Basically, my background is I am a professor in last 30 years in NIT Rourkela in computer science and engineering, and my specialization is in AI to applications of AI in the medical informatics. Mostly, I've guided around 21 students in AI in PhD. So, in fact, I have joined. I've joined as a director in IITDM Kanchipuram. Then last 4 years I've served there, and last year I've joined VSSUT Burla. Just to serve I'm a local man, serve my own place, and also Institute of Repute of the first engineering college. So after joining, in fact, I'm trying to bring it up these institutions, almost 4,000 students, undergraduate students. And the ecosystem is good. The students are good, in fact, but the infrastructure is a little lacking. And even some of the guys have become very good entrepreneurship and helping in the state government. There is a person called Anil who is setting up tinkering labs in all schools. Similarly, people have developed the satellite. People have launched. This is the first time in engineering institutions. But the thing is that the lack of guidance. So I need, if any, focal point who can, from time and again, mentor some of our students to build AI-based products. Some of them they have to listen carefully, and some guidance can be given. I'm trying my level best, even I am trying, but the work is so huge after my joining I'm seeing here. So I need some of your expertise abroad. In fact, I know from the group, a lot of people, Debu and Prasant sir and other people. I know them very closely. I'm a senior man. So my thrust will be to ask this group or this particular conference. I'm also since 5 o'clock I'm listening. So why not some of you can act as a mentor for the VSSUT Burla for developing an AI platform much better. In fact, we are planning for a center for excellence on informatics, health informatics. So if some support is extended, it will be great. That's what
Sir, we'll be happy to support.
Yes.
I mean, if you, let's take it to some stage of, work where we will be able to really build some elaborate mechanism where mentors from wherever we will be happy. This community is built for that, sir.
Yes. So initial, in fact, if we can have some guest lectures, online lectures for the students, so that the students can get a larger exposure to the AI-based products or AI-based systems, so more interest can be generated. It's a buzzword, everybody knows, but when listening to the experts, that gives a different thing.
Sir, I always believe in converting words to work, right? So here, as you are saying, if you can, so a couple of things we are working on. One is faculty development program, as you saw in Dr. Santipya Parida. Another is building district chapter network. And as your ask was clearly for your students to be getting at a stage of AI, I would say they are literate to some extent, but probably you need a placement or that expertise building framework for your university. So you see these names, we will be happy to, rope in our efforts to make your students the better one.
So,
Yeah.
sir, namaskar. I mean, ଆପଣଙ୍କର जो प्रकार एक्सपीरियंस आउ जो प्रकार ज्ञान आमे ता आगे तुच्छ, but we will certainly try to support you under your guidance. आपण जहा कहबे द्रोणाचार्य भलिया आमे सेटा को मानि की सपोर्ट करिवु। गोटे आ गोटे एंगल अछि जे बहुत गुडी आम भितर अछु जो माने कर आम आइडिया अछि वी वांट टू एग्जीक्यूट। ओके, at least for example मो पाकर हठात मु गोटे भाबी आमे तो सब बहुत लोक आमे चाकरी करछु, आमे भाबुचे आमे भी चाकरी छाडी कि किछटा करिवु निजर। The first thing we get a challenge is where do we get the resources? Or before even thinking about that, how much do I need to build a MVP? My belief is आपनको भलिया माने academicians को अंडर जो students माने पाठ पढुचंती से माने तांकर practical class भी जदि आम पई किछटा हमु जदि सपोर्ट करिवे 4 लाइन कोड लिखिवे आमे सेइडा को नेकी पिच कर दबु कि this has been built by the one of the biggest technology institutions of India. That's it. I don't need any other tagline.
Yeah.
आपण जदि आमु सेडा करे मु आ पांचटा आइडिया आपण को देबी आपण पिलांग संगे बसी की कथा हे जेते राती हबो मु कथा हे।
Sure, thank you.
मु आपण को मु आपण शिष्य भले आपण सत्र मु कथा होउची एणो करी मु फॉर्मली किछि कहूनी बहुत इनफॉर्मली कहूची। मु ब्रह्मपुर विश्वविद्यालय छात्र मोर सांग एचओडी कंप्यूटर साइंस उत्कल रे थिला सी भी मते पचार डाकुतला कहवा को मुझे मु कौन कहबी तू तो जानी सब पाठ मु कौन कहबी। हाँ आम इंडस्ट्री रे अच्छु आमे केमिति बिक्री हम आमे कहीदेबू कि कस्टमर कौन चाहूची केमिति आमे सेटा को एड्रेस करबू आमे सेटा कहीदेबू। पाठ तो तमे बही लिखुछ बही पाठ पढुछ आमे एक्स्ट्रा
नहीं सर से प्रॉब्लम हिची कोन मेनली मु व्हाटएवर आई हैव ऑब्जर्व्ड मु तो एनआईटी राउरकेला रे रही छी एंड वी हैव ए वेरी स्ट्रांग बेस मोर फैकल्टी बेस एआई रे बहुत स्ट्रांग किंतु एठी बीएसएस यूटी ओयूटीआर आपने जहाँ देखिए एआई डोमेन रे लॉट ऑफ वेरी लेस पीपल आर वर्किंग एंड एज एन व्हाई आई एम नीडिंग ए सपोर्ट लेट सपोज आई फ्लोट ए कोर्स ऑन एआई एंड आई वांट सम 5 resource person from you deliver some 5 lectures to them on a particular schedule time so that the course goes and my faculty gets groomed off. My objective is that. And like I am doing my level best, but with your support it will further strengthen. That's what the
sure see one is faculty grooming faculty development with Santi Priya Babu to she nije researcher मु तांके से मु जा सुनिली दी तीनटा कॉल रे तो I certainly am very much impressed. So that is one track. Apart from that, how we can also collaborate. एठी जो माने अछंती किछि जदी अछि फॉर मु सिंपल जिंस I am an advisor to an insurtech company wherein we brought in the head of insurance from Google as a board member very recently. We hired the AIG head of data as the CPO, and this is the 3rd year where we presented our product in Insurtech Las Vegas. Mu tar founder sangre mor bahut mane gote family relationship achi, but I cannot officially join them. So what we did was we engaged students from IIM Bangalore to do extensive research and market study. And we gave them a token prize. ସେମାନେ 10ଟା ଖଣ୍ଡେ team କରିକି and everybody had a deck, pura market study kale, and we had a briefing session prior to that. So that way what happened is we engaged the students, we got their work also. जो माने एते भलो इंस्टीट्यूशन रे पढुछन obviously तांकर काम भी बहुत भलो, आउटपुट भी बहुत भलो थिबो. आमे से लेवल रे से एज रे आमे सेति भी जानि नथिलु. तो सेटा जदी दी साइड रे कोलैबोरेशन हो बहुत भलो हो से हम कहउ चाहतले.
Sir, that I look forward to. Kaikina sir, state level institutions I will tell you very frankly, because people have not thought of that this technology is coming in a big way. Say faculty recruitment to arambha karikri faculty grooming up bhi hai nahi se directions re. People are still working on like very old technologies or old algorithms, not sticking to the new technologies. So
Sir, it is irrelevant whether it is AI, non-AI, forget just this AI domain.
Yes.
Any field you tell, I have a lot of friends, even apanko burla Sambalpur University more sanga head of geoscience achi. Very brilliant student, much ahead of me. କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ କଥା ହେବି ମୁଁ ସିଏ ମତେ ସବମିସିଭ ରେ କଥା ହଉଛି which I feel very embarrassed about. ଜ୍ଞାନୀ ତମେ ଭାଇ ଆମକୁ ଆମେ କଣ ତମକୁ କଥା ହବୁ ତମ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଏ ଭଳିଆ. So I hope, I mean, I enjoy having this informal session. So anyway, any support you need, sir, and very nice talking to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a very interesting thing that is coming up. One reason why you might know that what keeps me awake and energetic. So this is a session gote chotto pilati, high school pilati, who is the head of his AI club in Bay Area, and in Odisha agriculture project karithila. तो ताकू मु शेयर करिवि आपण मानकू ता द्वारा हाथ उठे चंती सत्यव्रत महांती तांको क्वेश्चन टा कर दियंतु तापरे मु शेयर करिवि से जो निश्चित वीडियो टी.
Good evening, everybody. Sir, VC sir एबे कहउतले कि तंगर हेल्थ केयर इन्फॉर्मेटिक्स रे on excellence, center of excellence darkar. So actually I am incubated in Medit and Triple IT, where you have been director for quite some time. You closely work with Professor Sudhir and Professor Tangi and all. So I have been closely observing. I can help you, sir. I have pretty much 10-12 years of experience in healthcare domain, explicitly IoT, not on the AI part, but on the IoT. So if you really need anything, I'll write you separately and connect with you. Basically, a lot of my friends also work in data analytics relevant to gamma camera image processing, or even our developing generating a lot of data that needs to be processed from healthcare record management. So I can dive out both in faculty development or some kind of students mentoring also. So that's the only thing I wanted to tell you, sir. With you from Triple IT,
yeah,
not
that's
directly
great,
but indirectly. So I'll able to help.
So nice, so nice. In fact, yes, I have also done much better in the Triple IT DM because the ecosystem was very good. Here it is different because there the manpower was very trained, and I have recruited a trained manpower. Here it is difficult to groom up, so I need the support. It will be great, Satyavrata. It will be very nice.
Sure, sir.
So nice.
Sure, thank you. If need be, we'll even talk with Professor Sudhir help, because he's also available to us in Medit.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
शांतिप्रिय भाई आपण हाथ उठाइछन खाली टिके ए जो इंटरेस्टिंग जिनसटा मु शेयर कर दोची इट वोंट टेक मच टाइम
ठीक अछि
सो कथाटा सुना जाउची ना
My name is Sheep Panda. I am a senior at Bishop San Jose High School in Fremont, California. I am the president of the Artificial Intelligence and Sports Analytics clubs at my high school.
बधे ऑडियो सुना जाउची
हां सुना जाउची
yes yes
Recently we ran a nationwide competition featuring numerous judges in the sports analytics field and with panel with more professionals. While I do have some experience in AI and sports analytics outside of the project I'm about to present regarding analyzing the correlations between MLB pitchers' stride length and the age, how they age. I prefer right now to talk about a project to do with Manoj Mishra for the OSA hackathon this year, where we predicted probability rate in RISA using deep learning. So what's the problem? 39.4% of employment in Orissa is in the agriculture sector. Most popular predictors focused on Orissa only work for crops such as rice, green gram, black gram, or cowpea. And a lot of popular predictors tend to use more advanced data, such as things like satellite data or genotype data. And obviously this might not be available to a lot of the smaller farmers. So what does ours do that's better? Well, one, it only uses simple data that's available to the majority of farmers. The district that they're growing their cropping, the crop that they're growing, the land area utilized, and the crop season that they're growing in. To get all this data to train on, we used the Indian government's National Data and Analytics Platform, specifically the crop production data set. Obviously, many of the factors that I mentioned before are categorical data. So we had to replace these and find a way to process them. So for crop, in season, we label in front of the data. We just assign a different number to each of the 7 seasons. For districting, we replaced latitude and longitude of the district. And the rest of the data util optimization. At first, we weren't doing that, and we had a model with far worse results. So for a latitude, we z-squared it, and a longitude, we also z-squared it. For crop area, we took the z-squared the natural log. As you can see on the left, these 2 graphs, they're far the first one is the land area before the z-score. Obviously, the history is very spread out. It's hard to just see anything. But then when you take the z-score of the natural log, it looks great. It's much easier to analyze. And the same thing goes for yield rate. Before it's normalized, and then after we take the log of 1 plus the yield and then range scale, it looks much better. So let's talk about the model that we used. We used a Keras deep neural network using sequential layers. We first used an input layer of 5 with very low activation, and then 3 hidden layers of 12 with very low activation, and then 1 more hidden layer of 10 with very low activation. The last layer or output layer, which is one to make a regression model, and also had unlike the others, had no activation. We used the Allen algorithm for our gradient descent, and we trained the model for 405 weeks. In addition to this final model that we settled on, we also tried out LGBM decision trees, X gradient boosting, scalar decision trees, Keras-style neural networks, specifically with ones with an input layer of 5, variable activation, a hidden layer of 100, variable activation, and output layer of 1, variable activation. We also used adaptive boosting, support vector machines, and random forests. While many of these worked out great, and deep neural network was definitely the best of them. So let's talk about the results. Our deep neural network had an R-squared of 0.965 and a p-value of 3.37 times 10 to the negative 51. As most of you know, R-squared has a maximum 1 and p-value has a minimum 0, which are both the ideal values for them. And obviously our R-squared and p-value are very close to 1 and 0 respectively. Our mean absolute error was 0.78 and the root mean squared error was 2.49 against an average of 4.19 per hectare, a standard deviation of 13.26 and a range of 136. You can see graphs here on the left, the normalized yield rate, again, the actual value, and the predicted one, and on the right, the denormalized actual yield rate. The predicted looking variant, which explains the high R-squared value, and it shows that our model is very good at predicting yield rate. In addition to this, we also made a quick little Django app in front end. So here is the UI that Smart and I made with the model in Django. So you can just choose which crops you plant. So we'll just do the default ground. You can choose a district, which is unmoved. You can choose the season, do autumn, and then you can say like 212 hectares, submit. And as you see, get a crop yield of 0.8995 and a crop production in tons of 190.69. So this could obviously help farmers a lot in expecting like how much they're going to produce, which will obviously predict how much money they'll make in the future. Thank you so much for watching this presentation. Just wondering, I had a lot of fun in this project. Once again, thank you, and thank you to Odias and ML for giving me space to present. Have a great day.
So that was one message output out of the hackathon that was conducted in Odias and ML. The emphasis was like a kid in I think a kid in Fremont who has created an AI club and then generating. So these are the future that we are looking at. I think we should be mentoring. We were talking of different mentor. So the way you're responding, you can respond, and after we will go to someone.
No, I was just adding that children at school level, they will come up with these ideas, right? You have to feed them with the use case. If they have the use case to apply it, the same for what Vice Chairman was talking about, that if you only keep them limited to book knowledge, right? Read the book and then write the answer, and then you pass, and then you go figure out what you want to do in your life. If that changes, the cultural shift has to be there. The mental preparedness has to change, that I just do not want to read, I want to apply. As I'm reading, I need to apply. So the use case application, in my opinion, is very, very important. As students are learning and they are studying in a lab, they need to apply. Lab could be a hardware, software lab, or any kind of lab. Like when we were taught chemistry or physics, how to balance it, we had a lab that we could go into and we could try it out. The same concept needs to be applied to artificial intelligence, machine learning, any technology, right? If it is limited to you learn, and then after that you go figure out, you get a job, and then at that job you will apply. It is too late. right? It becomes very difficult. It is not the best implementation of time and energy and investment into building the future, right? If we want to build the future, you need to combine both of them. So I'll stop at that.
Thank you.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
You were ହାତ ଟେକିଛନ୍ତି।
Actually ଏଟା ଆସୁନି ବୋଧେ ମୁଁ actually ମାଝୀ ସାର୍ଙ୍କ କଥା ଶୁଣୁଥିଲି about this faculty development program or skill development program. Actually ଯେମିତି ମୁଁ କହୁଥିଲି ଆମେ already we have planned ଯେମିତି ଆମେ summer school ଟା although we started with initially student ko ପାଇଁ focus thila, but there we got lot of interest from the faculties जो माने even triple IT hela Trident hela both institution faculty भी participate କରିଥିଲେ as session chair or volunteers. So faculty development program टा ଆମେ ଯେମିତି plan କରୁଛୁ ତ definitely we can help ଯେମିତି ମାଝୀ sir କହୁଥିଲେ ଯେ what is the skill development जोटा as a faculty ମାନେ ମୋ पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रो ମୁଁ କହୁଛି when I started କିଛି ଦିନ ମାନେ faculty ଯେତେବେଳେ ଥିଲି ମୁଁ faculty ମାନଙ୍କର ମୁଁ କାହାକୁ blame କରିବିନି but thing is that sometimes we get lot of time ही हुएନି lab ରେ faculty ମାନେ lab को ଯିବା I think it is very difficult ଯେମିତି ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ faculty ଥିଲି ମୁଁ କହିଲି ମୋର ଗୋଟେ system ଦରକାର computer ଦରକାର faculty room ରେ ତ ସମସ୍ତେ ମତେ ଅନେଇଲେ କହିଲେ ତମେ ତ ପାଠ ପଢେଇବ theory ପଢେଇବ ତମର computer ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଦରକାର ମୁଁ କହିଲି ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ମୋର ଟିକେ ଦରକାର ତ ଗୋଟେ arrange ହେଇକିରି ଗୋଟେ computer ଟା ହେଲା କାହିଁକି ନା faculty ମାନେ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମ ଲେଖିବା ଏ କରିବା ସେ କରିବା ସେଟା ମାନେ ଆମ ଆଟଲିଷ୍ଟ ଇଣ୍ଡିଆରେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି ସେଟା ଟିକେ କମ ଯେତିକି ବାହାରେ ଆମର faculty ମାନେ they are I think one of the best programmer ଏମିତି ମୁଁ ମୋ previous supervisor ଦେଖିଛି ସେ ଏତେ fast coding କରନ୍ତି ଯେ ମୁଁ ବି ଅଧା time ଦେଖିକିରି ଦେଖେ କଣ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଇଏ କି ମୋର at least after 15 ବର୍ଷ industry ରହିଲା ପରେ ବି I was not able to match his speed of coding ତ ଯୋଉଟା କି outside India ରେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି जोटा कि इंडिया रे हमरो टिके फैकल्टी माने से ट्रेडिशनल हमरो ब्लैक बोर्ड होबो हमें जेबो पाठ पढेबो थ्योरी पढेबो बस सरला सो एंड इफ यू आस्क अबाउट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन से माने कहबे नो दैट इज योर तमे जोतिरे इम्प्लीमेंट करछो करो जो लैंग्वेज तो दैट इज आई थिंक देयर विल बी सम गैप जोटा कि हमें कहूछु कि इवन टेक्नोलॉजी हो जहां भी हमें पढुछु सिंपल एग्जांपल जेंते हमें मशीन ट्रांसलेशन हो जो मॉडल भी देखो जो ट्रांसफॉर्मर देखो जो हमें इम्प्लीमेंट 2018 रे मु जतले पोस्ट डॉक कली ट्रांसफॉर्मर मॉडल रे मु फर्स्ट मशीन ट्रांसलेशन यूज करली 2018 रे नाउ स्लोली इट इज बिकम जोटा कि 3-4 वर्ष पर एबे हम देखु जो रिसेंट पेपर इंडिया रो सब जहां भी पेपर आसी से ट्रांसफॉर्मर चलला बट थिंग इज दैट हमरो टिके अप्रोच टा प्रॉब्लम होची कोन इंडिया रे ना मशीन लर्निंग एआई के हम भाबुछु कोन हमें कोठू डाटा सेट डाउनलोड करिवु ताकू चलेइबु आ सेटा ही सॉल्यूशन जेमती मु कहले एबे जो वीडियो टा प्ले होतला आई थिंक इट इज गुड वन ये हमें केमिति प्रेडिक्ट करबा बट व्हेन यू प्रेडिक्ट हमें जदी गोटे जोर फसल हमें प्रेडिक्ट करबा हमें डाटा सेट को यूज करले फसल प्रेडिक्ट करले बट शैल वी कंसीडर कि पानी पागोटा कोन होबो हमरो दर एनवायरनमेंट रे हमरो साइक्लोन आसिला हमरो 50 प्रकार पैरामीटर ही परिबो हाउ वी कैन कंसीडर इट जेमते हमें डिजाइन करू सॉल्यूशन एवरी डे वी ट्राई टू डिजाइन सॉल्यूशन हमें तर सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट रे कलु गोटे पोर्ट रो आ गोटे पोर्ट रे डिलीवरी होबो ए पोर्ट रो से पोर्ट भीतर डिलीवर होबो तला देयर विल बी सेवरल हब पॉइंट केते पोर्ट देई पास करिवो यूक्रेन रे स्ट्राइक हला श्रीलंका रे ये हला तो कोठी पानी पागो बिगड़ी गला कोठी गवर्नमेंट एडवाइजरी देला कोविड बंद हे जिवो तो देयर विल बी लॉट ऑफ पैरामीटर्स नीड टू कंसीडर तो केमिति मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल हम यूज करि परिबा तो दैट विल बी माने टिके भाबिया को पड़ियो जोटा कि हमें आजकल रो ट्रेंड चलची हमें डाउनलोड करिबा चलेबा एंड आई थिंक दैट इज द वन थिंग वेयर वी आर लैगिंग एंड मुझे एमती कहली कि हमें फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट है कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट है हम जो देखौतलु हमें फोर्सफुली हम स्टूडेंट को कहउतलु कि यू इनोवेटिव किछि तमरो निजरो आइडिया को तमे प्रपोज करो नले हमें प्रपोज करू तो एंड यू ट्राई टू कोड इट तो सेम थिंग हैपनिंग फॉर जो बने भी हम फैकल्टी है लेट देम नॉट ओनली थियोरेटिकली लेट देम प्रैक्टिस
I understand. I agree with you whatever you are saying. Then more objective of telling to this forum is that ଆମର student ମାନେ they are ignited minds ଆପଣ जो प्रणव खैतान जो नहीं कि his mind direct student And the faculty he was responding, I have groomed him in AI when he was in 3rd semester in NIT Rourkela. So he is my direct PA, project scholar. That kind of thing you are there. So now what is happening in the state level institutions, when I'm seeing this kind of attitude is not there. Students are good. So that is my objective of talking to this forum, is that if there will be some kind of people, student always see a peers, right? Always, student always see. When a vice chancellor say AI is in the right, best platform, you move on, or AI is another platform, you do that. But when they see their peers, a person speaking who is already in the field, they get a great inspiration. So my objective that here students have also done good. They have developed good robotics, they are very strong. They have done a drone system who is fire extinguishing in a top building kind of thing. They have done good AI based products. But I need like some kind of guest lectures and all these things. So let us arrange some time and encourage more, so that more things will happen. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
I think we can be in touch.
Definitely.
Even recently we are for mentor for whether it is bits.
Wonderful listening. Yes.
बहुत many institutions से मैंने कहते कि we need a expert from industry who can guide our student and faculties. ठीक है किसी असुविधा नहीं. जो टाइम में daily life पे करूँ तो just sharing it. I think I don't have any else.
Yes.
So definitely we can work together, and faculty development program will also.
Sure.
मैं connect कर पारे सर.
Sure.
आ गोटे कथा जदी लेक्चर करला बेले जदी किछि यूज केस देखा जेमति फसल रे खाली पानी पागर भी नुह तार माटी रो सॉइल रो भी एनालिसिस करी हबो को फर्टिलाइजर यूज करले मैक्सिमम प्रोडक्टिविटी हबो केते थरो करि परिबो वर्ष को केते थरो करि परिबो को सीजन रे हबो केबे सीडिंग केबे कले तार मैक्सिमम प्रोडक्टिविटी हबो एटा सो यूएस रो गोटे बहुत बड़ कंपनी सबुटे बड़ कंपनी से माने करंती ताका पई मु गोटे प्रोजेक्ट करथली डायरेक्टली सेथरे इन्वॉल्व होइथली सेही थ्रू तार यूज केस डेवलप करके लेक्चर रे इंक्लूड कले पिला माने डायरेक्टली देखिबे एटा केमिति होउची सेटा मु ऐड करिया पई चाहूची जे हां लेक्चर बहुत तांकु इंस्पायर करिवो से माने भी लागिवे तांकु भी लागिवो जे आमे गोटे भलो यूनिवर्सिटी रे पढुछु हमकु भलो लोक माने आसी कि हमकु लेक्चर दउछंती किंतु खाली जदी मु कहिबी तापर कहि कि तापर पळेबी तांकु किछि जणा पडिवनी यार कोन जो से कहउतले तार वैल्यूटा कोन जे कहउतले तार बेसिक एप्लीकेशन कोन ताकु आमे लेक्चर आ बेसिक एप्लीकेशन को जदी कंबाइन करिया ताले टिके बेटर इंपैक्ट हबो.
Sure. Yes.
True. आ गोटे कथा मु इठी ऐड करबी जे गेस्ट लेक्चर संगे जदी इंटर्नशिप टा भी इंक्लूड कर दियंता इंक्लूड करी होंता ताले सेटा बहुत भलो होंता हमर स्टूडेंट मानन पई जोटा कि I see that it's really lacking the internship with the industry. People like when we were taught in CET, we did our projects. We have no idea what was the industry was doing. So that's
एबे हमें चेष्टा करछु at least a boy spend more, even to the extent I am putting an effort, one semester the student should spend in the industry. That is what I am revising my curriculum, such that either in the 7th semester or in the 8th semester, in addition to his summer, if he can spend in industry as an intern, that will be great. So that effort we are putting. In NIT, in IIIT DM, when I was director, I have made 10 months internship in the industry, and most of the students were getting PPOs.
No, that's good, because I think for AI, I'm telling kind of like students are not really ready for an internship. So we went to the various colleges and we even interviewed as well. We tested people, they were not ready for internship as well. So to make them internship ready, I think schools has to do a little more what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Now we are putting effort that we are putting early semesters, good subjects, so they are ready by the time they go for internship, they can be productive in the organization.
Okay. Right.
Several companies here in Silicon Valley, US-based companies that may have a subsidiary in India, may not even have anything in India. I can get 25 plus companies to agree to run an internship program. As long as the students are ready, they're willing, they can go through some training. Initially, let's say it's a 3-month program during a summer internship or whatever it is.
Right.
First masata training and a company training level. Second 2 months they can contribute towards the company.
Yes.
So lots of companies will agree to, if the program is there, and then we can highlight that this school, this university, this college, this engineering division is very focused in preparing students to become interns. Companies will run them.
Yeah.
A little trivia. A little trivia. So happy birthday, Priyadarshi bhai.
Birthday, Priyadarshi bhai.
Happy birthday.
Oh,
Happy
happy
birthday.
birthday, Priyadarshi.
And and Pulak is both operating from US and Australia. That's what I assume, Pulak. So
No, I was actually in Australia. That's where we met Priyadarshi. Our friendship goes long back.
20 years.
Yes.
So
one point I wanted to conclude on this. See, the industry internship thing that we are talking about, right? So when we get the interns to do internship within the organization itself, you need people to mentor them, because the theoretically know stuff, and you have to literally tell them that these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps you have to complete. If you face any difficulty, you come back to me. So rightly defined use cases, scoping it out for them, breaking the use case into multiple pieces, give it to individual interns, checking their progress. So it requires a lot of work. So it's not only like part-time, it is going to be a full-time work for a mentor also within the organization, because at max you can manage only 4 or 5 interns, not more than that.
See, it needs effort from every person. Okay, I am Bangalore campus interview naaku gali. I'm telling this incident happened in 2008. Supply chain IBM ro pai campus interview naaku gali. ମୋ ପାଖ ସବୁ କଲେଜରେ ଆସିଥିଲା, ତ ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ବାଛି କାଢିଲି। ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ଯେ ଆମ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପିଲା କିଏ ମୋ ଅଣ୍ଡରେ କାମ କରିବ, ଟିକେ ଶିଖେଇବି ହେଲା। ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ପିଲା, I won't refer the college, it's okay, ମାନେ ବଢିଆ ଏକାଡେମିକ୍ସରେ ମାର୍କ ଆଣିଛି, ମାନେ 95, ମାନେ ସେ ଧମାକେ କରିଦେଇଛି ସେ ପିଲା। ତାପରେ I am ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋରରେ ପଢୁଛି। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ତମେ I am ବାଙ୍ଗାଲୋରରେ ପଢୁଛ, ତମେ ଆସିଛ ଗୋଟେ internship ନା ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ପାନୀକୁ ହେଲା, and it's a management role, okay। ତ ତାକୁ ମୁଁ ପଚାରିଲି ତ କ'ଣ ତମେ କରେ ନା, ମୁଁ ଜାଭା କରିବି। ତାପରେ I wanted to encourage him to tell me something that links to management, କାରଣ ସେ ମ୍ୟାନେଜମେଣ୍ଟ କରୁଥିଲା। ତ ମୁଁ ପଚାରିଲି ସିନେମା କ'ଣ ଦେଖିଛୁ, ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମୁଭି କ'ଣଟା ଦେଖିଛୁ, କେମିତି ଚାଲୁଛି, କ'ଣ ତାର ବେପାର, ତୁ କହିଲୁ ଟିକେ। Finally I had to take one guy from Symbiosis, a Bengali guy, ଯାହାର shipping experience ଥିଲା। ତାକୁ ତାପରେ ବସେଇକି ତାକୁ ବୁଝେଇକି, ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜେସନ 1000 ପ୍ରକାର ବ୍ୟୁରୋକ୍ରାଟିକ୍ ପ୍ରୋସେସ୍ ଥାଏ, ତ ବତେଇ ତାକୁ ଟିକେ ସେପ୍ ଅପ୍ କରାହେଲା ଯେ ହଁ ଏମିତି ହେଇପାରିବ। ବହୁତ ପିଲା ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ପୁରା ଚିକଣରେ ପାଠ ପଢି ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି, ମାନେ ବ୍ରହ୍ମପୁର ଷ୍ଟାଇଲରେ।
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you very much interacting with all of you.
This conversation will go on, don't worry sir, we'll be there.
Thank you.
So this is my personal experience. Mentoring जो माने करते हम 8 मु 20टा पिला में हायर कलु ए वर्ष, and we hired irrespective of their background. There were kids from law background, there were kids from economics background, and of course BBA and IT, irrespective of their background. There is a instruction from the top management that it is our responsibility to make them accommodated in our system and have them grow. So the onus is on both sides. Academic institution groom karibo the way they have been grooming, and they will evolve their ways of grooming. Also, it is the responsibility of the industry members. जो माने mentoring करूचंती सेठी जाई दादागिरी मारले हबनी ताको पूरा छुआटा भले सब शिखियाउ पड़िबो करियाउ पड़िबो. So that's my take away from this, and it's a learning for us. We want to be rated by those kids whom we are training. We want to see them talking to us as a successful entrepreneur or a business leader or an achiever after 10 years. Sir, apana mate karthile, thank you so much. Ki I am karichi. That will make us happy. Anyway, I'll keep talking. You guys carry on.
Sir, we'll connect with you, Vice Chancellor, sir, on the an FDP program and the to get your vision into reality.
True. Thank you again, Anjan, for managing this volunteer stuff. And so, just one more thing, kind of like you guys thinking about kind of like bringing in crypto or blockchain, kind of like combining this as well, no? Because I feel like it's merging. These two fields are merging.
See, irrespective of you, how much of effort you draw to draw the line, it will merge. Okay.
Yeah, it's merging.
It's merging. Okay. So obviously, see, end of the day, whatever efforts we are making, that will conclude with the person or the individual who is taking the effort either to be an entrepreneur or contribute in somebody else's entrepreneurial journey. Okay. And the person who is becoming an entrepreneur or being part of an entrepreneurial journey will depend on the market trends. What does the industry say? How the industry is moving? We cannot be tied to one slogan or one catchphrase or one terminology. Obviously, there will be merge. But see, end of the day, all these ideas are converging to one aspect. Broaden your outlook. Don't just think, if I'm studying a particular programming language, how can I apply to the industry or to any particular use case? Unless I broaden my outlook. आम टाइम तो 20 वर्ष तल तो अधा बही जे पढ़ला java.net से US पढ़ौथला.
That's how we came.
That's how we started. That was the definition of to be qualified for a US visa. Anyway, so encourage people and see a lot of softer aspects are needed, right? I mean, empathy, free thinking, exploring in non-tech areas, art, literature, music, okay, movies. Everywhere there is an idea. Even if there is not an idea, there are aspects that you can embrace in your current scheme of things. If you are a creative guy, you can write a good code. You can also write a few creative sentences about the code that you have written.
So does the silence tell us something?
I don't know. I spoke something unconventional.
The true.
I think Anjan, now we need to start thinking about how to implement. We can discuss, we can have good meetings, and then everybody goes home, and nothing will come out of it. So action item.
Yes.
Now,
so action item is, so what we need to build up a working document. Okay, that's what we were discussing earlier also. Obviously Pradipta has summarized a lot of the takeaways from the previous discussions. Let's take that as a reference point. One is, what is the agenda for the next 365 days for this community? Okay, that's one. Then what would be the structure? Third, what are the key deliverables? What is the timeline for each of these deliverables? How these deliverables can be executed, and who are the accountable people? When I say accountable people, the entire stress cannot be on the chapter leaders or the district leaders. But if we are able to form small groups or squads dedicated for particular areas, If somebody is in Silicon Valley, well connected to investors, knows the nuances of pitching and getting investments, let them be part of the investment committee, and their only job is to, wherever there is a conversation, while they also talk backside with the kids or the people who are working on projects, their only job is to keep on feeding during those conversations about the ideas or the MVPs that are being built. There'll be another team that would be only focusing on mentoring, reaching out to the institutions, arranging lecturers or whatever it is. So we have to formulate squads accordingly. We can execute. Otherwise, having a global organization and then chapter, country-wise, district-wise, then it can go to sarpanch, panchayat level and village level also, and probably a gully level. That is fine. That might help us to build the connection. But more than connection, what we need is tangible yields. And probably one vision is, turn one idea, one word into a use case, and that use case into a unicorn in the next 4 years or 5 years. It may take, or 10 years, but it should have that potential. At least the valuation should say so.
Yes. Yeah.
True. No,
and the idea is somebody says, I want to build a car. Right? It's one sentence, like Priyadarshi Bhai said, one sentence, somebody said, I want to build a car. Then how do you take it from that one line to build a car and create a company around it? So idea is that you want to build a car. Once you build the car.
So I'll cite another. Yeah. So sorry.
Go ahead.
I because this is very interesting. See.
So जो माने ड्रॉप करिवे ड्रॉप करि जानतो काहे ना एंते खायर के राती हलाणी कार आपण तो सकाळ हलाणी
Yeah, I may be excused.
Yes, sir.
Anjan sir, I may be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
sir. Okay. Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.
So
हमें सोशल मोड को चली गलुनी, so it is
IBM रे ग्लोबली प्रति वर्ष गोटे आइडिया जैम इनोवेशन जैम हुए सबु मैनेजर्स मानक तो आरंभ कर समस्त इंस्ट्रक्शन करा जे सबु एम्प्लॉय को कहयो पार्टिसिपेट करे गोटे प्लेटफॉर्म खोली दियंती सेते विभिन्न कैटेगरी थाए obviously you put an idea and then it starts getting voted and discussions start happening and it runs for 2 or 3 days max. That's it. And then they club everything, then they crystallize, and then they, it's like a funnel. I'm customer sangre gote long-term partnership with services engagement korchu. We have an innovation agenda also. What do? We talk to the customer or work with the customer, not on the tech aspect. We work with the customer on the industry aspect, on the business aspect. So we bring in our experts from the industry. It could be banking industry, airlines, or travel and transport, whatever it is. So we'll put 50 ideas. Then it starts getting through the funnel. Slowly, it will be one idea or 5 ideas. Out of it, then there will be deliberation. Do we want to really invest, co-invest, or can we do it for free? Or is there an asset that can be reused? And accordingly, probably one idea in a year or 2 years will be picked up and will be run. So probably given everybody's attendance, as jeti kotha ale Sambit koila ki auri pila Subhadarshi dekhela tar product se school chuata jo farming upar dekhela, if there are 50 such ideas or some kind of document or few words are mentioned, let's pick those and have a evaluation of these things, and let's pick one, then start mentoring. Acha papa eya korcho, can we do it this way? What have you thought about it? Can you do it that way? Say jo Twitter re dekhela, for example, I follow a lot of people in the AI in the US ki jo there is a group called Latinos in AI. Amar IBM re bahut loko mane se Latin South American culture upar se mane bahut post karanti. And if we are doing it for Odias to connect in the US, it can be replicated for other communities as well. So there could be a potential business case. So now then let's start shaping up. गोटे पत्थरटा अछि तो काटी 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 गोटे एतिकी छोटिया मुदीटा हो से मुदीटार दामटा गोटे $1 billion हेतिबो. Probably that's how we have to shape up. But onus is on us. Let's start documenting. PowerPoint re 5टा 10टा, so then we can show it back to the people who we invited, and then tell them, then ask for their support or any, then things will become stronger. That's my thought.
Sure. ଆଉ ଆମର ମାନେ ସବୁ ଆଉ କିଛି ପୁଲକ କିଛି କହିବେ କି ଆଉ କିଛି କହିବେ ନା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ଆଜିର ଗପ ପେଡି ସରିଲା ନା ଆମର ତ ଗପ ସପ ଚାଲିବ
କେବେ କେବେ ୱିକେଣ୍ଡ ନାଇଟ୍ ରେ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ
नहीं प्रियदर्शी मोर तो बहुत दिन फ्रेंडशिप बहुत वर्ष वाला चलची and our friendship goes back to more than 20 years now.
Oh yes.
और माने गपसप करंतु मु टिके म्यूट रखी की अनुमति मागबी सकाळ माने रात 3टा टु किछि ये हेनी सो
नहीं ठीक है
okay guys thank you so
I'm going
much.
to drop up too.
Okay,
so thank you for inviting me. I will drop up where we can connect some of the time.
Thank you very much.
Sudhir bhai, yes, sure.
Thank you. Namaskar.
ब्रिजटा खोला थाउ आपण माने गपसप जो माने करिवे करंतु आमे जो माने ड्रॉप करबा आमे सकाळ ठु लास्ट 8-10 घंटा धरि की टिके पानी जाय नथियो सो
थैंक यू भाई राइली नमस्कार जय जगन्नाथ
नमस्कार Sambit for Rati Havan Sambit is too late for you probably. No?
Okay, yeah. Let me also.
Sambit, Priyadarshi, Sambit and I work in CSAT AI.
I saw his profile, and when he was presenting, I sent him a note, let's connect.
Okay.
Then I saw his profile. Oh, then okay, fantastic. Let's talk about it. And by the way, Santi Priya Babu, I think we need your guidance. Okay, so we will talk more about it. I mean, I have more about ideas. How do we shape it up?
Honest.
Santi Priya, where you based?
sir.
नहीं ठीक अच्छे मु कहली आपण जो कहले आइडिया माने के डिफरेंट बैकग्राउंड रे मु काम करी करी टिके माने फास्ट किछि दिन पिला को पाठ पढिली तापरे इंडस्ट्री गली काम कली तापरे पुनी रिसर्च तो सब विषय टिके
हमर जनरेशन रो पिला मानकर सेटा गोटे एडवांटेज आमे विभिन्न बैकग्राउंड रो आसी कि विभिन्न क्वाड क्वाड पसिछि okay my background is mass media I was a technology writer then I became a technical writer product ପାଇଁ ଲେଖୁଥିଲି then I became a sales guy बड़ बड़ डील रे काम कली नाइजीरिया रे राति रे भारतीय अफ्रीका रो सेल्स डील करिया को जाईची मु लैपटॉप खोलिले बोको हराम रो पॉपअप आस्तुला टेररिस्ट ग्रुप रो से खाइबा को गले से छकरे सेतोल से माने हंड्रेड्स से स्कूल छुआ को किडनैप कर इट वाज अ मैसिव इंसिडेंट दैट हैड हैपेंड तो प्रति छकरे AK-47 धरि की बोलुतले so anyway I mean destiny has taken us through different routes but certainly we need to converge what I was trying to tell you is rather than hooking ourselves to the idea of we'll contribute to Odisha, that's fine. But what I'm saying is Odisha's population, geography and economic power is too limited. $5 billion economy bodhe thibo. We need to utilize the resources, groom the resources and utilize those resources for a global economy. And what I have always, another belief that I have always is creativity emerges from limitation. आपण गोटे ब्लैक पेंसिल रे जो चित्रटा करिवे सेटा बहुत बढ़िया सुंदर और बढ़िया बाहरिबो rather than using 12 sketch pens because the intensity with which you will use your limitation that will evolve into a very very creative thing compared to much more creative output compared to whatever facilities you will have And that's why things happen from garage.
ନାଇଁ ସେଇଟା ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଆପଣ ଯୋଉଟା କହିଲେ ମାନେ ସେଇଟା ଭଲ ଜିନିଷଟା ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ମୁଁ ସେଇ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରିଭିୟସ୍ ଇଏରେ ବି ମୁଁ ମାନେ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଥିଲି ଯେ ଆମେ ଠିକ ଅଛି ଆମେ ୱିଲ୍ ଥିଙ୍କ ବିଟ୍ ଆବାଉଟ୍ ଇନୋଭେସନ ଯେମିତି ଆମେ କହିଲେ ସ୍କିଲ୍ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବା AI ML ଯାହା ବି କରିବା ତ ଆମେ ଯାହା ଚାଲିଛି ମାନେ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ କଣ ହଉଛି ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଦେଖୁଛି ଇଭେନ ପିଲାମାନେ ଆମେ ସମର ସ୍କୁଲ କଲୁ ଆମେ ତାଙ୍କୁ କହିଲୁ ବି କର ତ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ଇଜ ଦ୍ୟାଟ ସେମାନେ କହିବେ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ତାଙ୍କୁ କହିବେ ଠିକ ଅଛି ତମେ ଗୋଟେ ଡାଟା ସେଟ୍ ଗୋଟେ ଡାଇଲେକ୍ଟ ଟେଷ୍ଟ କର ସିମ୍ପଲ ଏକ୍ସାମ୍ପଲ ଦଉଛି ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ସିଷ୍ଟମ ବନାଅ ସିଏ ଡାଇଲେକ୍ଟ ଟାକୁ ଡିଟେକ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବ ଆମ ଓଡିଶାରେ ବହୁତ ପ୍ରକାର ଡାଇଲେକ୍ଟ ଅଛି ସମ୍ବଲପୁରୀ ଅଛି ବ୍ରହ୍ମପୁରୀ ଅଛି ଏତେ ଗଞ୍ଜାମୀ ଅଛି କଟକୀ ଅଛି ତ ଆମର ଆମର ତ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଧର ଗୁଗୁଲ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ ଆପଣ ଇଂଲିଶରେ ଦେଲେ ସେ ଓଡିଆରେ ଦେଇଦବ ସିଏ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କହିବ କଣ ସମ୍ବଲପୁରରେ ଦବ କି ଆପଣ ସମ୍ବଲପୁରରୁ କହିବେ ମୁଁ ଇଂଲିଶ କରିବି ସେମିତି ତ ହବନି ତ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଠିକ ଅଛି ଗୋଟେ ଡାଇଲେକ୍ଟ ଡିଟେକ୍ସନ କରିବା ତ ଠିକ ଅଛି ଡିଟେକ୍ସନ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ମଡେଲ ବି ମୁଁ ଦେଲି ଯଦି ପିଲା କହିଲେ ଆମେ ଡାଟାଟା କୋଉଠୁ ଆଣିବୁ ମୁଁ କହିଲି ସେଟା ତ ତମେ ପାଇବ ନା ଯଦି ନାହିଁ ଦେନ୍ ଲେଟ୍ସ ବିଲ୍ଡ ତ ଆମେ କଣ ହଉଥିଲେ ଏତେ ରେଡିମେଡ ହେଇଯାଉଛୁ ଆଜିକାଲି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ହଉଛି ପିଲାଙ୍କର ସେମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମକୁ ସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ଦିଅ ଆମେ ଚଲେଇବୁ
ନାଇଁ ସେଇଟା ସାର୍ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ସେଇଟା ତ ଆପଣ
ଗୋଟେ
ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ
ମାନେ ହଁ
କଥା
ଟିକେ ମାନେ ଇନୋଭେସନ
ଆମ ଛୁଆ ମାନେ ସେଇଟା ସାର୍ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଆମ ବାପା ମାନେ ଆମକୁ ସେଇଆ ଦେଖୁଥିଲେ ଆମେ ଆମ ଛୁଆଙ୍କୁ ବି ସେଇ ହିସାବରେ ଦେଖୁଛୁ ଯେ ସବୁ ଦେଲା ପରେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଆମକୁ ଏଇଟା ବି ଦରକାର ଥିଲା so as parents also we experience it's not about as a professor as a mentor but also as parents we have the similar experience in a different scenario of course but where I'm coming from is if we can work out on something that is globally acceptable I follow by the way Pulak I voted for your app.
Oh, thank you.
The moment you posted, I voted it. Okay. So wish you good luck.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll become the best startup in SoCal.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I urge everyone, please. Yeah, please vote.
Yeah. So customer satisfaction is a big thing in services industry. Our more a belief, जे आपण जेते डेटा AI ब्लॉकचेन क्रिप्टो जहा करंतु customer services engagement is a massive spend. Federal government हो, local government हो, healthcare हो, industry हो, private हो, enterprise हो, जाऊच हो, startup रे भी तांकर cost of managing infrastructure, cost of managing the existing applications or licenses is far more than paying to the resources. 4-5 AI पिला थी तांकर cost तो अधिक ही जीवो. The moment the product starts kicking off. So services will always be there, and customer satisfaction is the core of the services business. प्रति मासरे आम पर गोटे आछि बाबा तमर केतेटा प्रोजेक्ट अछि तमे सीसाट तमे करछ ना नाही यदि न करछ चलिबो मेल तापरे दैट्स इट यदि कस्टमर कोन गोटे कहला सीसाट रेटिंग हेला कंट्री टू कंट्री पूरा कंपटीशन लागि जानती.
Not true. Yeah. The future is all about services. What is your customer service? All products gonna look the same. All services gonna be the same. But
Everything.
The customer service will differentiate.
See, for example, HubSpot. I follow the founder of HubSpot. He's a brilliant orator. Indian Dharmesha. Hella. It's a Salesforce competitor. But the way they have branded it is as a services company. And they talk a lot about experience, empathy, customer interaction, how do you sell, what you should talk, these are the things that they talk about. So the product is a kounanti. Apana kemiti lekhibe, apana gote cold mail te kemiti lekhibe, se bisare kohuchan. So product is a Salesforce, so product is a coach.
He has built an amazing company. I always look for, like, whenever I go looking for a marketing material, I look up to HubSpot. What they did.
this guy actually, he has a he has written a value code for his organization. Pull up the template tab, otherwise a similar value code you can find on Canva or somewhere. Go to organization value kon. Okay, I mean, let's think. For example, gote amara pila kichita achan jone already startup kar deichanti. How do you enhance those startups? How do you pump up their value? Value externally and value internally. Externally kono stakeholder, customer, partners. Internally kono employees. तो तांको पाई आपण केमिति कोन कहिबे आगो आम टाइम रे कोन चले ना विजन मिशन कंपनी टे कर दे वेबसाइट रे विजन और मिशन भीतर कोन डिफरेंस भी केई कोई पर नतले किंतु धीरे धीरे कोन हलान ना चीफ वैल्यू ऑफिसर हलानी चीफ एम्पैथी ऑफिसर विभिन्न प्रकार सब आसलानी बड़ बड़ स्पोर्ट्स स्टार को आणुचंती कंपनी रे बसैकरी चीफ मोटिवेशन ऑफिसर करिकरी रखुचंती. So all these are working. So where I was, sorry, we diverted. Where I was, we might need some help to design some. I personally might need some help to design on an idea. I'll connect with you. Yeah, pull up to achi aur sete aur kon.
Santi, where are you based? Where are you based from? Where are you based?
Now I am in Finland.
Finland. Okay. What is the time there now?
Now it is around 10 p.m. over Finland.
10 p.m. Okay, it's probably perfect time for the OiML conference.
एठिका टाइम टा टिके शूट कला माने अराउंड आफ्टरनून रो स्टार्ट हेकरी 10.
Now it's time to, okay. No, it's we are doing our Durga Puja today in Southern California. So this is the Dasera time, no? In Odisha as well. And yeah, I think we wrap up this one?
Yes, we can wrap up. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah,
let's catch up. Pulak, I have shared you my number. Let's catch up. Santi,
I already have your number. I already have your number. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Namaste, धन्यवाद.
Namaskar.